Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Single Dad by Vivian Wood. Narrated by Dave Gillis and Charlie L. Wood. Chapter 1. Looking out the window of our chauffeured SUV, I drum my fingers against the fine leather of the back seat. It's currently grey and drizzling here in New York City, the abysmal rain not any different than what I'm used to in Scotland. Sir, a young man with dark, slicked-back hair leans forward from the SUV's cramped back row. I grunt, disinterested. Right now I'm jet-lagged and homesick, acutely aware that I'm missing my 6-year-old's bedtime, so I'm not extremely interested in whatever the young man in his rumpled grey suit has to say. He tries again. Sir, I have the market analysis comps. Waving my hand, I silence him. Not right now. The middle-aged woman next to him coughs. Christ. I look out my window, rolling it down to let in some fresh air. That's just what I need right now, some peon's goddamn second-hand flu bug. Roll your fucking windows down, I need air, I bark. Everyone jumps to do as I say. Everyone but my brother, James. He rolls his eyes and looks at his phone, his face an expressionless mask. He's all big bones under that expensive Brioni suit. The SUV is packed full of people. 3 men in suits are crammed into the back row. My brother James and I shared the middle, with barely enough room between us for our big frames. In the front seat, the driver and a blonde young woman sit, both busy and not paying us any mind. We should have taken separate cars, I say. Natasha, can you make sure we have a second SUV after we leave News Corps? The blonde smiles at me. Natasha is used to my moods. She's been my personal assistant for 2.5 years, and as such, she has seen far, far worse behaviour from me. Of course, Lord Greyrose. I'll sort that out right now. I crane my head to look at the buildings, watching for the bright, airy design of the News Corps offices here in New York City. I own a large multimedia empire that spans the globe, but only New York City has these brand spanking new offices. Beside me, my brother James peers out his own window. Jesus, this weather is following us around like a curse, Keir. I thought that America would be nothing but blue skies when we were visiting. Aye, I agree. I thought the same. But apparently we've just had good luck the last few times we visited. James straightens his tie as he looks at me, his lip curling in the suggestion of a sneer. Listen to you, you heathen. If Mum and Dad heard your little Scottish accent slipping back in after all those years at the best English schools, they would be in fits. I keep my face expressionless. James is always looking to provoke a reaction from everyone, at all times, so it's better if I just ignore his actual criticism, which seems to be that I am too Scottish. Never mind the fact that as the sons of the Duke of Greyrose, we are the highest-ranking Scots, apart from our father and the Duke of Montlake. I favour James with a long look. Fuck off. You sound like a whiny teenage boy, but you're 30 years old. He responds by looking away, sucking at his teeth and raising his middle finger in the air. Need I remind you that we are here in New York City to garner support for your campaign? Oh, Kieran. He slides me a sly, secretive smile. I know that, big brother. It's not as if you or our parents would ever for a second let me forget. I snort. Right. No one is making you run for Prime Minister. James gives his head a shake as if he disagrees, but he doesn't argue. There is pressure building in my temples. I rub the bridge of my nose for a second, but there is no relief. The car turns a corner, and suddenly I see the press. They are caged in, held back behind a pair of neon orange barricades. The press here might be annoying, but at least they are meek. In London or Glasgow, they'd have slipped the barricades and beat on the windows of the SUV as it slowed to a stop. I lean forward, glancing past the press to the sleek, reflective skyscraper just behind them. At the very top, I can just make out the News Corps logo scrawled in bright red. I may not be running for Prime Minister, but at least we are about to enter a building where everyone will know my name. Lord Kieran, future Duke of Greyrose. Or as the people inside probably think of me, that fucking prick who's in charge. I can't help the slight smirk that tilts my lips up as I open the door. Instantly, the press falls upon me, ravenous for the barest scrap of news about myself or my brother. Lord Greyrose! Lord Greyrose, over here! How does your ownership of News Corps affect your younger brother's chances of winning? A young man jostles the young woman screaming into her microphone aside, interrupting the flow of her question. He sticks his microphone under his face, preparing to rapidly fire questions at me. Lord Greyrose, where is your wife? No one has seen her for years. Plastering a bland smile over my face, I turn away. Inside, my stomach tenses. I hate when the press mentions my ex, Kinsley. She's off the grid, doing whatever she wants, as long as the circling sharks in the media don't get a whiff of her partying or living separately from me. I plan on keeping it that way. I shade my eyes and look over the crowd that's gathered. Reporters scuffle with each other in their attempts to reach the microphones toward my face. Lord Greyrose, how does the Queen feel about your brother's run for Prime Minister? He's the youngest man who's ever had a serious shot. James gets out of the SUV after me, buttoning his suit. He gives the press his $1 million smile, trying to look suitably demure. The journalists fight over the right to wave their microphones his way. He waves, their shouted questions not fazing him in the least. Hello. He stops to sign an autograph, but his eyes never really stop roving over the crowd. Yes, it's not a very nice day, is it? After another half a minute of him basking in the glow of their attention, I motion to the security team. They make a path and open up the door, forcefully pushing journalists and well-wishers back a few steps. I grab James by the elbow and steer him past the press, not releasing my grip until we are past the doors and several steps inside. When the doors close with an automatic whoosh, I finally let him go. Now, I'm staring down at least 30 nervous-looking guys in suits, my employees, although I can't say that I know a single one of their faces or names. They all know me, though. From a glance, I would bet that they have all been briefed on my temperamental personality. Lord Greyrose! Natasha, my personal assistant, steps out from behind one of the suited men. She rushes up to me, all but ignoring my brother. Lord Greyrose, we have the studio all set up for you. Clasping my hands behind my back, I give her the smallest smile. Lead the way. She takes off toward the elevators. I glance at James, raising a brow. His expression tightens. He likes it when he is in control. He likes it even more when there are positive stories about him in the press. Those are things that will not happen at News Corps without my express say-so. We step into the elevator, Natasha pressing the buttons. Chin up, I tell him. Look like you really want to be here, not home in your favourite chair, with a fire crackling at your feet. I am rather jet-lagged right now. He pulls a face and fusses with the knot in his tie. Well, don't let all of America know that. Remember, you're just trying to drum up some support before we announce your official run next week. He opens his mouth to respond, but I'm already turning my attention to Natasha. Do you have the poll numbers? She pulls a sheet of paper out of the stack of folders under her arm, double-checks it, and then hands it to me. I glance over it and show the colourful chart to James. It currently has his opponent, Mr. Lewis, winning in the runoff for the Conservative seat by quite a large margin. Lewis wishes he had that kind of pull, James mutters. He only has the old geezer's vote by my reckoning. Clearing my throat, I prepare myself for what's about to happen. The elevator stops, the doors open. To my surprise, there are only 3 people waiting for us. With her sleek grey bob and her stylish black pantsuit, Grace Chapman turns her head toward us, beaming brightly. She's the news anchor that does serious opinion pieces for News Corps, and the very first person I thought of when I found out we were coming to New York. She could sell ice to an Aleutian if she smiled a little and spoke in that soft, serious voice. Lord Greyrose. She bows her head. What a pleasure to have you both in the studio this evening. Grace? I incline my head. I trust you will make James look good. Her cheeks colour very slightly, but she just nods, her smile never faltering. If you'll just follow me, we can get you settled in your dressing room. We will get the hair and makeup people in and out, and then start taping. I clap James on the shoulder as he starts to follow her. Stick to the talking points. Jobs, immigration, small businesses. I think I've got it by now. He shoots me a tiny glare as he is hurried down a hallway, disappearing into darkness. I'm left with Natasha and a young man whose colour is approximately that of a bag of flour. I look at him, fold my arms across my chest and cock my head. Well? He swallows, blinking rapidly. Grace wanted me to stay with you and make sure... Do us both a favour and stop talking. I'm only here to make sure that your boss Grace does her job and makes my brother look like an inspiring presence and not the actual clod he is. His eyebrows rise with alarm. He begins to say something else, which is not a good look for him. Fuck off, I say, jerking my head toward the hallway. I don't require a babysitter. I'm the owner of this company, not a wide-eyed little girl. Get lost. He nods, wincing. Perhaps I only imagined that he mutters, fucking billionaires, but I wouldn't be surprised. Everyone that doesn't have my wealth and privilege always has some snarky comment. It comes with the territory. In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, he has disappeared down the long hallway, leaving Natasha and I alone. Natasha looks around the small seating area and goes over to the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing out. I look at the elegant glass statues sitting on the low table in the middle of the expensive white metal chairs. The statues resemble oversized chess pieces, each one approximately a foot tall and quite hefty. Tilting my head to one side, I tip one of the pieces, weighing it. In an emergency, you could do some serious damage armed with one of those. Sir, I should tell you. I glance up. Natasha is careful not to look at me when she's speaking, which means whatever she has to say, it's bad. I've received a call from Ruined Castle, my ancestral home in Scotland, where I have been living for several years. I am usually unshakable, but just hearing the words makes my heart begin pounding. About Isla. She nods. Yes, she is all right, of course, but... My hands curl into fists. Don't tell me. She's gotten into trouble. Natasha hesitates. Yes, sir. She's been expelled from school. Expelled? I ask. My tone is unsurprised, though. God damn it. This is the 3rd school that she's been expelled from in the last 12 months. I pause, squinting at the darkened Manhattan skyline and the bright lights that sparkle within it. Is this just because I left her with Lennox? Natasha chooses her words very carefully. Your daughter says she likes it when your sister stays with her, and the school said her expulsion is based on multiple violations of school code. Those bloody idiots never know what to do with a bright girl like Isla. My frown deepens. Is that the entire story? Apparently, she also made her latest nanny quit. She winces. The service says that they're not going to send any more replacements. Those bastards. You'd think she was a bloody terrorist instead of a damn 6-year-old. My eyebrows rise. They're throwing in the towel too, are they? Natasha pulls out her phone and reads out loud. 8 nannies in 5 months is a sign that a child is seriously troubled. They recommend she see a child psychologist to help with her anger and attitude problems. Fury flashes through my veins, white-hot and undiluted. How dare anyone talk about Isla that way? Without even thinking about it, I pick up one of the chess pieces and hurl it across the room. It hits a wall and smashes into a million shards, making quite a racket. I blink and screw up my face. I should feel bad about it. Not about the property damage, of course, but about creating more work for others. I definitely didn't exactly think it through. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Then again, I am a job creator. Everything in this whole bloody building is owned by my family, built up over generations. I refuse to feel guilty for giving everyone, including my brother, a fucking job to do. I grimace. 2 people come running into the room, but Natasha throws her hands up, warding them off. Don't come over here. There is broken glass everywhere. Watch your feet. She throws a look over her shoulder at me. Don't even start, I warn her. Seriously. Can I get a broom, a dustpan, and a rubbish bin? She calls out. While Natasha is busy cleaning up the fragments of the chess piece, I turn toward the window. The fury is still washing through me, lapping at me like the ocean at its shore. I try to focus my mind, looking out at the inky blackness as the last rays of sun are leached from the sky.
Chapter 2. I'm sitting on the sofa watching the 4th hour of recorded dress rehearsals. It's a regular thing in our household, watching the videos and commenting on every single movement, scrutinizing our past mistakes so that we don't make them again. Two of my roommates are watching with rapt attention as they sit on the bare concrete floor, doing the splits. "The New York Ballet Company is not going to be the same if you quit," intones Patrice. She looks at me as she lowers her upper body toward the floor, stretching her already limber quads even more. "Seriously, don't leave us." Twitching a shoulder, I pull a face. "It's not me that wants to leave. It's the company's doctor. He won't even let me practice. He makes it sound as if I'm basically walking around on a death trap instead of a knee. If you leave, that means that Patrice and I will be the only black ballerinas left." Maddie wrinkles her nose. "Your role is going to be filled by a white girl. You know that, right?" "I'm not responsible for the NYB's cultural diversity problem. Besides, I just got to look at the new class. They're hiring a bunch of new faces, balancing out their monoculture with a bunch of Asians and Latinas." "That's hardly the point I was making," Patrice sulks. On the screen, Maddie dashes across the stage, leaping and executing several combinations and pirouettes. Toward the end, her movements seem stilted, making the dance seem like something she's working at. I wince, but try to keep my face expressionless. You can totally tell that I'm nervous. Look at how much tension I hold going into that pirouette." Maddie points to the laptop screen, tracing her finger over the shape of her body as she moves across the stage. "I need to work on that combination today, when I get some studio time." "You're doing a good job of faking it, 'cause I don't see a single flaw in that whole scene." Patrice, my other roommate, looks at me for confirmation. "Right, Ella? You may be out of the company because of your injury, but you're still Little Miss Knows Everything about ballet." Casting a glance at Maddie, I shrug. "Maddie's right. She does need to work on that combination. Just do it until you have the muscle memory down pat." "See, Ella spotted it," Maddie announces. "This is the last week of dress rehearsals before we start showing it to a live audience. I have to nail it this week." Heaving myself up off the couch, I open my mouth to reassure her, but before I can get a word out, a loud pounding sound comes from the front door. Shooting my roommates a quizzical glance, I start moving to answer it. "Are y'all expecting a food delivery or something?" "Please," Patrice says. "Like either of us are eating any kind of junk food right now. Maddie just told you we have to be show ready in less than a week." My cheeks color. Of course I knew that. I've been eating the same thing as them this entire time. Chicken, broccoli, and sweet potatoes, on a nearly endless cycle. Only I haven't been dancing for 8 hours each day to burn it off again, and it's starting to make my jeans fit much more snugly. Shaking my head, I swing open the front door. To my surprise, my 13-year-old sister beams up at me, with my mother and father bracketing her. She looks perfect, her bright white dress looking prim and proper, her mahogany skin gleaming. Her hair is in 2 tidy braids, and she throws me the most dazzling smile. "Surprise!" Joy shouts, throwing her arms wide for an embrace. "We came all the way from Atlanta just to tell you we love you." I open my arms, genuinely at a loss for words. I'm beyond glad to hug my sister. For months now, I've wanted to see her, to make sure that she was still what I affectionately call my mini-me. But my parents, they're another story entirely. "What are you doing here?" I whisper into Joy's ear, hugging her tightly. "Dang, you've grown since I saw you for Christmas." "I've missed you so much," Joy says, squeezing me. She's at the age where she's all bones and tendon, no meat to her frame at all yet. She whispers in my ear, "And I have to tell you about my new contract." I look at her, frowning. "What contract?" "Later," she mouths, rolling her eyes at our parents. Sugar Bean, it's nice to see you. We're here to see you, too. My mother points out. She tosses her long, perfectly straightened hair and clutches at an oversized, puffy pink Chanel purse she holds proudly before her like some kind of armor. We're fine, not that you asked. How are you, honey? Reluctantly, I let Joy go and look at my mother. I'm good. I stop, realizing only now what a mess I must look like, especially compared to my mother, who is dressed head to toe in pink Chanel, looking like some sort of Latina Mary Kay spokesmodel. She has deep amber skin, beautiful brown eyes, high cheekbones, and the size of her lush pink mouth is just slightly over-exaggerated by her pink lip gloss and lip liner. My hands brush my torn leggings and ratty black t-shirt. Sorry, I wasn't expecting anybody to stop by. You should always be prepared for any occasion. My father booms. He slaps me on the shoulder in a casual way, but his expression says that he means what he says. Are you gonna ask us inside? Chastened, I step back from the door and wave my family in. My father is tall and brown-skinned, in an elegant navy suit with his hair neatly buzzed. He casts a glance around the room, sizing up my roommates. Hello, he nods to them. Don't you girls have somewhere to be? Tensing up, I move between my roommates and my father, diffusing the situation. Daddy, why don't we go get something to eat? His gaze swings over to me, his eyes narrowing on my figure. Do you think that is what's best for you right now? You can't eat just anything while you're sitting on the bench because of your injury. No one likes a girl that sits around all day and eats bonbons. That's how you get fat ballerinas. A prickle of pain spreads through my right knee. I lean down and rub it awkwardly, swiftly changing topics. Right, I meant, let's go out to the park and catch up. I could use a brisk walk. My mother casts an appraising glance at me. Yes, you certainly could. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Patrice and Maddie retreating silently to their respective rooms. The last time my family visited, my father instigated a fight with both of them, so the fact that they cleared out is less than surprising. I'll just change. I jerk my thumb over my shoulder toward my room. Joy, do you want to keep me company? You can tell me all about your adventures with trying to be an Instagram model. My dad clears his throat. Actually, Ella, change into a really nice dress. The girls are headed back to the hotel after this. You and I have 2 tickets to the Friends of New York Ballet Gala. Freezing mid-step, I blink. That's known to the ballerinas as the Patrons' Gala, because it is usually reserved for ballerinas who, how do I put it nicely, put on a show of what they have for sale, hoping to attract a potential mate, or at the very least, a temporary sugar daddy. Dad, I don't think... He cuts me off. Go change. Wear that white number you insisted I purchase for your high school graduation party. Joy and I pale a bit, sharing a surprised look. It's a short, tight-skin bodycon dress in ivory, and Dad threw an absolute fit when he saw me wearing it. We had the biggest argument of our lives that day, and I barely made it to the graduation party because of it. My dismay must be written on my face because my mom shoos me toward my room. Go on, you've got 10 minutes, then I need Joy to help me back at the hotel. She's the only one that can work the app that tells you where to go. What's it called? The damn GPS, Elena, my dad replies, his voice tart. He points a finger to my room. You'd best mind, Ella May. He sounds like he means it. Bowing my head, I grab Joy and scurry to my room. I spend the next few minutes hunting down that dress and squeezing into it, then doing some minor primping. When I'm done, I model it for Joy. Being all of 13 years old, Joy is super unimpressed. It looks like you're going to spend the whole evening pulling it down to make sure your glory is covered. I wrinkle my nose and laugh. Daddy said it would set everyone's hair on fire. Ha! Yeah, it sure will scandalize some older folk. I don't guess that you have a mess of church ladies to impress tonight, though. Grimacing, I shake my head. No, I have a bunch of old white men to avoid hugging. That's what they never told me when I was a little girl doing ballet. Nobody ever said that I would end up bowing and scrapping for rich old guys to... I pause, remembering who I'm talking to. My sister is young and impressionable, and she definitely doesn't need to hear my experience with having my ass grabbed or my hips cradled at gala events just like this one. Instead, I smile wanly. I wonder what Daddy has up his sleeve. She sighs. It's always something, isn't it? I know that's right. Joy sits on my bed while I rush around, filling me in on her life. Did I already tell you about getting into horse camp for the summer? Of course. I sit down beside her, handing her a mirror, and start applying makeup. We talk on the phone almost every day. I know. It's nice to see you, though, like, in person. We don't get nearly enough of that. Slicking on a dark purple lipstick, I put the tube aside. I grab the mirror from her hands and pull her into a hug. She burrows in my arms, her eyes misting over. I miss you, Ellie. Smoothing her hair back, I smile down at her. Inside, I feel turmoil rocking me to my core. I should have already moved back to Atlanta, for her, if not for my emotionally distant, often emotionally turbulent parents. You too, Jojo. But no matter where I'm living, know that I love you so, so much. Joy straightens, wiping at her eyes. I love you too. She seems a little abashed at the display of emotion, which is like a punch to the gut. Mom will be mad if I wrinkle my dress. It's Louis Vuitton. I roll my eyes. Of course it is. Okay, come on. We should get going, but maybe tomorrow we can sneak off, just the two of us, and go get ice cream. She twists her mouth to the side. Mom says I am supposed to be on a diet. She says no sweets and no carbs, or I'll put on weight. A pang of sadness resounds in my heart at hearing her words. She is way too young to be dieting, and I should know because I was her age only 6.5 years ago. Wrinkling my nose, I whisper, Diets are for athletes. If you have some ice cream, I won't tell, I promise. She casts me a sly glance. Well, okay, if you insist. Offering her my elbow, I waltz out of the room. Not excited about tonight, but excited about getting this whole thing over so that I can spend some much-needed quality time with my little sister. Unfortunately, the second we step out, we are split up. My mother has a stick up her butt about getting to the hotel for reasons unknown. Hurry up, she says, her expression irritable. Malcolm, you don't keep Ella out too late, you hear? Dad puts his hand on my back, propelling me out the front door. It's everything I can do to grab my tiny black over-the-shoulder purse. We're already late, he grumbles. Taxi! I try to play it cool, but inside, I'm growing nervous. What does my dad have planned? And why does he keep impatiently checking his watch? I can only wait and see, I guess. Chapter 3. The gala is exactly like every other ballet fundraiser I've ever been to. It's at someone's opulent penthouse apartment that they probably don't actually live in. The lights are dimmed, the music is bland and tasteless, the food and drinks passed by servers who mostly look like my peers. They seem to give me quizzical glances whenever I encounter them. They're probably wondering why I'm dressed up to attend this old people's party. I am also wondering that, seeing as how I am one doctor's visit away from being permanently retired from the New York Ballet. "Look sharp," my father whispers, digging his elbow into my side. I gawp, experiencing a blinding flash of pain that shoots down my right leg. "Ow!" I whisper. "Jesus!" "You had better be glad that your mother can't hear you taking the Lord's name in vain like that," he hisses. "Now I need to circulate. You keep your head up and you look like you're having a decent time." "What? You haven't told me why we are here." But my dad is already moving away, his dark skin sticking out like a sore thumb amongst a sea of white people. I touch my hair, conscious that I, too, am the exception that proves the rule. "Ella." I turn to see my former colleague Clarissa clinging to the arm of a much older man. Her smile widens, turning shark-like. "I thought you would have flown back home by now. Where is it? Mississippi? Alabama?" I glance around, trying to decide if I should engage her or whether I can just find a bathroom and hide. But no. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see more ballerinas take notice. Like my Meemaw always said, sometimes it's better to kill them with kindness. I smile at Clarissa, showing every one of my teeth. "Clarissa, how's the arabesque? Is it still proving too hard for you? You know, I bet that there is probably some classes at the YMCA that would be helpful. I know they're basic and for little kids." She sneers at me, tossing her head. "You got what was coming to you." "Ella, oh my God." My best friend, Kaya, screams, pushing Clarissa aside gently and throwing herself at me. She is heavily pregnant and glowing, looking chic in all black. "Kaya," I say, genuinely overjoyed. "I had no idea that you would be here." As she grabs me around the waist and hugs me hard, I laugh. My name is still on the guest list. For now, anyway. "Not for long," Clarissa gripes. Kaya's head swivels toward her. "I'm sorry, who are you?" Clarissa glares at Kaya. "I'm new to the company. I was brought in to replace the dancers who got hurt or..." She looks down at Kaya's heavy belly. "Dropped out? That's who I am. Who are you?" Kaya's smile hardens. "Believe it or not, I probably sign your paychecks." She makes a show of extending her right hand, with its truly huge diamond ring glinting in the low light. "I'm Kaya Forham, Callum Forham's spouse, and you are going to back the hell off and leave Ella the fuck alone, or I'll have your ass fired at the next board of directors meeting." Clarissa turns a truly ghastly shade of white and flees, taking the clueless man whose arm she holds along with her. I raise my eyebrows at Kaya, tipping an imaginary hat at her. "Wow, great job scaring the shit out of her." "Well, you know, I learned it from you," Kaya says, squeezing me once more. "You stuck up for me time and time again. This is just repaying the favor now that I have the ring." She waves her hand and rolls her eyes. "God, this whole world is so full of shallow people. Tell me something I don't know." I sigh, then take a step back, admiring Kaya's baby bump. "You're like, seriously looking fierce." "I'm 7.5 months pregnant and already ready to call it off. Anybody tells you that pregnancy is a beautiful miracle is really not telling you the truth." She rests her hand on her stomach, jerking her head towards the wall. "Do you mind? There are a cluster of sofas over there, and they have been calling my name since I got here. I've never met a couch I didn't like. Lead the way." I chuckle. A few minutes later, we're installed on a monstrously sized sofa made of dark blue silk. Kaya flags down several waiters, meaning they bring us plates of food and offer to freshen our drinks nearly consistently. "This is the life," Kaya says, toeing off her high heels. "People bringing me food, no stuffy old geezers trying to feel me up. It's funny that I only had to become pregnant and thus unattractive in order to enjoy one of these gala events. Giving her a little side-eye, I smirk. It won't last forever. Your figure is going to bounce back and then you will be stuck with the rest of us women again. I still have time to work on a plan. She wiggles her eyebrows. So, it's been like 2 freaking weeks since I've seen you. What have you been doing? Rolling a shoulder, I shrug. Trying to figure out a plan B, I guess. All my life, all I have worked toward and all I have focused on is ballet. Being the best, being the thinnest, being beautiful but in peak physical condition. And then I smack my hand against my open palm, producing a crack. I ended my career before it even really got started. Have you had any luck figuring out what your next step should be? No. I've spent a lifetime trying to ignore every single other possibility. Boyfriends, parties, traveling. I've never done anything. I've never gone anywhere, and now I'm trying to widen my scope, and I'm having a really hard time with it. My last sentence leaves me in an exhalation of air. Kaya wrinkles her nose and pats my forearm. You'll figure something out. You're smart and you're great at a lot more than just ballet. You just need time and space to make a plan. What I need is money. Wrinkling up my nose, I make a disgusted sound. I'm going to run out of it very soon. The ballet is paying me a little right now, but nowhere near full pay. And I'm not likely to garner a rich patron now that I'm about to fail out of the whole ballet company. So whatever I do next, I have to earn actual money. Kaya gives me a thoughtful look. You know, Callum's friend is still looking for a nanny. His daughter's a little on the wild side, but I'm sure the pay will be, well, whatever you ask. Keir has money that puts Callum's fortune to shame. She sips her soda, looking speculative. I wrinkle my nose. What makes you think that I'm any good with little kids? His daughter's 6, so you wouldn't have to change her diapers or anything. I think you'd be great at taking care of a child. And the most important thing is that being an au pair would give you time to figure out what your passions are. Scrunching up my face, I release a dramatic sigh. I don't know, Kaya. Come meet Keir, and then you can decide. She pushes herself up, plucking at her dress. She looks at me expectant. What, you mean now? Yes, he's in town for the weekend. She grabs my arm, tugging me to my feet. As she drags me through the crowd, I try to adjust my dress, making sure it covers everything. Kaya marches onward, heading straight toward a dark-suited clutch of men. Both are tall, but one is built like a tree, while the other isn't nearly so broad. One has dark hair, a slightly trimmer figure, and the sort of furrowed expression that I have come to associate with him. It's Callum, Kaya's husband, and the owner of our ballet company. The other one is an imposing figure with dark hair, and a trace of dark stubble clinging to his cheeks. He seems to be made of solid muscle, and when he shifts, his hair hints at a deep auburn undertone. Is that the mysterious Keir that Kaya's been going on and on about? My dad appears at the corner of my eye, seemingly headed toward me. He gestures to me to wait a minute, so I tug at my hand, feeling a frown gathering on my face. Kaya stops and looks back, then clocks my dad. Is that my dad? Yes. I paste on a smile as my father elbows his way through the crowd. Dad, this is my friend Kaya. Kaya, this is my dad. She lets go of me and shakes my dad's hand. My dad sizes her up. Would this be the same Kaya that married Callum Fordham? If so, it's nice to meet you, young lady. My cheeks heat. Daddy, don't be embarrassing. Kaya gives him an awkward smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Washington. Yes, I married Callum last fall. I was actually just about to introduce Ella to a friend of Callum's. I thought that maybe he would be a good resource for a job when she decides to leave the ballet. "Call me Malcolm." My father pumps her hand vigorously, looking like she just told him the winning lottery numbers. "It's truly a pleasure, Mrs. Fordham. Can I have a minute to talk to Ella privately? Then I will release her into your capable hands." Kaya looks at me, waiting for my quick nod before flashing a quick smile. "I'll be over here. Come over when you're ready." She turns and heads toward her husband. My dad wastes exactly 2 seconds before drawing me close and whispering to me, "My whole plan tonight was to get you together with Lord Greyrose and ask for a job for you." My lips thin, and I can't lift my head. "Daddy, who on earth is Lord Greyrose?" "Your little friend calls him Keir, which is absurdly informal. He's a very wealthy and very well-connected man from the foremost political family in Scotland. Getting a job with him would essentially mean unlimited possibilities." Daddy, Kaya is just suggesting me for a position for a nanny, not some high-paid position or anything. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about this casual meeting. My father grips me by both shoulders, looking me dead in the eyes. "It is very important that you make the best impression possible when you meet Lord Greyrose. Do you understand?" "Not really." I narrow my eyes on my father's face. "What is this about, Daddy?" He releases me with a sound of displeasure. "Do not screw this up, young lady. He is a very important man, so whatever you have to do to impress him, make sure you do it well and enthusiastically. You hear?" "I guess so," I say, squinting. He leans toward me, his face contracting like he's about to punish me. I can't help the automatic agreement that spills out of my mouth. "Okay, yes, Daddy. I will make sure that Lord Greyrose likes me." A hard smirk passes over his lips. "Good. I have to get back to the hotel, but I will expect a full report in the morning. And for your sake, you had better hope that Lord Greyrose is interested in hiring you on." "Okay," I say. But my father just turns to leave, vanishing behind a bunch of men in suits. I see a passing waiter and snag a glass of champagne, downing the entire thing in a few gulps. Then I run my hands over my dress, press my lips together, and head toward Kaya, Callum, and Keir.
Chapter 4. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a slim figure making its way toward me. Turning my attention toward the woman is the most natural thing in the world. But when I actually look her up and down, my eyes widen in surprise, and I grip my tumbler of scotch tighter. She's absolutely breathtaking, in a skimpy white dress that highlights the mahogany colour of her skin. Her entire countenance seems radiant, almost dewy, her collarbones and thighs on prominent display. Her eyes are dark, her mouth full, her cheekbones prominent. Her hair is an ebony river that cascades down her shoulders and brushes her hips. She looks young, but I can't actually pinpoint how young. If I had to guess, I would say that she's maybe 25. The man inside me stands on his tiptoes, shouting that I should pull away from my little crowd and go after this woman. Her cheeks seem flushed, and I can't help but wonder just how hot she would look naked, riding my cock, in the throes of passion. For a second, my mouth opens. But then she walks up to Kaya, my friend Callum's wife, and slides an arm around her waist. They know each other then. "There you are," Kaya says, beaming at the other girl. "You know Callum, of course. I want you to meet our friend Keir." "Keir? This is my best friend, Ella." "Ella?" I try not to look shocked as Ella turns to me, smiling widely, and extends her hand. "Hi. It's nice to meet you." My first impulsive as fuck thought is that there is no ring on her manicured finger. She doesn't belong to anyone. Not yet, anyway. Thank God for that. My second thought is that if she's Kaya's best friend, they're probably similar in age. Kaya is married and pregnant, so she can't be that young, right? I can see Ella sizing me up as I lean forward, taking her hand in mine. My hand draws her smaller one, and I shake it with purpose, feeling a flash of heat suffuse my cheeks from the mere press of her skin against mine. She looks up at me with those dark eyes, delicately rimmed with lashes, and her nose wrinkles. Callum jabs me in the ribs with his elbow. It is considered polite for you to say hi in return, Keir. Hi, my name is Kieran, or Lord Greyrose, in case you're a journalist in disguise. Releasing Ella's hand, I rub my side and shoot Callum a dirty look. Ella laughs, and I don't know quite what to do with myself. Her laugh is light and delicate, like the tinkling of a crystal chandelier. I will admit, I fucking love that sound. Kaya speaks up. Keir, Ella is looking for a job. Just something for a few months to bridge the gap between professional ballet and whatever her next big venture is. Are you still trying to hire someone to work as your child's nanny? Again, I'm caught off guard. I cough into my fist to cover my surprise. I am, I answer slowly. Before I can finish my thought, my brother comes barreling into our little circle. He makes room for himself by pushing Kaya and Callum apart. Don't mind me, big guy, James says to Callum. Callum glares at him, but when he speaks, his tone is cool. Don't touch my wife, James, he says. What? Wife? James looks Kaya up and down, picking up her hand and acting shocked. That's a big ring if I ever saw one. Why wasn't I invited to the wedding then? Kaya pulls her hand from his, a hint of disgust flitting over her features. I don't even know who you are. James gives the girls an exaggerated bow. Lord James Greyrose, at your service. I am currently on the campaign trail, aiming to be the next Prime Minister of Great Britain. You're what now? Ella asks, crossing her arms. How do I know two Scottish men, and yet both of you sound like prissy English girls? A rumble of laughter escapes my chest. Ask our mother. She's the one that sent us both to Oxford, I suggest. Eyeing my brother, I arch a brow. Did you need me, Jamie? James is too busy looking Ella up and down, practically licking his chops while he does it. And what is your name, my dear? My hackles rise. I have no claim on the girl, but I definitely don't want my brother even looking in her fucking direction. Ella doesn't even move a muscle when he extends his hand to her. I'm Ella, and you interrupted a private conversation. My brother, unused to meeting a girl that doesn't fall all over his dark red hair and deep blue eyes, blinks a few times. Oh, did I? Why don't you come over here and let me apologize? Ella looks at him as if she doesn't quite understand him. I'm sorry, in what world was that an apology? James licks his lips, glancing at me surreptitiously. His smile widens, making him look cartoonish. Look, we got off on the wrong foot. I think you're very pretty. Why don't you come over to the bar with me and let me buy you a drink? Leave her alone, Jamie, I say, my voice testy. My patience is wearing thin now. It's James, he reminds me, sliding me a look. Ella puts her arms down by her sides, but her hands are clenched into little fists now. Well, James, I am going to first say no thank you to whatever you're selling. And second, I don't care who you are or what office you're running for. Kaya is right on her heels, chastising James. Ella is totally right. You rudely cut in. You doubled down on that behavior, and on top of all that, you are not as cute as you apparently think you are. For half a second, my brother's face shows a dark kind of anger, but then he fights it, swallowing the emotion and replacing it with a snide laugh. Whatever. Kia, let's go. Anger sizzles in the pit of my stomach. I hate when James assumes that he's the one calling the shots now. He's been this way ever since my parents decided not to back me politically anymore. I reach out and push his shoulder, forcing him to back up a step. You heard the girls, Jamie. You're not wanted here. Get lost. Fuck you, Kieran. You can't tell me what to do. I grimace. What are you going to do? Tell Mummy and Daddy about me? He snorts, his cheeks going pink. I'll be over there, talking to ladies who are not so combative. Find me when you're ready to go. Ella gives him a crooked smile. Good luck with that. Seeing Ella and Kaya assert themselves in front of James makes a small smile appear on my face. I watch him go. Callum glowers at James's back. He might be your brother, Keir, but his personality is the complete opposite of yours. Honestly, I think the wrong brother is running for office. My smile fades. That brings back the heated anger that filled my veins before. Not now. Don't lose your shit. It was just a passing comment. Pushing the emotion down, I glance back at Ella. You were right. He had no right to cut in on our conversation. I apologize on his behalf. You know, I bet this is not the first time you've had to apologize for him. Ella gives me a tight smile. You shouldn't do it, though. Your brother is kind of a creep. Her comment makes me snort. You have no idea. I can guess. I look at her for a long moment. Her lips twitch. I feel my own turn up ever so slightly at the corners. I think I like her wit. So, Kaya says, trying to make conversation, I heard that the company is going to hire a bunch of new dancers. Is that true, Callum? Yes. I tasked the newer members of the board with choosing diverse candidates. I just have to wonder if they did a good job or not, Callum intones. Ella looks away, and the moment between us passes. I can't be bothered with the internal politics of the ballet company, so I let the conversation swirl around me. Still, I can't keep my eyes off Ella, darting glances at her just rarely enough as to not be thought of as a creep. At least I hope not. She's plucky and smart, sexy, and from Kaya's description, very talented. I imagine that she also has some kind of distinct self-discipline, as she is a fucking ballerina at the best company in the world. But does that make her nanny material? Or does that leave the door open for me to ask her out? You're just in town for the weekend. That's all you could ever have. The reminder is like throwing ice cubes in a fire. Ella rests her hand on her hip. It catches my attention. Then I find myself out and out staring at her legs. Keir, do you want to join the conversation with the rest of us? Kaya says, squeezing my arm. Yeah. A long time passes before I'm able to come up with the perfect question. Ella, do you have any experience with teaching children? What? Ella flushes and smiles. Yes, Keir, I do. I practically raised my little sister Joy. And of course, I was responsible for teaching a class of 5-year-olds ballet all through high school. Kaya here was usually assigned to co-pilot those classes. Oh God, don't remind me, Kaya laments. Those kids had the worst moms ever. They complained about, every single class that we taught. It was horrible. Keir and I haven't known each other for a million years, but we have had to wrangle his daughter as a toddler. Let me tell you what, Isla has the two of us running around like madmen. Isla, is that your daughter? Ella asks. It is. That's a pretty name. I squint at her, trying to read into her words. But if there is subtext, I can't tell. Thank you. A waiter stumbles and knocks into a tuxedoed man just behind me. The man backs up, stepping on me and slashing his drink on my sleeve. I glare at the man, who is clearly drunk. Watch who you're stepping on, I say, low and threatening. The tuxedoed man turns around to face me. I can tell from the red glow in his cheeks that he's had more than a few. I'll step wherever I want. He gestures, sloshing his drink again. This time, it almost hits Ella. In the blink of an eye, I descend on the man, grabbing the tumbler and forcing his wrist back at a painful angle. I have no time or patience for your drunken buffoonery, you lout, I grit out. Let go of the damn glass. He lets go and squeaks as I bend his wrist back further. When I suddenly turn him loose, he wobbles, unsteady. The red colour in his cheeks flourishes, and he looks at me, angry. I'll sue you! I look forward to it. I turn around, holding up his glass for a server to grab. The man grabs at my arm, ripping my tuxedo jacket. And that's all it takes for fury to flood my veins. I'm not thinking about the sexy girl I met tonight, or the friends that I'm about to potentially frighten. No, I'm 1,000% reacting to the man's drunken antics. My blood feels like fire coursing through my veins. Do you know who I am? He screeches. And just like that, I make a fist and pop him in the jaw as hard as I can. He reels back, gaping at me. I point a finger at him, getting close to his face once more. "Don't fuck with me, you drunken idiot," I grumble. "I've already seen enough of your kind in my life to know just how little you're worth." "That's enough." Callum steps in, calmly putting himself between us. "Come on, Keir. You've said all that you need to say." Bucking my body forward at the other man, I'm satisfied when he nearly falls all over himself, backing away. Callum grabs my arm and pulls me along, past the stunned-looking gala, and goes to the penthouse elevators. It's only when the elevator doors open and I hear Kaya calling for us to wait that I start to regain my senses. Leaning against the stainless steel wall, I feel the rage begin to fade. Kaya and Ella slip into the elevator that Callum holds for them. Kaya flashes her husband a tight smile, but her expression falls when she looks at me. Ella sidles right up to me, standing perfectly straight and looking at me with amusement. "And here I thought that you were the normal one." My lips twitch and I grunt. Callum lets the doors close and presses the button for the lobby. "Where to now?" Kaya asks quietly. Callum claps me on the shoulder. "What do you say to a drink somewhere quieter?" I think for a second. The bar next to my hotel is nice. The Continental. Have you heard of it? Kaya coughs into her hand. Callum smiles secretively. "You could say that." Kaya whispers something to Ella. Ella looks at me with a calculating expression, like she's trying to figure me out. Kaya is right about one thing. Ella is perfect. But will I be satisfied if I merely take her home to be my child's au pair? A tightness in my chest says I won't be satisfied until I take Ella to my bed for the night. I should know better. Ella is too young, too beautiful. There is no way she's not every bit as wild as Kinsley, my ex. For so many reasons, she should be off limits to me in a way that women rarely are. You know what they say about forbidden fruit, though. It always tastes the sweetest. And I can't stop myself, not after being alone for so long. And what's the worst that can happen? After tomorrow, I'll be half a world away. So why not just enjoy her now?
Chapter 5. A prickle of sensation at the base of my neck alerts me to the fact that Keir is staring at me. We are pressed tightly together in the back seat of a chauffeured limousine with Kaya and Callum sitting across from us. Keir is spread out, his long legs and arm eating up most of the space on our soft leather bench seat. He seems unapologetic about the way that his thigh and shoulder press tightly against mine. He shifts, his gaze flickering to meet mine. Keir's mouth lifts at the corners, forming the faintest smirk. "What?" He's flirting with me. There's no doubt about it. I swallow and lift my chin, defiant. "Could you move over a little?" His mouth twitches, amusement in his eyes. "I don't think so, Ella." His eyes dip from mine to my cleavage for a second. I flush, getting hot and cold all over. "You're a jerk." Keir tilts his head. "I've been called much worse." Smirking, I give my head a shake. "I'll just bet you have, Lord Grey Rose." Something crackles in his eyes then, sparkling somewhere in those deep pools. He likes me. And I'm starting to think that I don't hate him. In fact, if he plays his cards right, I might finally lose my virginity tonight. Not that he needs to know that. No one knows that I still haven't actually gone all the way with anyone. That's something I keep close to my chest. I wrinkle my nose, pondering whether Keir could finally be the one to pop my cherry. "So what do you actually do for a living? I assume that you work." His nose crinkles just slightly and he smirks. "I work in media relations." My eyebrows lift. "What does that mean?" He gives me a low-effort shrug, looking a bit bored by my question. "It means I own a very large company and have lots of long, boring meetings. Do we really need to get into this right now?" Look, I'm just over here making conversation. I figured if I'm supposed to be feeling you out and seeing whether I want to work for you, I should find out what it is you do. Kier looks me up and down. Is that what you're doing? Did this just become a job interview instead of flirting? I go red as a candied apple. I'm not flirting with you. He snorts, leaning closer to whisper in my ear. Bullshit. I turn toward him, arching a brow. Anyone else would probably look away or at least feel ashamed. But Kier isn't just anyone. I feel his vivid blue eyes on me, studying me. He smirks just a little, so handsome that it should be a sin. He doesn't say anything else, just lets the conversation settle between us. He lets me stew in our exchange, which, I must admit, did sound kind of flirtatious. Kier just looks me up and down, putting his hand to the small of my back as he escorts me out of the car and inside the Continental bar. I shiver convulsively. Kier's touch feels like a fiery brand, marking me, reminding me that I'm very much alive. As we step inside the Continental, the hostess practically falls all over herself when she sees Callum and Kaya together. Oh my God, it's been ages since I've seen you. She beams at our group, gesturing for us to follow her back into the sumptuous, luxurious bar. Let me take you to the VIP section. Kaya pulls away from her husband's arm with a crooked little smile. Actually, I'm going to head to the ladies' room. Ella, do you want to keep me company? Licking my suddenly dry lips, I nod. My glance slides to Kier, finding him once again sizing me up. His eyes flick up to meet mine, and his gaze threatens to burn me to ash. Yes, I shout to Kaya. Coming right now. Kaya looks so smug as I follow her toward the back of the bar and into the large bathroom. She shuts the door and then turns, grinning as she crosses her arms. There are verifiable vibes in the air between you and Kier. You think? My cheeks flush and I walk over to the oversized mirror that hangs in the bathroom, checking myself out. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things. No way, he is definitely feeling you. I bite my lip, wrinkling my nose as I turn to see how serious she is. You think? Kaya puts her hands on her hips. Okay, this whole is he really hitting on me thing you're doing, it's totally unlike you. Actually, she pauses and tilts her head to the side, her eyes narrowing. I've never seen you react to anyone this way. Rolling my eyes and laughing, I shake my head. I don't know, I mean, does Kier seem like a good guy? Do you mean to work for, or do you mean to sleep with? I shoot her a look. Either, I guess. She purses her lips. Why don't you start by fucking him, and if that doesn't work out, it's not like you'll ever have to see him again. He lives in Scotland in a drafty old castle. I puff out my cheeks, looking in the mirror once more. We'll see how it goes. I haven't ever really done anything like what you're suggesting. Kaya was in the middle of turning around to open the bathroom door, but she freezes, her hand hovering just above the doorknob. Are you telling me that you're— Yes, okay, yes, I cut her off. Her eyes widen. But you teased me mercilessly for never having the nerve to fuck anybody before Callum. That, my friend, is how teasing works. I jerk my head at the door. Now, are you gonna let me out of this bathroom or what? She sticks out her tongue at me. I'm actually gonna stay because I've got to pee again. When you see Callum, will you tell him I'm ready to go home? Of course. And Kaya? She opens the door, looking at me. Yeah. I surprise her with a brief, hard hug. I love you. Kaya's hand comes up to caress my face and she grins. I love you too. Now go, have fun. Don't do anything that I haven't already done. I wiggle my eyebrows. No fucking promises. I step out into the hall, nearly running into Callum as I do. Oh, hey, Kaya is peeing. She said to tell you she's ready to go home. Callum smiles and nods toward the bar behind him. Kier is waiting at the bar. You two have fun. I pull a face. What, did you and Kaya plan this whole prep talk out? We have been spending a lot of time around each other. Maybe we're mind melding. I smirk and move past him. He seems like he's thinking about saying something else, but then he turns away and I pass down the hall. When I get back out to the bar, it's crazy busy. I guess it's late on a weekend night, so I'm not too surprised. I have to dodge and duck around a few people before I find Kier at the bar. He's sitting by himself, his head down. At first, I think he is scrolling through his phone, but when I get closer, he is shuffling a deck of cards, a far-off look on his face. I touch his arm with gentle fingers, and he straightens like a marionette puppet. When he turns toward me, his expression is intense and his posture is rigid. But the second that he sees me standing at his elbow, the tense line formed by his shoulders relaxes just a little. For some reason, that makes me feel good. Ella. He gestures to the empty stool beside him. Have a seat. I slide into the spot he pointed to and bite my lip. What's with the cards? Kier looks down at his hand with puzzlement, as if the cards simply appeared there. He gathers the deck, jogging it against the stone countertop with 3 quick practiced movements. He cuts quite a handsome figure, a sexy man in his 30s, sitting alone at the bar. His fingers are long and a bit thick, moving quickly to shuffle the deck. Looking at his hands moving gives me vaguely sexual thoughts, which in turn makes me flush. What is going on with me? But the next second, I know the answer. I'm attracted to him. It's really quite simple. His eyes flit to my neckline, resting there for a second too long. He clears his throat and shrugs. Shuffling cards helps me think. It's just an old habit. I lean forward, peering at him while I lift the top card. It's the 3 of clubs. There is nothing special about it at all. It's just a standard card from a brand new deck. I give him a smirk and return the card, brushing my hand over his wrist as I do. His eyes are on mine, probing, deciding something. Are you going to guess my card? I ask. Do you want me to do magic tricks? Kier jogs the cards again. 1 sharp movement. He puts the deck down and turns on his stool, drinking me in. I think you want something else from me. He reaches up, makes intense eye contact with me, and very gently tucks my hair behind my ear. His hand moves to cup my face. It's so big that it swallows my face, making me feel delicate and tiny. Kier keeps his eyes on mine, and his thumb traces my full bottom lip. He leans his head close to whisper to me, You are very beautiful. You know that, don't you? I flush, lifting my chin. Our faces are only a few inches apart now, and I can't help looking at his lips. What would they feel like on my too hot skin? Some people think so, I murmur. He moves to the edge of his stool, then swivels me around to face him. He drops his hand to my knees, never breaking eye contact, and parts my thighs. I can't breathe. My entire body flashes hot, my nipples harden and my body tightening. Heat stirs low in my body, gathering between my legs. Kier stands up, stepping between my parted thighs and tilts my face up toward his. My entire body shivers with anticipation of feeling his mouth on mine. One of his hands pulls me toward him, tugging until my legs brush against his. I can feel his hard cock through his dark tuxedo pants. It's trapped against his body, and I can feel it pressing against my inner thigh. His mouth touches mine, lips brushing over my own, not hesitant, merely exploring. My eyes sink close and my hands curl into fists in the lapels of his jacket. He brushes his lips over mine again and opens his mouth. He smells like aftershave and tastes like dark honey, probably from the drink he was nursing before I came over. Greedily, I slip off my stool and touch my tongue to his. He sets a simple rhythm, moving his tongue with ease of one that has done this 1,000 times. I don't really care, because I'm caught up, carried away with the amazing sensation of kissing him. I can't get enough, and I don't ever want this feeling to end. Kier growls just a bit and tips me backward, one arm supporting me. The sound hits me right in my core, lighting me up from the inside out. My breasts tighten. I pull him closer, kiss him harder, rocking my hips against his. When he pulls back a few inches, his eyes burning, breathing hard, he whispers to me, "I want to take you to bed." I flush. I'm already nodding. I want that too. He kisses me one more time, long and deep, before he steps back. Taking me by the hand, he leads me out of the bar. Chapter 6. The elevator ride up to Kier's hotel suite is spent fervently making out. Kier backs me up against the wall, lifts me up, and pins me there with his big body. I'm hungry for him, for his kiss. Reaching up, I cup his face as I rock my lower body against his, needy. He growls and kisses me, our tongues dancing. I can't breathe, and so I pant as he kisses my neck, my collarbone, my cleavage. The elevator dings, and Kier picks me up. I lock my legs around him, and he carries me out and down the hallway, his mouth on mine. There is half a minute of fumbling for a keycard, and then he opens the hotel suite door, carrying me inside. He walks right through the living room into the bedroom, pushing the door open and taking me down to the bed. I gasp and grind against his body. His hard cock presses against me insistently. "Fuck, sweetheart," he says, looking at me with fire dancing in his eyes. "You are so beautiful, Ella. I can't stand it." "So why don't you do something about it?" I challenge him. He turns around and switches on a light that sits by the bedside table, then returns to me. Kier slides his hand down to my cleavage, using 2 fingers to tug the stretchy white material of my dress down, exposing my strapless bra and my breasts. His lips trace my neck before he kisses my collarbone, sucking on it for a second before moving down to my breast. I arch my back and gasp, thirsty for his touch. His hot lips feel amazing. My eyes close for a second. I can feel my heart racing as he touches me, feeling my breast tightening with anticipation. He pulls my bra down an inch, exposing the velvety deep brown of my nipples to his gaze. A deep sound of hunger leaves his chest. He kisses his way to my cleavage, shaping my breasts with his big hands. Next to his hands, my B-cup breasts seem tiny and unappealing. When I move to cover them with my hands, though, he grits out a warning. "Don't you fucking dare." I lean back, moving my hands away again. His lips hover over one of my breasts, teasing. He takes a second to take my bra off and then flings it to the side. He takes a moment to soak them in, his expression brooding. "Fuck, Ella. Your tits are amazing." He grabs my breasts with both hands again, lowers his face to them. I gasp at the first touch of his tongue against my nipple. He sucks it, flicking it with his tongue, and bites it gently. Oh, God. I pull his face toward my body, feeling an ache between my legs. Do more of that. Arching my back, I press my tits toward his face. Keir closes his wet mouth over my nipple, biting it and sucking it hard. Fuck! I cry out. That feels so good, Keir. I'm acutely aware of my pussy growing warm and wet. It's like there's a flow of energy going from my nipple to down between my legs. Every time his tongue moves against my skin, abrading it the slightest bit, I groan and thrust my hips against his body. I need so much more than what he's giving me right now. I don't know exactly what I need, but when I feel his tongue on my nipple and his cock stiffly pressed against me, it makes me wild. I wrap my legs around his. He groans against my breast, which causes little vibrations to escape his mouth. Those vibrations cause goose flesh to break out all over my body. He cups my other breast, kissing down into my cleavage. Then one of his hands slips from my outer thigh up to my inner knee, caressing its way up toward my pussy by slow degrees. My breath freezes when his touch roves over the punctured scar tissue that forms an L shape inside and again outside of my knee. But he just breezes right by it. He stops his hand just below the vortex between my legs, moving it to the top of my thigh and squeezing it hard. I gasp at the sensation, wriggling against him. My arms are around his neck, my fingers plowing through the thickness of his brown hair. My whole pussy throbs with need. I'm ravenous, and everything Keir is doing only makes me want more from him. Keir kisses my nipple again, then bites it. I shiver as a river of feeling flows over me, dragging me down and putting me at risk of washing away completely. Then he stops, looking at me with his intense dark gaze. "Tell me what you want, sweetheart." He waits for an answer. He runs his lips up to the column of my neck. I swear I catch fire in that moment. "I want you to keep touching me," I gasp. "Where?" He touches my nipple, tweaks it. "Here." Almost involuntary, my hips twitch, my pussy grinding against him. "I want more," I whisper. "Keir, please." He kisses me, deep and with tongue. Our tongues dance for several beats, and I swear I can feel my heart racing like a hummingbird against my chest. He pulls my dress up over my head and tugs my panties down my body. I'm bare before him, waiting, shivering. "God damn," he says. His gaze takes me in as he adjusts his cock in his pants. "You're too fucking hot to be real. A body like yours shouldn't even be legal." My lips part, my heart races. "And yours? Show me, Keir. I want to see." "In due time," he says, flashing me a smirk. He does take his jacket and bow tie off, though, unbuttoning the top couple of buttons so I can see the chest hair that pokes out. It's russet, as is the hair on his arms when he rolls up his sleeves, ever so slowly. Keir frames my breasts with his touch, then slips one of his hands down my ribs, down my belly, into the freshly shaved spot between my legs. I hold my breath as he passes my knee again, but he doesn't give it a second glance. He is much too busy exploring the dark notch between my legs. I close my eyes and moan as he probes the folds of my pussy. It's all I can do not to spread my legs and beg for him to touch me like a bitch in heat. In the next second, though, he nips at my earlobe and takes that away from me. "Move back on the bed," he urges, voice gone to gravel. "Open your legs for me, sweetheart. Let me in. I want to see your pussy bare and juicy and ready for my mouth." "Your mouth?" I echo, a little stunned. I scoot back, leaving into the pillows as I take him in. This rich Scottish billionaire is going to eat my pussy? Am I dreaming this? "I bet you taste like the sweetest honey," he whispers. "I'm about to make you come harder than you ever come before." My hands grip the comforter, clenching tight. For a moment, I freeze. The last thing I want to do is not be able to give this man what he wants. No one has ever been able to. I mean, if you can't, don't be disappointed. Keir grins at me. "Is that a challenge?" He spreads his whole hand out and covers my pussy. His touch is hot, and my whole body tenses up, waiting for his touch. Dropping my head and moving a couple of inches further back on the bed, I moan as his clever fingers find my clit. "Relax," he whispers, looking down between my thighs. "Spread your knees wide for me, sweetheart." I spread my legs as far as they will go. In my mind, I'm so worked up that I'm needy and naked for him. But I look at Keir, and the hunger in his expression drives me onward. I want to be wanton with him, to show him how ready I am for whatever he will give me. Keir puts 2 fingers in his mouth, then drops those fingers down to massage my clit. It feels so damned good, like I'm stretching and reaching for something explosive that is just out of my grasp. He looks deep in my eyes and controls me with his touch so that I'm spread open and wet, my heart pounding. He grabs my breast with his newly freed hand, swapping the two. I lean back a little, biting my lip and staring at him like he's a whole damned meal and I'm starving. Keir gets this little smirk on his lips as he looks at me. "What?" I ask, flushing at his probing gaze. His smile widens just a bit. His fingers dip from my clit to my core, circling and teasing. "Sweetheart, I'm just waiting to see you come apart." He slides one finger into my core, lighting up a whole new part of my body. He's playing me like a fine wine, and it's working. Better than the other guy that ever saw me naked. Keir moves his hand, and I shiver against the sensation. What if I don't finish? God, what if I can't? Now he grins, leaning down to kiss my collarbone. When he speaks, the sound of it reverberates against my flesh. "You will?" He sinks down to his knees and pulls me over to the side of the bed. My thighs tense and my knees start to close, but he tuts at me. "Stop." Using both hands to push my knees wide again, Keir starts kissing the inside of my thigh, making a clear path to my pussy. I squirm. I know it's coming. I've seen enough movies to know that he is about to eat me out. I can feel the excitement building, feeling myself growing hotter and wetter every second. His nose tickles the inside of my thigh. I can't help the moan that escapes my lips when he parts my pussy lips with 2 fingers, blowing delicately on the delicate flesh he finds there. As he slowly kisses my pussy, I hold my breath and bury my fingers in his hair. When his tongue circles my clit, a moan bursts from my throat. It feels natural, so I just go for it. He sets up a rhythm, licking and sucking, making me as hot as fire. It feels good to rock my hips against his mouth, to whisper yes when he hits the right spot, to throw my head back and let soft moans leave my throat. At the beginning, I'm worried that I can't orgasm, but he slowly drives me wild, licking and sucking, sliding his fingers into my pussy. He does it rhythmically, increasing the speed slowly but surely. Near the end, I bury my hands in his hair, urging him on, my hips moving against his kiss and his touch. I climax suddenly, violently. Choking, I feel the vibrations deep within my body ripple out to my breasts, my collarbone, my legs, my fingertips, my toes. He keeps going, not stopping until I pull him away. Kier kisses his way up my body, getting to his feet. I turn, my face flushed up to him, offering him my mouth. He takes it greedily. He tastes deep and earthy and slightly acidic. I try to pinpoint what I'm sensing. I realize with the start that I'm tasting my own unique flavor. Naughty heat flares in my cheeks. I have a flavor of my very own. Who knew? His hands are everywhere, sliding from my shoulders down to grab my ass, and then up to my breasts. Although I just orgasmed, already I can feel my body preparing for more. I still want him very, very badly. In the next second, Kier buries his face in the space between my breasts. Fuck, he mutters again, looking at my breasts. My hard nipples point out, demanding attention. My whole body tingles in anticipation of his mouth on my skin. He puts his hand on my breasts, pushing them together, licking and kissing them both. My back bows, thrusting my nipples out and pushing my head back. I feel that familiar connection in my body between my neck and my breasts, my nipples and my pussy. I'm used to this. I know where this leads. I roll my hips against his, my mouth opening to release a soft moan. God, you are so lovely, he whispers. He says it like a curse, but I take it as the compliment it is. I push eagerly onward, rolling my hips again. Kier has whatever I lack. He's going to fill a place deep inside me that I never even knew was there. He groans, looking at me. It's not enough, sweetheart. I like seeing you like this, naked, wet, and ready for me. His gaze is direct and scorching. He is a ravenous fire, threatening to burn me alive. And I am kindling, stacked and ready, welcoming to his spark to my dry tinder. We are so very close to combusting. I'm ready. I want you, Kier. Taking the initiative, I pull up his shirt, exposing his abs and then his chest. He stops and tears his shirt over his head, pressing his kiss down on me like he's drowning and I'm the only oxygen in the world. I work at the zipper on his pants, undoing it, then sliding my hands around to his ass. I slip my hands down the strong muscles I find there, pulling him against my body again. I cling to his shoulders with one arm, smoothing my fingers down his back to his bare ass. Now I've lost some of my shyness, exploring the shape of his ass boldly. It's dense muscle, lean and smooth, just like every other part on his body that I've touched. Kier moves back an inch, pushing his pants down to reveal his cock. Thick and long, and nothing short of glorious. His cock jumps at my touch. Curious, I feel the weight of it in my palm. He bites his lower lip and allows my inquisitive touch for a moment. When I curl my fingers around his cock and give it an experimental stroke, though, he hisses, "Hella." I freeze, my eyes widening, my fingers on his silky smooth cock. Did I do something wrong? He shakes his head and grabs my hand, holding my fingers more tightly around his cock. "You don't have to be so gentle, sweetheart. I can take it." I wrinkle my nose. I eye him. "Oh, yeah?" His lips twitch. Before he can respond, I sink onto my knees. He rubs his thumb across my lips and utters a curse. "Fuck, Ella. You look so damn good like that, on your knees, ready to suck my cock." Sticking out my tongue, I lean closer to his cock, brushing my hair back with a hand. Kier notices and pulls my hair out of my face. I look at his cock, perfectly pink and veiny, a little droplet of excitement oozing from the slit. I catch the drop with my tongue before it falls to the ground. The second I open my mouth and stick out my tongue, his gaze is riveted on the sight of me kissing the tip of his cock. He groans. "Oh, fuck." I take the tip of his cock into my mouth, moaning at how hot his dick is. It tastes earthy and male as I brace my fingers around it, slowly taking his length in slow inches. I can't actually take his whole cock in my mouth just because of the sheer size of it. I moan, stroking his cock and look up at his face. "Lots good. Faster, sweetheart." Kier gives his hips a single pump, touching the back of my head to encourage me. Giving him my full attention, I start to stroke his cock faster, moving my head up and down. I try to use my tongue as much as possible because I notice when I do, Kier's body language tightens up and he grips my head a little harder. "I'm holding myself back," he hisses. "Tell me, I can fuck your mouth, Ella." I nod, my mouth full of his cock. As soon as I do, he grips my head and starts to thrust in and out of my mouth, jackhammering his cock through my lips. He changes the angle so that he can go slightly deeper, and his face grows tense with concentration. I reach up and cup his balls, caressing them gently. He growls and pounds into my throat, making a slobbery mess everywhere. But he doesn't seem to notice, and I'm certainly not going to stop him. A few seconds later, he calls out a warning. "Fuck, Ella. I'm going to come. You're draining my balls dry." He comes with a shout, hammering his cock into my mouth, jetting his hot semen and lashes. It's salty and earthy, so sticky that I just automatically swallow it. I keep sucking his dick until he pulls away from me, his breathing ragged. He lifts me up to my feet and pulls me onto his lap, kissing me deeply. It's definitely the first time a guy has been willing to kiss me when I taste like his cum. I'm oddly turned on by that. "Fuck, Ella," he says. He kisses my lips, my ears, my neck. "You swallowed like a champion." I blush furiously. I like being a vessel for your pleasure. Kier pushes me back onto the bed with a less than gentle shove. My heart starts hammering inside my chest. This is it. I'm finally going to lose my V-card. I'm more than ready for it. Kier starts kissing my nipples, my torso, my stomach. Then he surprises me by spreading my pussy with his fingers, kissing down to my pussy again. He looks up. "Are you ready to come against my mouth again?" I raise my eyebrows. "Are we going to actually—" He kisses my inner thigh. "Tonight, I want to make you come over and over again, just like this. I'm gonna make you scream until you're hoarse, sweetheart. Oh, I blush, not quite understanding my disappointment. But then Kier places a kiss on my clit and swirls his tongue around it. Then all my thoughts rush out of my head. I run my hands through his hair and buck my hips, throwing my head back.
Chapter 7. It's very early the next morning when I finally roll onto my back, satisfied. Ella lies on her side, her eyelids drooping. I start to wonder if I'm supposed to just let her sleep here. A big part of me says no. I run News Corps, which owns TV stations and newspapers, all on the lookout for the slightest hint of impropriety from someone famous. I know as well as anyone that being caught with Ella in my hotel room is dicey at best. I don't think I've technically done anything wrong, but it's better not to chance it. Glancing at Ella, I clear my throat. She opens her eyes and yawns. It's getting late. It is? I'm quiet for a beat. I will have my driver take you anywhere you'd like to go. She gives me a suspicious look. Are you telling me to get out? My neck heats. Not in so many words. She sits up, her lips thinning. I see. I arch a brow, indicating that I'm not sure she does. But Ella whips around, pulling the sheet off the bed to cover herself. As if I hadn't just explored her every nook and cranny. With my mouth, no less. I can still taste her, and I'm damned sure my breath smells like I've been eating her pussy. She gropes for her bra and underwear. Her demeanour is silent and angry, making me feel as though I've done something wrong. I haven't. Not to her, anyway. I stand up, finding my boxer briefs, my white shirt, and my fancy dress pants. After another half-minute of her silently getting dressed, I put on my shoes. I'll walk you down to the car. Ella shoots me a glare. Don't bother. That's it. I fold my arms across my chest, glaring right back at her. What's the problem here? She pulls on her dress, miffed. You are the one with the problem, not me. I'm fine. You don't seem fine. She slips into her high-heeled shoes and then regards me. You are a disappointment, that's all. My eyes widen and my nostrils flare. Really? What gives you the right to say that? Your behavior gives me the right. If you had just asked me what my plans were, I'd have told you that I didn't plan on staying the night. But no, you made an assumption and then started bossing me around. You're every bit as entitled as I feared. And you're a conceited, whiny little girl? She gives an astonished laugh. You know what? Maybe it's better that it only took you this long to show me your true colors. If I had decided to become your au pair, it could have taken me weeks to figure it out. I wave her toward the door, my anger rising. Likewise, I don't want my daughter around such a negative influence. Ella's mouth twists. I feel sorry for your daughter. It must be hard for her to have a judgmental, narcissistic prick as a dad. Grabbing her by the arm, I tug her toward the door. This is why I don't hook up with girls in their 20s. You're all so damn dramatic. She yanks her arm from my grasp and gives me an accusatory glare. Just so you know, I turned 20 last week. It's amazing that you just hopped into bed with me without even worrying about my age. What? I cry. She heads through the doorway, storming out. I'm right on her tail. When I try to grab her hand, she rounds on me. Kier, I know you're not trying to control me by stopping me with your much bigger body, right? I freeze. I feel out of my element suddenly, and my go-to reaction of anger does not seem to be helping me out much. Ella, I say, not sure where I'm going with it. She whirls and heads through the living room, leaving me to trail helplessly behind her. When she hits the hallway, she skips over the elevator and exits down the stairs. It's a long, silent descent. Clearly, after 4 floors, it becomes a bit harder for her to manage in her high heels. She slows way down and seems conscious of my eyes on her back. But she sticks it out through another 20 floors anyway, even though by the time we hit the ground floor she has a noticeable limp. Are you okay? I ask. Ella lifts her chin and walks to the door, limping through into the all-white granite lobby. I keep trying to help her, because I feel some sense of duty, I guess. Why don't you let me... A man dressed head to toe in black with a bald head and heavy black eyeglasses steps out from behind a plant. He wears a press badge around his neck and holds a phone upright, clearly filming. "Hello, Lord Greyrose." I immediately put myself between the stranger and Ella, who seems most interested in getting out of the lobby. "Ken Jeong, New York Daily News Star. How are you two tonight?" Ella frowns and moves around him. "Fuck off," I tell the reporter. "This is private property. One more word and I'll call the police." "Really? Even though I'm the only person who can stop the release of a sex tape featuring you two?" Acid starts to burn a hole through my stomach. "What did you just say to me?" Ella freezes and her head whips around. Her lips compress into a thin line, but to her credit, she doesn't say a damn thing. "Don't be ridiculous," I continue. "She is my child's nanny. Right, Ella?" Ella looks at me for a heart-pounding second, and then she nods. "That's right." The reporter crosses his arms and grins. "My tape is brand spanking new, made tonight, and it will blow the lid off of your little fling. That'll be hard to explain to the missus, won't it, Kieran?" Ella's eyes widen. She looks at me like she just found out that I'm a serial killer. "Fuck off," I tell the reporter. "You haven't got anything because there is no sex tape. There was never any inappropriate contact between the young lady and myself." He grins. "Did she tell you who she is, Lord Greyrose? She's Ella Washington, the former ballerina." "We're done here." I stand, herding Ella toward the door. "Her father is Malcolm Washington. He's a former news anchor for your News Corps network. You fired him 4 years ago for embezzlement." I look at Ella, trying to see if that part is true. Ella is red in the face and looking determinedly toward the door. Not that it really matters. The guy is trying to trap us. No way was there a recording device upstairs. Except in the next second, the journalist starts playing a recording from his phone. He swivels it towards us, and I can see two people who look very much like Ella and I on the screen. The journalist unmutes the sound, and Ella groans loudly. As one, we stop moving and look at the screen. "Turn it off!" Ella snaps. Her expression is humiliated and angry, whereas mine is just full of rage. I snap, moving fast to grab the journalist by the shirt collar and slam him up against the hard granite wall. "Why the fuck are you bothering us?" I demand to know. "Easy, easy," he insists. "If you think that I don't have a copy of the video stored in the cloud, you're smoking something. And I'll tell you right now, I have it on a dead man's trigger. If I don't check in and deactivate the device once a day, it will automatically release your video to every single news outlet in the world." I grit my teeth, slamming him against the wall again. "You're a dead man." "Yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay for as long as I have this little video. I may not have obtained it through honest means, but that won't mean a thing to the journalists who receive it. You're a big bad guy. There are plenty of people out there that would love to take you down." I slam him against the wall again, thinking about whether or not it would be better just to beat the living daylights out of this guy right here and now. But Ella's hand on my arm and plaintive whisper convince me otherwise. "Kier, please don't." I slide her a look. Her brown eyes are full of unshed tears. Letting the journalist go, I put my hands up and back away. I look squarely at the man, wishing that looks really could kill. "Is this blackmail then?" I grit out. He smiles. "Meet me here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Bring $10 million. Then we can talk about disarming the dead man's trigger." I tense, bucking at the back. He pales, but smiles at both Ella and I, doffing an imaginary cap. Then he takes off and heads out of the building. "Fuck," I mutter a curse. "Yeah, no shit," Ella says. She crosses her arms, looking at me like I'm a rabid dog. "You're married?" I squint, not really wanting to explain myself to a girl I'd just met. "It's complicated," I answer at last. Her reply is instant. "Fuck off!" "Yeah, you weren't exactly forthcoming about who you were either." She screws up her face. "The two situations do not even vaguely compare with each other. You can fuck your former employee's daughter. I can't fuck a married man." And we both know who is going to get all the blame if this comes out. I'm a young black woman, and you're a married Scottish tycoon. The battle lines have been drawn between us since the dawn of time. She's right, of course. It's a race and gender thing, and she's on the losing end of the equation for both. But I don't have to tell her that. It doesn't matter. I'll pay the blackmail. This will never come out. Ella sizes me up for a moment. Then she evidently finds me lacking because she shakes her head. Pray to God you're right. Now, I'm leaving. I think it would be best if you didn't follow me. Then Ella stalks out the glass doors and into the early morning, disappearing as though she was never here. But in my heart of hearts, I know that she was. Hell, I can still taste her, still smell her on my clothes. And given the chance, if we lived in the same city, if I didn't have Isla to care for, if I wasn't technically married, if Ella wasn't too young for me, too immature, too likely to care more about partying than people. If it were just a physical thing, I would absolutely be drawn to Ella over and over again. But of course, there are tons of reasons why I can't just do what my body wants. There are other people in the world, people that depend on me. Besides, if I hadn't already ruined things between us, the journalist just put the nail in the coffin of our brief affair. Spinning on one heel, I march back toward the elevators, ready to tear someone a new orifice.
Chapter 8. He has a wife? Fresh out of the shower, all my tears cried out, I'm sitting cross-legged on my bed and texting Kaya. It's only seconds before she replies. Who? She responds. I fire back. Kier. He has a fucking wife, Kaya. Why the fuck would you set me up with him? Silence for a moment. I know nothing about this. I've been to his house. Kier introduced himself as a single dad, like, if he has a wife, she's not in the picture. I grit my teeth and text back. That doesn't matter. 3 dots announce that Kaya is writing me back. Then they disappear for almost a full minute before the message finally arrives. I had no idea. Ella, I'm so sorry. Can I come over? I think about it for 3 seconds, then swiftly shake my head. No, I'd like some space. I think that our brief conversation is over, but Kaya sends one more message. I'm going to call you tonight to check in. I love you, and I would never do anything to intentionally hurt you. I'm so furious that I hurl the phone onto the floor and leave the bedroom. Kaya may have been well-intentioned, but I ended up getting royally screwed by her pushing Kier and I together. Gathering up a pile of laundry, I put it in a hamper and then slammed the front door open. My father stands there, his fist raised, about to knock on the door. He takes one look at me and purses his lips. Well, what happened between you and Grey Rose? It takes everything inside me to maintain a blank expression. Stepping aside, I wave him in. Come inside, Daddy, and nothing really happened. It's a lie. Such a big, obvious one that my cheeks threaten to give me away just from blushing. But I set my laundry hamper down and fuss with my clothes, hoping that I look unworried. The opposite of the turmoil that I feel inside. I pray that I never have to lay eyes on Kieran Grey Rose ever again. My dad starts pacing, his hand on his chin. Did you close the deal with him? I look up, my eyes going wide. What? To be his au pair. You must have talked about it. He fidgets, seeming on edge. We talked about it. I don't really think it's a good fit, Daddy. He stops pacing, his gaze fixing me on the spot. He sneers. And why not? What have you got going on that's better than taking his money? I swallow. Well, nothing. But I've seen the way he gets sometimes. He lashes out at people who almost always happen to be people less powerful than him. I don't want to put myself in that situation where I'm his subordinate. Besides, I think he knows that you, used to work for him. I conveniently leave out what the journalist said, which was that Keir personally fired my father for embezzlement. If that's true, it's the first time I heard about it. In the pit of my stomach, though, a little worm of acid crawls around, and that little worm is not terribly surprised. My dad looks at me, pacing and shaking his head. "I hope you didn't mess this up already. You need to take this job." The way my dad is acting is making me uncomfortable. Why? I can find a job here in New York, or maybe back home even. Keir is angry and controlling, and honestly, there's too much of an age difference for him to listen to a word I say. I pause, bringing my logic back around. I can work for somebody that doesn't have Keir's anger issues.
No, that won't do. Can't you see?
See what?
You would be in the perfect place to find out whatever Grey Rose is hiding. You can live with him, spy on him, and report that back to me.
I cock my head, totally puzzled. Why would you need to know that stuff? By the way, that sounds like a terrible way to live for a month. My father steps across the living room, grabbing my arm and squeezing. He looks deranged. The same look as I associate with his late nights playing poker, losing thousands upon thousands of dollars. There is a mad glint in his eye, a sign that he's gambling again. But I don't understand the stakes. Why would you ask me to do that, Daddy? He releases me with a little push and walks over to the window, peering out.
I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, but I have no choice.
My breath freezes in my chest. In my head, the one very specific scenario that I've been afraid of for my whole adult life takes shape. My dad finally gambled away all the family's money for the last time, and now the family will be put out on the street. What? I force myself to ask. Numbness washes over me, the feeling that this was always going to happen. Did you lose everything?
What?
His head snaps as he looks over to me.
Why would you say that?
My cheeks suddenly redden. I don't know, I mumble.
It's much more serious than that. It's your sister.
An image of joy blossoms in my head. Is she okay?
No, Ella, she's not okay. Your sister has stage 3 acute myeloid leukemia. That's cancer.
My mouth opens in an O. I drop the towel I'm holding and stumble backward, horrified. My little sister? A cancer patient? I immediately start bawling, just blubbering, trying to say things and not making much sense. She has cancer? How? How long? She didn't tell me about any of it. My father has never really been the comforting sort. He's always relied on my mom for that. He gives me a vaguely sympathetic look before reminding me.
You need to be focused on what Joy needs right now. And besides, she doesn't know. Your mother and I have talked to her doctors, and together we decided that it would be better if your sister wasn't burdened by the information.
He pauses, then sees that I'm about to protest. He holds up his hand to stop my words.
It's just temporary, until the end of the school year. We want her to enjoy her time for the next 2 months. After all, it may be all she gets before she has to worry about her hair falling out and being sick and stuff.
I stuff my knuckles against my lips, holding back my disagreement. After all, what do I know about cancer? Just that my grandmother died of breast cancer before I was born. My daddy sees that I'm still processing, so he says the next slowly, almost kindly.
Our health insurance will not cover about 90% of the treatments Joy is going to need. Only cold, hard cash will do that. And that's why I need a better job.
I wipe my tears, not quite understanding. What now?
See, Grey Rose made a decision that he liked another news anchor more than me, probably because she was a white woman. Allegedly, there was an affair between them. So you see, I just want what would technically be mine if Grey Rose wasn't such a toxic, cheating asshole.
I squint. Wait, are you saying? He smiles grimly.
I want you to gather dirt on him, something big and juicy, and then when you tell me, I will approach him with the greatest discretion and ask for my job back, plus enough back pay to fund your sister's chemo and radiation treatments.
He looks woeful for a second, casting his eyes to the ground.
I am just trying to make sure that your sister will be well taken care of. That's my truest desire.
I inhale a shaky breath. I don't think that Lord Grey Rose will even want me to work for him. Honestly, we didn't get on very well. My father holds his arms across his chest, a grave expression on his face.
Your mother and I checked into treatments for your sister's cancer. Unless I get my old job back and all the back pay I'm owed, we won't be able to afford top-of-the-line treatments. Your little sister's life could be at risk.
He pauses, inhaling.
If there is any way that you can make it work, Ella, please do it.
My breath leaves me in a rush. What if Lord Grey Rose lives a good and moral life? Daddy laughs at my suggestion.
Huh, let me tell you right now, that man is too wealthy and too connected to politics to live anything but a morally bankrupt, corrupt existence. I promise you, there is undoubtedly something juicy.
Something like sleeping with the much younger daughter of a former employee while he was a married man? My cheeks color. My father is right. Kier probably has piles and piles of dirt. I look up at my dad. Is there really no other way? What about suing News Corp for employee discrimination? My father's mouth twitches with displeasure.
That will take time, and Joy doesn't have that time to give.
Biting my lower lip, I take a slow breath in.
Hey,
my dad says, his tone sharp. I glance up, my eyes widening.
Grey Rose? He's not a good guy. You are not doing any harm to anyone by agreeing to help your sister, okay?
I don't think it will turn out to be that simple, Daddy. Your plans, they're often slightly light on the details. He grimaces, pointing a finger down.
Are you saying that I don't want what's best for sweet little Joy?
My eyes fill with tears again. Of course not.
Then get on the phone and make things right with Grey Rose. He's still in town, so figure it out while there is still time.
Glancing behind me, I look at the old clock in the kitchen. It's 12 noon. If I hurry, I can talk to Kier again before he makes the blackmail drop in the lobby of his hotel. Blowing out a breath, I nod. I'll do it. My father grins for a second, then remembers himself. His smile dies and he looks somber.
Thank you. You know that you are doing the right thing. Joy will get the treatment she needs, and Grey Rose will get what's coming to him, too.
I scrunch my face up. I sigh. Fine, Daddy. I think I should change and get ready to leave. I want to try to catch Lord Grey Rose before he leaves the country. My father comes over, wrapping me in an awkward hug.
That's great to hear, baby girl.
I let him hug me, but I make no effort to hug him back. There is no love lost between my father, the gambler, and me, his prodigal daughter. He turns me loose as suddenly as he hugged me, clearing his throat. Dad turns to the front door, opening it.
Text me when you've talked to him. Be sweet, the way I know you can be. Keep your sister in your thoughts, okay?
Narrowing my eyes on his face, I give him a long look. Dad is laying it on real thick right now, trying to make sure that I comply with his instructions. There is a moment where I start to second-guess our arrangement. What if he's not telling me the whole truth? But then my dad is out the door, and I'm left trying to decide whether or not I should believe him.
Chapter 9. As I step out of the elevator, I shield my eyes against the glare pouring in the glass building from outside. The sun is high and the lobby is busy, bustling with hotel customers. A curvy young woman stands in the lobby. Her back is facing toward me, and she wears an oversized floppy white sun hat. But there is no mistaking her umber skin and long dark hair. Her light pink sundress is the icing on the cake. Ella. She turns and spots me, removing a pair of dark glasses. Her glossy mouth is a bewitching slick of red. She frowns a little as I approach her. Ella. Kier. God, her voice is still strained from calling my name over and over again into the early morning hours. My body responds to her voice like a siren's song. I jerk my head toward the front door. I'm just on my way to meet our new friend. I think it would be best if we weren't seen together, don't you? I make my way to the lobby door. She follows silent. I push the door open and turn back to her. I think we got started on the wrong foot this morning. I thought we could talk about it. Maybe before you leave? I narrow my gaze on her face. Can it wait until I pay our blackmailer off? Her cheeks pinker. She slides her sunglasses back on and nods. Of course. Pushing outside into the unforgiving sunlight, I pinch the bridge of my nose. A part of me, the most immature part that I never listened to, is very glad to see her. But the louder, more grown-up voice in my head demands to know why the fuck she's here, and why somewhere that she could be spotted. It's impossible to say, but it is hard to leave her behind and not look back as I try to focus on the task at hand. One thing at a time. I have to pay off the journalist before I can even think of whatever lovely, soft, sweet-smelling Ella has to offer. I take a tiny flash drive from my pocket. On it are all the codes and bank numbers needed to access the $10 million that the journalist demanded. I glance back, unable to help myself. Ella followed me half to the street, her expression unreadable. I motion for her to get back, but she doesn't so much as move a muscle. Fucking stubborn girl. I glance away and see a sleek black sedan pull up to the curb across the wide New York City street. The journalist hops out of the back on the opposite side, shading his eyes against the sun. He makes a small show of jaywalking, crossing the seat in a messy zigzag pattern. I look down for a moment, growing impatient. And that's when it happens. I heard the car accident before I look up. Horns blaring, tires skidding, a shouted male voice. I glance up just as a huge black SUV collides with the journalist. The journalist is struck and his whole body becomes a rag doll, his head hitting the ground and his frail body rolling away seconds later. Everyone that is watching freezes, unable to look away, unsure of what they should do. It doesn't look like the SUV hit its brakes. In fact, it looks an awful lot like it swerved, intentionally hitting him. My mouth opens. For several seconds I open my mouth like a trout out of water, gasping for air. My heart hammers inside my chest. What the fuck did I just witness? The SUV never slows down at all. In the moments after it hits the journalist, it speeds up, tires squealing as it disappears. Ella suddenly appears by my side, her expression fearful. She clutches at my elbow. Is he... Gathering my wits about me, I notice a lamppost only a few feet away. I haul her over by her upper arm, pointing at her with all the intensity that I can manage. Stay here, I command. Do not move. Do not even think about running into the fucking street. I'll be right back. Her eyes go wide, but she nods, her throat working. I turn and sprint toward the journalist. As I get closer, I realize that his head looks wrong. It's misshapen from hitting the road, held at the wrong angle for his body. There is a good bit of blood and gore on the ground behind his head, enough to convince me that he is gone with a capital G. If I had any question before, I am now 100% certain that he's dead. He is splayed out, his brown leather satchel still clutched in one lifeless hand. Before anyone else can snatch it, I pluck it away from his body, putting it on my shoulder. Everyone is looking at the journalist's body right now, so I feel pretty secure in just openly stealing his bag. If anyone has a problem with it, I will just scowl at them and bark about how I'm a very rich man with no need to steal. It's worked before, and I know that I will use that song and dance again in the future. "Is he okay?" a young man in a tweed jacket asks. He looks at me like I'm the authority here. I'm used to radiating a sense that I should be here, so I just shrug. He's pretty clearly dead. There are several people pushing in now, trying to see what's going on. One older woman speaks up. "I called the police. Does he have a pulse?" Grimacing, I make a show of trying to check for a pulse while not actually touching his rapidly cooling skin. I do, however, feel his pockets. "Looking for identification," I announce. But really, I'm checking to make sure that there aren't any flash drives hidden on his person that might contain information that I don't want leaked. I just shut down the obtrusive thoughts about the fact that this journalie was probably just killed, much like I refuse to pay attention to the tense, quick drumbeat of my heart. Not finding anything in his pockets except a set of keys, I stand up and back away. "He's definitely dead." The woman that spoke before shakes her head. I shouldered the journalist's bag and back away, turning my eyes to the street. It's nearly empty, which is unusual for this part of the city at any time of day. Sprinting back to the curb, I return to Ella. Ella looks pale and has pressed her hand against her mouth. She looks at me, her eyes glistening as she holds back tears. "Did we have something to do with this?" I grab her hand and tug her toward the street corner. "Come on, not here." Soon enough, I spot my limo driver pulling up to the curb. Not waiting for him to get out, I open the back door myself and practically push Ella inside. "Move over." She obeys without question, looking as though she is overwhelmed. I don't blame her. I am having a million thoughts and questions flying through my mind at this exact moment, but I'm trying to prioritize. It's hard because I can't stop remembering the sickening thud of the journalist's head hitting the pavement. "Driver," I say the second I close the door, "take us to Teterboro Private Airport." Ella grips my hand. I look at her. "Take a breath." "You take a breath," she snaps. "We just watched a man die." "Look at me." I hold her gaze, taking exaggerated, steady breaths. "I need to make sure that we are on the same page." She takes off her sunglasses, her eyes pinning me in place. "What do you mean?" "When anybody asks, and I do mean anybody, we will say that we both happened to be finishing up your second interview for the au pair position. It went well. We were just leaving the building when we saw that black SUV strike an unknown passerby." I cock a brow. "Do you understand?" She looks bewildered. Her nervous glances toward the driver lets me know to raise the partition. As soon as it's up, she whispers harshly, "Do you mean that I should lie?" I forget how young and naive I was at 20 years old. Cocking my head at her, I ask her a question. "Would you rather admit that you knew the guy? That he was blackmailing you? Would you rather tell people that you fucked me and I was about to pay for it all?" She shakes her head 3 quick movements. "So stick to the story I gave you." Ella reels back, looking extremely stressed out. "I'm hoping that once I get home, no one comes knocking, asking questions about that guy." I laugh humorlessly. "Oh, sweetheart." Her eyes snap to my face. Her expression tightens. I grip the satchel with one hand and her upper arm with the other. "You think I'm going to let you go right now? No. I'm going to hold on to you until I figure out what the fuck is going on." She hesitates. "You're staying in New York?" "No, sweetheart. You're coming home with me. Until this mess gets sorted, I'm going to keep you close. To anyone who asks, you're my new au pair." "But I'm not. Just because the word nanny was thrown around." "Relax. I may need a nanny, but you'll just be pretending to fill that role. And when I figure out why the fuck that journalist was just run over, you can come back here." Her look of shock couldn't be more complete. "What? I can't just leave for London now?" "You're coming with me whether you like it or not. Get comfortable, because there is a long ride ahead of us." "You can't be serious." "Do I look like I'm joking? I'm busy trying to figure out how we are going to keep the journalist's dead man's trigger from blowing up my entire life. You are way down on my list of priorities." Her mouth opens and closes as she struggles to find a way to push against my will. I forestall her arguments by putting my hand up. "Stop trying. There is no other way out. There is only my way. You're a fucking prick. My mouth curls up at the corners. That's not a no. Sitting back in my plush leather seat, I look out my window, smirking as we are driven toward the airport.
Chapter 10. As Keir pushes me into the back seat of his limousine, I try to tell my stupid heart to stop its frantic beating. My heart is racing double time as I stare at Keir, the handsome billionaire that I just spent the entire night with. He is all but a stranger to me. My one and only one-night stand? That was before I found out that he's a liar who has a wife. And that was before a journalist popped outside Keir's hotel, waving around a flash drive that he claimed was evidence of our affair. Shortly thereafter, the blackmailer was killed in a hit-and-run right before our eyes. I can see it all now, his black-red blood seeping away into the cement around his head, his eyes still open, looking heavenward, his mouth stretched openly in a slightly shocked expression. I saw him die. And then I let Keir sweep me away, his strong arms around me as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. Now I'm disgusted with myself, but not as repulsed as I am by Keir. I have to try to talk some sense into him, to make him see reason. I turn toward him, clasping and unclasping my hands. Keir, you don't need me to stay with you. You can figure out whatever you need to without me ever being involved. Keir squints out his limousine window. I don't think so, Ella. It's best to keep you close. Besides, you aren't missing out on anything. It's not as if you have to be here to dance in the next ballet production. My cheeks feel hot. I toss my head and lift my chin. Not that it is any of your business, but I haven't been declared permanently injured. The diagnosis is probably coming, but the doctor hasn't decided yet. His eyes tighten. From what I understand, it's only a matter of filling out the paperwork. I give him side-eye. You're a real asshole. Tell me something I haven't heard a million times before. Even if I agree to this, I'm not really asking. Even if I agreed to this, I say loudly enough to drown out his voice, which I haven't. We couldn't drive straight to the airport. I need to pack a bag. I need a toothbrush. I need clean underwear. I need... Keir flicks his fingertips like he's too busy to listen to the rest of my statement. Whatever you need will be provided. All you have to do is ask. My face is so flushed, but I'm determined to stick it out. You can't replace my birth control, my tampons, special hair products, or my wigs. Wigs? He looks out at me out of the corner of his eye. What do you need wigs for? Your hair is perfectly fine. My dark hair is long and blown out, which took over 3 hours to do this week. I run my hand through my hair and purse my lips. You don't know anything about it because you're a man. But I put a ton of time and energy into getting my hair to look, how did you put it? Perfectly fine. He shifts in a seat and runs his fingers over his tie. If I agree to take you home to Park, you'll come with me to Scotland with no more argument. Is that what you're saying? A tiny part of me tells me to say no. Between the weird conversation I had with my dad and seeing the blackmailing journalist get hit by a car, my head is spinning. But Keir is staring me down, expecting me to say yes. And if I'm honest, it sounds way more exciting to go to Scotland than back to my crappy apartment. Well, he demands. Fine. I relent. Driver. Keir calls out. He lowers the partition and jerks his head to me. We're making a stop before the airport. Ella, tell him your address. 15 minutes later, I'm sliding out of the back of the limo. Keir rolls down his window, calling after me as I head to my front door. 20 minutes.
After that, I'm coming in to get you. Don't make me wait. I raise my hand and flip him the bird, bustling as I get my door open. As I head inside, I might have actually heard a chuckle coming from the limo. Shutting the door, I put my face in my hands and take a deep breath. Straightening, I lean over and can just make out the time. If I'm quick with packing, I can probably call either Kaya or Joy. Those two are my usual partners in crime and my confidants. The thing is, though, I'm pretty mad at Kaya still, and Joy, I haven't talked to her since Dad told me that she has cancer. After the day I've had, I can't trust myself not to break down when I hear her voice. I pack as quickly as I can. Traveling back and forth to Atlanta every couple of months has actually prepared me for this moment. I sprint through the process and zip my second suitcase in less than 5 minutes. My phone buzzes on my bed. It's a video call from Kaya, my best friend and one-of-a-time competition for ballet solos. I blanch. Within a year, we are both out of the spotlight, no longer dancing at the New York Ballet. Her first 2 calls of the day went to voicemail. For a few brief seconds, I almost let the third one go the same way. But at the last moment, I pick up the video call. Kaya is there, looking pretty and blonde, her cheeks blushing a becoming pink. She looks at me, her expression concerned. Ella, are you okay? I screw up my face. Not really. I am so sorry about Kier. I had no idea he was married. If I knew, I never would have tried to matchmake. It's not my style at all. I suck in a breath, trying to decide how much to tell her. Not everything. At least, not right now. Kier is taking me to Scotland for a while. Confusion spreads across her face. Wait, what? Are you going as his au pair? Did you two really hit it off? I hesitate. Mostly, I don't want to actually lie to Kaya. She's my best friend, and I have no intention of misleading her. She misreads my hesitation, her eyebrows flying up. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Sex with Kier was so good that you actually think that there might be something between you two? Images flash in my brain, unbidden. Moaning, hips jerking, the taste of Kier's naked skin. No, I correct her quickly. It's just business between us. Trust me, Kier is a total jerk. Her eyes narrow. Then why work for him? Money? The lie slips off my tongue without me even meaning it to. Oh. Her face relaxes and she scrunches up her nose. It always comes down to that, doesn't it? Yeah. I wait a beat. You're probably not supposed to fly now that you're so pregnant, so you can't even promise to visit me. Will you be gone that long? I shrug. I honestly don't know. Kaya is quiet for a few moments. I think that's good that you are getting out of the city for a while, Ella. I've watched you drift around sadly for a couple of months. It seems like what you need is a break, and Kier is giving you an opportunity to have that, even though he is a jerk. She pulls a face. A married jerk. I expel a breath. Yeah, the good thing is that I know exactly what the boundary is now. In the middle of that sentence, I tear up, my voice wobbling. Kaya bites her lip. I'm so sorry that you're sad, honey. If Kier doesn't treat you like a fucking queen, let me know. I'll have Callum fly over there and make Kier wish he had never been born. Hoes before bros. I get a text and it scrolls across my screen. You'll have 2 minutes to get your ass in the car, or I'm coming inside to get you. It has to be Kier. But how does he even have my number? If I had to guess, I'd say that Callum was more involved in our little tryst than he'd like to admit. I roll my eyes and sigh. Kier is rushing me to leave right now. Her eyebrows rise slightly.
You're leaving today. Yup. Kier is a steamroller, and I'm just trying not to get flattened like a pancake. Well, have a good flight, be safe, and definitely don't forget to call me when you get a chance. All right. I take a deep breath. I love you. I love you more. Kaya blows me a kiss. Just as I hang up, there is a banging on my front door. I check my hair, switch my shoes for something more comfortable, and then walk to the front door. When I pull it open, Kier leans in, his expression just short of sullen. Haven't you ever heard the expression, time is money? Has anybody ever told you that you're really pushy? Rolling my eyes, I point to the stack of suitcases. I just need to get these outside to the limo, then we can go. Let the chauffeur get them. Kier grabs my hand and tugs me toward the door. His grip on my hand reminds me of him spreading my legs and diving down to my pussy, his clever tongue touching me. Ella, for fuck's sake. I look up at him, my whole face flushing. I didn't... He shakes his head at my stammering and pulls me out the door toward the waiting Rolls-Royce.
Chapter 11. Ella sits beside me in the back seat of the chauffeured Rolls-Royce. She's a tight little knot, her legs crossed, her arms fitted tightly across her chest. She vibrates with a nervous energy, her knees shaking, her toe tapping against the door. She chews on her full bottom lip and plays with a silver locket on an almost translucent silver chain that she wears around her neck. I shoot her a glare, straightening my tie, but she doesn't notice as she stares out her window, her expression one of distinct worry. She's new to this, new to a life of reading into my smallest tics to find out what mood I'm in. I hate it, but what other choice do either of us have? The press will froth at the mouth at even a whiff of what has happened in the last 12 hours. I check the satchel that I just pulled off the blackmailing journalist. An uncomfortable flashback of how black his blood appeared as it pooled beside him appears in my mind, unbidden. It's rather distasteful. Then again, I'm still a bit shaken after watching him die. I sift through his bag carefully, seeing that he left behind 2 spiral-bound notebooks, a thin silver laptop, his camcorder, and a small mini-cassette tape recorder. Interesting that he would have all of these devices, even though one would think a cell phone would suffice in this day and age. Closing the satchel, I sigh silently and turn my eyes toward the window. When Ella begins to drum her fingers on the leather seat between us, I snake out a hand and catch hers. She jumps and yanks her hand back as if I had burned her, blinking at me as if I had somehow just appeared beside her. Stop fidgeting, I intone. She looks at me, her dark eyes rimmed with long lashes looking impossibly wide. What? Her accent is so very American, with elongated vowels and short, rounded consonants. My lips flatten as I take in her simple white sundress, her ample amount of luscious skin at her collarbones, and her miles of perfectly toned legs. God, she looks so young, so very young, so tempting, so very off-limits. Her face is so open and earnest, things about her that I desired mere hours ago. Now I feel that it's only right that I warn her. Leaning toward her, I snare her hand again and make heavy eye contact with her. I don't think you understand just who I am. I own a company that employs almost 3/4 of the world's journalists and news anchors. That includes newspapers and news channels all over the globe. If a reporter gets so much as a hint that there is a story between us, they will rip us apart in search of it. The press are vicious and cruel, but ultimately they are smarter than I give them credit for. It's important to be on your guard every fucking minute of every day. Is this all because of you? Because you are a married man who has a lot of money? Flicking my hand in a dismissive gesture, I narrow my gaze at her. It's not the money that's at issue here. It's the power that I wield. I'm a wealthy CEO of a media empire with close family connections to the future Prime Minister of England. She frowns. And if you were single, there would be no story for anyone to report. But you are a married man. I can feel a shiver of heat on the back of my neck. It's been a long time since anyone has made me feel this way, as if I were a naughty little boy. That's not the whole picture. and for your information, I'm separated from my wife. Ella studies me for a moment. Maybe we should tell a reporter that. Get out in front of it so we can't be blackmailed? My eyebrows rise. Frankly, I'm surprised that she would already have a strategy in mind for spinning the truth. That's not an option here. She gives me a quizzical look, then shakes her head. I don't understand why you would say that. I give her a thin, humourless smile. You'll see why in just a minute. Ella opens her mouth to reply, but the driver rolls down the partition at that moment. Sir, we're about to arrive at Teterboro, and it looks like there are a lot of press waiting outside the gates of the airplane's hangar. Ella clamps her jaw shut and places her hand against the window, looking out. I keep my eyes trained on her as the limo begins to slow. Ahead of us, I can make out a howling, seething pack of reporters, each one a neat set with a microphone and cameraman at the ready. Press vans litter both sides of the road, antennae all waiting, hungry and ready to transmit the tiniest scrap of information to the waiting world. Ella tenses up and presses her face to the window as the hangar's gate slowly begins to open. The reporters begin closing in on our vehicle, pounding on the windows, shouting into their microphones. Oh my God, she mouths, gaping as the limo starts ploughing its way slowly through the crowd. She looks at me, clutching her necklace. They are putting a lot of trust in your driver by assuming that he's not just going to floor the engine and drive into them. Shrugging a shoulder, I sit back with a heavy sigh. This is the least amount of press we're going to get from here on out. When we go across the pond, the rules about how the press operates will change. Not to mention the public audience's interest will immediately quadruple. It's best to be prepared. Ella shoots me a helpless look. Why would you willingly subject yourself to this? It's like torture. I just give her another shrug. Welcome to fame, sweetheart. The limousine fights its way along the road until we reach the hangar, where our driver pulls inside. The limo stops right by one of my top-of-the-line 20-person private planes. The plane beckons, its stairs unfurled for us to board. Another limousine is parked just on the other side of the aircraft, leaving no doubt that my brother has arrived. Ella starts to open the door, but I stop her, shaking my head and looking out the window. Behind me, 2 men in dark coveralls wheel the heavy hangar door shut. Okay. I click my fingers dismissively. You can go now. She cuts me a sideways look and makes a soft sound of displeasure as she opens her door. Grabbing the satchel, I climb out of the car and stretch. The limousine isn't the right size for me and has been comically small since I was a teenager. Ella looks at me, anxiety written plainly across her face. I realise that she's waiting for me to lead her over to the plane. I press my lips together. How quaint. The sense that I'm bringing someone new into my ritzy uppercuts lifestyle is something I've never really felt before. Come on. I grab Ella's arm and haul her over to the stairs, where a uniformed steward waits in his neatly starched white shirt and navy slacks. Good morning, sir. Ma'am. He bows his head. I'm Ricardo, and I will be flying with you today. May I help you with anything? Lifting my chin, I nod toward the car. Make sure our bags are brought over, will you? May I take your bag, sir? He indicates the satchel that I flung over my shoulder. I look down my nose at him, answering coldly. No, you may not. Just let us get on the fucking plane so we can take off. Ricardo pales a little at my growled tone, but I just ignore it. Ushering Ella up the stairs, I try not to stare at her legs. Really, I do. But they are right there before me, just as toned and lovely as they felt when she wrapped them around my body and rocked against me. Ella disappears into the plane, replaced by my brother James, who steps out onto the airstrip. He casts a coy glance toward Ella's disappearing figure. You've brought a friend along for the ride. His tone is light, his words joking. I wave him off. Christ, will you move? The sooner we are all inside the damn plane, the sooner we will be airborne. My brother's smile drops away, and he steps back, muttering, Prick. I push past him and into the cabin. The plane is separated into 2 clearly defined spaces. This is the smaller of the 2 spaces, with 4 pairs of cream-coloured leather seats. I push past the neat divider and into the larger cabin, where there are several more sets of the same seats at the front and back, coupled with long cream-coloured benches in between. My personal assistant Natasha is here, dressed in tight black leather pants and a loose black tunic. She's sitting in the first row of seats with a pile of paperwork and an open laptop spread out before her. When my eye falls on her, she rises, inclining her blonde head. "Sir Greyrose," she says. Her eyes slide over to Ella, who is standing in the middle of the cabin looking like she's never been on a fucking plane before. "Feel like introductions?" I screw up my mouth. "This is Ella. She'll be temporarily filling the au pair position while I try to find someone more permanent." Natasha gives Ella a startled look, seeming to do a double take. She holds out a hand to Ella, who stumbles forward and shakes it. "Natasha, I've been working closely with Sir Greyrose for 3 years." I shrug a shoulder. "Natasha is an excellent personal assistant, the best money can buy. Isn't that right?" Natasha flushes and tosses her head, her gaze sliding back to Ella. "Yes, sir." "You'll do what you can to make her more comfortable, I'm sure." Natasha smirks faintly, but just inclines her head. "Of course, sir. I'm just working on pulling the stats for the last month's worldwide distribution. Will there be anything else you need from me right now? A pillow? A bottle of water?" Before I can answer, Natasha turns and barks an order toward the galley in the back of the plane. "Get everybody something to drink, please." She pulls a face, looking back to me. There is a bustle of activity as Ricardo rushes by, a frown worn into his face. "I swear, they act like we don't pay them enough," Natasha gripes, not bothering to lower her voice. Her eyes swing to Ella, and she smirks again. "You'll soon find out that the Greyrose family is more than generous with paying even the lowest-ranked employees." "You say that as if you're one of the family." Ella gives her a questioning glance. "But you aren't, right?" Natasha flushes, and she glares at Ella. "I've been in the family's employ longer than anyone." "Really?" Ella cocks her head. 3 years, huh? My lips twitch. If Natasha was trying to impress me, it didn't work. Pressing my lips into a thin line, I turn to Ella. "Well, don't just stand there," I demand. "Find a seat." Collapsing onto one of the long benches, I sling the satchel down beside me. Ella sits down across from me, her eyes wide, her mouth pursed like she's just tasted something sour. She notices me looking and straightens her posture, tossing her long, silky mane of hair. The defiant look in her eyes causes a solitary shiver to slide down my spine. My cock twitches, and I'm suddenly glad I'm sitting down. For a long moment, something sizzles between us, tension filling the air as our eyes lock. I lick my lips, conscious of the electric memory of her sweet taste. James shatters the moment by passing between us, severing our connection as he leans down to look me in the eye. "What are you doing here, Kieran?" he asks quietly. Bringing that American little girl you picked up last night back to the hotel? What is going on in that mind of yours, I wonder?" Ricardo clears his throat, a tray of drinks balanced on his arm. "Sirs, we are ready to taxi. If you'll be seated, I have bottles of water and hot towels ready." "Sit down," I order James. "The sooner we have this trip behind us, the better." James gives me a cocky grin and sits just on the other side of the journalist's satchel. "Ricardo, make me a proper drink. I want some of that Finnish vodka over ice." Ricardo places 2 bottles of water on the table nearest me and then vanishes back toward the galley. I sit back, my gaze wandering back to Ella. Taking a sip from the bottle, I purposely release a satiated gasp. But looking at Ella sitting across from me, I know that's a performance. I'm far from satisfied. In fact, I'm hungry for something that isn't on the menu. And now, I'm almost certainly making my hunger worse by bringing Ella along to the hotel. But I don't make mistakes, at least not publicly. So I sit back and close my eyes as the plane starts to taxi out of the hangar.
Chapter 12. Pursing my lips, I look out the plane's tiny window and lay my head on the leather seat. When I first arrived at the New York Ballet, I stepped into a lush new world. Kaya was my roommate, and she showed my middle-class Southerner self a glimpse of luxury. Our first few months were filled with expensive steak dinners, thousands of dollars of clothes put on her dad's credit card, and a seemingly unlimited supply of new leotards and ballet slippers. To me, it just seemed so fancy, bougie even. But that experience was nothing compared to today. There is a kind of luxury to being in Kier's private plane that makes every single other experience in my life seem, I don't want to say impoverished, but it definitely takes some of the shine off of what I previously thought was so very fancy. Everything has been provided to me. Expensive water and glass bottles, cashmere blankets, full leather pillows, a pair of pricey earbuds together with an iPad, slippers, an eye mask, a fancy little tote of European snacks. Closing my eyes, I sigh. This is the life. And it's probably the only time I will fly in a private plane, so I have to enjoy myself. Slippers on, cashmere blankets wrapped around my shoulders, full glass of expensive Norwegian still water. I'm doing the whole damn thing. Miss. I blink as I turn my head. Ricardo is standing there with a wheeled cart, gesturing to several silver-covered dishes. Would you like something to eat? I have chicken Milanese, garlic soy salmon, and a summer salad with king prawns. There are also cheese board and crudité options, depending on your hunger level. I bite my lip, sliding my gaze toward the back of the plane. Kier and his brother James are sitting across from one another on the leather benches, each picking absent-mindedly at a tray of food beside them. What did everyone else choose? I ask. Oh, for fuck's sakes, what's the matter with you now? Natasha appears from the front of the plane, her Irish accent making her words halfway indecipherable. My cheeks heat. I didn't realize it was a crime to ask what the most popular dish is. Natasha snorts and gives me a hard look before zooming over to pick up the lid of a plate. She pulls a face and levels a look at Ricardo. I want a salad, no cheese, no croutons, dressing on the side, and a whole sliced lemon. She stops, then looks at me. Bring her one too. Yes, miss. Ricardo bows and pushes the cart back toward the galley. I wish I could go with him because, from the very limited interaction I've had with Natasha so far, I would vastly prefer the steward's company. I have the distinct impression that she doesn't like me. Natasha flings herself into a seat across from mine, sizing me up. My stomach flip-flops and I lift my chin. So, she asks, narrowing her eyes at me. After a moment, I'm prompted to ask, so what? She pops her gum and piles her wild mane of blonde hair to one side. What's your situation? I asked James and got the same thing about the ballet. So what are you, a dancer or something? Feeling heat rising to my cheeks, I suck in a breath. I draw my feet up under my body and resettle the cashmere blanket to cover them. I used to be a ballet dancer, I say at last. Now I'm... I trail off, uncertain of what to fill in. Not. Natasha tilts her head to the side. You're good with children, then, I presume. It takes me a second to sort out what she asked me. Her lilting accent is just so damned thick. With children? I ask. I guess. That's a funny thing for a nanny to say. Shit. I shift in my seat, uncomfortable. The back of my neck grows hot. Oh, children, I say. I'm lying off my ass, but I don't know what else to do. I'm having trouble understanding anything you're saying. She scowls at me. Ricardo interrupts just then, saving me from whatever she has to say. He brings 2 salads and 2 accompanying plates, carrying them stacked on his arm like a waiter would. He unpacks them onto 2 folding trays with a flourish. Then he bows and retreats. I stab a huge forkful of salad and shove it into my mouth, desperate for the conversation to die off. I'm not so lucky, though. Natasha pushes her salad away and eyes me. You know that you can't just waltz in here like you own the damn place and take over. Isla won't like you, and Lord Greyrose will no doubt start treating you the way he treats any other member of his staff. She picks up a mushroom from her salad, popping it in her mouth. He has quite a terrible temper, and he drives away almost every single member of his staff at one time or another. Everybody but me, of course. She tosses her head and gives a self-satisfied smirk. It's mildly infuriating, but I'm more interested in hearing more about Kier's life than anything else. I school my expression and try to think up the most pertinent question. You said Isla won't like me. Who is Isla? Her eyes bulge out for a moment. Lord Greyrose's daughter. What on earth did you two talk about in this interview? She narrows her eyes. God, he really did just hire you because he thinks you're pretty. She laughs, a braying sound that grates on my nerves. I clench my teeth, trying to come up with a snappy retort. But I'm tripped up by the fact that I don't know what I'm supposed to share and what Kier has decided to keep secret. Finally, I shrug, feeling the heat bloom in my cheeks. She grins. I bet you don't last a fortnight. James sticks his head in the cabin where we're sitting, a smirk on his lips. He's taken off his suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves, looking eminently relaxed and alert. For some reason, looking at James smirking in his shirt cutoffs and slacks reminds me of a prep school boy looking for trouble. And what's going on up here? Natasha automatically sits upright and smiles, but she doesn't seem pleased at James's presence. As a former ballerina, I'm used to reading body language, and the tightening of her shoulders and the strain in her fake smile scream that she's tense. We're just having a little girl talk, Natasha says. Nothing more than that, right, Ella? I nod, although I can't for the life of me say why. Yep, I agree. James looks between us, seeming to make some kind of choice. After a second, he moves toward me, sitting on the thick white padded armrest of my seat. I have to flatten myself against the hard plastic of the wall to give him room so that I'm not practically in his lap. So, Ella, my brother hasn't told me anything about you. How old are you? His posh British accent is much easier to understand than Natasha's. It makes me wonder how he and Kier can be Scottish and yet still sound so English. I clear my throat. 20. Tell me, are you hoping to catch a sugar daddy while you're over here? His eyes twinkle. My brother has a lot of well-connected friends, princes, billionaires, and then there's me, of course. He winks at me, leaning in close. I am already as far away as I can get from him, so I just turn my face away when he looms close. Thankfully, Kier interrupts. James! He thunders, his voice just behind my seat. I jump, my heart in my throat, my pulse doing a can-can dance in triple time. James pulls back, looking at his brother with an innocent expression. What? I'm just asking Ella about herself. Get up. Kier barks. I turn my head to see him looking dark and brooding, his hair ruffled just so. I don't actually want to know how much trouble you get in when I'm not around. Very funny, James gripes. He hoists himself up, scowling at his brother. You really know how to suck all the fun out of the room. Kier grabs James by the back of his shirt, dragging him into the cabin behind. I can see it now. Would-be PM in court for sexually harassing Nanny. More at 11. James moves his head around Kier's body, making eye contact with me. I'll talk to you later, darling. That's a promise. Goose flesh breaks out across the back of my neck and my upper arms. I clamp my mouth shut and look forward, pretending I didn't hear his words. "Natasha, out," Kier orders, jerking his thumb toward the back of the plane. "I want to show Ella something that Isla has been doing." He holds up a thin laptop, lifting his eyebrows. Natasha instantly gets up, bowing as she passes Kier. She makes a showing of closing the thin curtain that acts as a partition between the two cabins. I give Kier a questioning look, but he puts a finger to his lips. He walks past me to the front of the plane, checking that there isn't anyone in the darkened plane hallway. Then he takes the first seat, beckoning me toward him. Making my way over to the laptop, I stand awkwardly as Kier opens the laptop. "I don't know what you could possibly show me." He stops me with a hand on my forearm. "Shut up." At his touch, I feel my blood begin to heat, and Kier gives commands like he was born to do it. I guess he really is part of the aristocracy. Kier opens the laptop. The words, "Hello, Max," appear on the screen. "Who is Max?" I ask. I put my hand on the armrest and lean closer to the screen, squinting. "This is the journalist's computer. I had someone I trust do some digging and break the passcode. It wasn't hard because it was the fifth one my IT guy suggested it might be." He bumps my arm with his own. I automatically pull away slightly, trying to focus on the dead man's laptop before me. It's not the easiest thing in the world, though. Kier pulls up a video, putting it on mute and playing it for a few seconds. My heart contracts in my chest when I see myself, fully naked, astride a flushed-looking Kier. He is treating sex like a competition that he aims to win, thrusting upward to meet my body, a wicked look in his eyes. The way he's looking at me in the video gives me chills, because I don't think anyone has ever looked at me that way before. Mean, hard, admiring, all three at once somehow. I reach out and snap the laptop close, my cheeks burning. "Kier!" "Relax, sweetheart," he growls. "I'm not about to announce to everyone that I have a sex tape floating around in the ether. I was just showing you that I have this copy." My hand flutters to clutch at my necklace. "So, that's it? I can just go home?" I won't lie, a teeny, little itty bit of me really hates that idea. My heart twists in my chest. Kier studies me cool. "Not so fast, sweetheart." He drums his fingertips on the top of the computer. "The video is stored in the cloud, and apparently it has already been accessed by 3 IP addresses. One is registered to the reporter, but the other 2 are using end-to-end encryption." Raising my brows, I shrug. "What does that bunch of jargon mean?" "That 2 other people in the world may have seen the video, and those people may have copies." He makes a frustrated sound, running his hands through his hair. "So, there may be another blackmailer?" He nods slowly. "I know for a fact that there's someone out there who is knee-deep in this, because when I tried to have my IT guy turn off the dead man's switch, he said that the switch was already reset remotely. There is someone watching me, waiting for me to..." Kier's mouth balls up. "Fuck, I don't even know. Make a mistake, maybe." "What if you already made the mistake?" I ask softly. He looks up at me, arching a brow. I push on. "What if I'm your mistake?" Of all the reactions I'm expecting, a belt of laughter is not among them. He laughs and runs his hand through his thick, dark hair again. "That much I already know, Ella. Fucking you was certainly a mistake.
and one I will pay for dearly, it seems. At that moment, the plane hit some turbulence, enough to send me skittering across Kier's lap. His strong hands catch me, holding me firmly. Electricity sizzles up my arms and straight to my core. His face is only inches from mine, reminding me all too much of our first kiss. Just like that, I'm primed and ready. I lick my lips, darting a glance at his mouth. I look up in his eyes, wondering if he feels the same way. I swear I can see a hint of that same fiery look, just the same way he looked at me when we were fucking. Then Kier shatters my moment by pushing me off his lap. I'm not too ready for it, so I tumble onto the seats across from his. Ella, he grits out, a warning, a prayer. Don't go misconstruing what happened. It was just a one-night fling. I swallow against the sudden lump in my throat. I know that. He stands up, folding his arms across his chest. We're employer and employee now. Until we get this whole blackmail thing sorted, that's all I'm interested in. Then you go back to your life, and I keep on living mine. Great. It comes out sounding harder than I meant it, but I can't stand the way he's looking at me right now. Disgust in his expression. That's what I want, Kier. I wasn't the one who wanted to get on this plane in the first place. A muscle flexes in Kier's jaw. I think you'd better go on calling me Lord Grey-Rose, Ella. The gall of the man. I glare daggers at him. Fuck you, Kier. His hands bunch into fists. He stands there for several seconds, looking absolutely livid. And then he turns, heading back through the thin curtain, swatting it away and storming off. And me? I feel like if we were playing a game, I earned a point. But maybe I don't even understand the rules yet.
Chapter 13. Ella has her face plastered against the back window of the limousine as we progress down the rain-slicked streets of Glasgow. It's late at night, and this part of the city is raucous. News Corps moved its headquarters a few years ago from the uptight, tie-wearing financial district to the new headquarters, a 3-story building that is centred right in the heart of the arts district. At the time, it was widely regarded as an out-of-the-box decision. Frankly, most of the city's residents hated us moving into their little nest of theatres and clubs and live music venues. But as I watch Ella's face, her eyes wide and her attention rapt, I remember just why I made that decision. It puts us in the middle of what people are really talking about, and moved us away from the stiff upper lip crowd that we've always catered to. Whether it worked as intended is up to anyone's interpretation, but I'm certainly glad that I made the call right now. Wow, so this is Glasgow. Ella whips her head around and looks out another window. We pull up outside the headquarters of our store, and I shove open the door, stepping out as I straighten my tie. I lean back in and offer Ella my hand. She looks up at me, those brown eyes studying me intently for a fraction of a second, and then she puts her hand in mine and gets out of the car. There is no frenetic media horde waiting for us here. The rules and laws are very different in Scotland, and that sort of paparazzi stalking their prey would not be allowed. Certainly not to the degree that I witnessed in New York. Offering Ella my arm, I nod to the building. Ella is looking up at it, her mouth tightening as she takes in News Corps' giant logo, an outline of a blue globe with a big yellow arrow swishing through it. Come on, James and Natasha are likely already here. I pull her along and can't help but notice the moment of distaste that appears on her mouth. I'm not sure why Ella would feel any unpleasantness about going into our headquarters. It's not as if she already knows to expect an unfair treatment or anything. Before I even reach the door, it is swung open by a tall, dark-suited man with greying hair. His piercing blue eyes and good looks mark him as no one else could. It's my father, and he looks really fucking angry right now. My gaze connects with his, and he lifts his chin in a faint sneer. You're late. Come along. He turns on his heel and marches into the building without another word. He definitely noticed Ella, but his derision remains steadfastly for me. I repress a sigh and lean closer to Ella to whisper in her ear. Apparently, Lord Greyrose and Lady Mora have made an appearance. I thought that we would have a little more time before you were subjected to them, but alas. She turns a questioning look up at me, but I just steer her through the doors and into the massive lobby. My mother is standing 20 feet away, wrapped in a black silk sheath. She is so thin that she looks like a dagger, and her hair has been twisted into a silvering, elegant knot. At the moment, she doesn't even acknowledge me. Instead, she fawns over James, picking an invisible piece of lint off his jacket shoulder and smiling at him while he tells her a story. Natasha is nowhere to be seen. Not surprising, as she has been the target of my parents' criticism many times before. She has chosen wisely, although I wish she were here so that I could send Ella along with her to leave the room. No such luck, of course. Steeling myself, I blank my expression and release Ella, pointing at the bank of plush seats across the way. She glances at me, raises her eyebrows. I nod, and then she heads off toward the seats, keeping her head down. My father claps me on the back in a welcoming gesture. His hand lands like a solid brick, and I have to struggle to keep my expression from showing that the blow actually hurt me. My eye twitches, and I rub my temple gently as I look over at him. My father grins at me, showing all his teeth in a smile reminiscent of a shark. Have you been keeping up with News Corps, or just partying on vacation while the rest of us work our fingers to the bone? He said it in a jocular way, but I know him all too well. He wasn't kidding about the fact that he thinks that I have been slacking off. I press my lips into a thin line and narrow my eyes at him. I was just gone for the weekend. News Corps is fine. Better than fine, actually. Did you see the latest numbers that Smith sent over? They say that the business has hit a new record high, up from last year and the year before that, all under my leadership. My dad smirks and shrugs his shoulders. It's a bull market. People have money right now. It's easier to come by so-called record highs when you have so many people with so much money to throw around. When I was CEO of News Corps, we had nothing but bear market, and we struggled to build the company from the ground up. I slide him a disapproving glance. You inherited News Corps from your father. There was no building of anything. A flash of anger crosses my father's face. And just what the hell do you know about it? Nothing. And your leadership will run the company into the ground. Plastering a sickly smile across my face, I fire back a shot. You know, you and Mum always have a ton to say about my management style. I fired too many people, and I'm too aggressive. But I don't hear you complaining when you cash your dividend checks. But it's not too late for you to stop playing kingmaker. And just what is that supposed to mean? You and Mum made the decision when I was ending things with Kingsley that I should not run for Prime Minister anymore. So you whipped up a plan and foisted the CEO position on me, even though it's traditionally given to the second son. And you put all your political power behind backing your second son for Prime Minister. I turn, putting a hand beneath my chin as I look over at James. How is that all working out for you? Is he giving you everything that you need? My father's expression turns black as night. Don't talk about your brother like that. We made a good choice. The only choice, given that you could not keep your family together. Even with $1 billion in your bankroll, you couldn't play house with Kingsley. We had no choice. You didn't leave us one. I lean over and clap my father on the back, hitting him so hard several times that my hand hurts. Enjoy living with the decisions that you made. You made your own bed, so go lie down in it with James. My father opens his mouth, and the look on his face says that we're about to have it out. But my mother chooses that moment to stroll over, James acting as her escort. They are arm in arm, and James has the smuggest-looking smile on his face, which is more punchable now than it has ever been. Mum scrunches her lips into a prim, how-do-you-do smile. Kier, I've been talking to your brother, and he has quite the report about your activities this weekend. She swings her head around and spots Ella, her tongue darting out. She wrinkles her nose and turns back to me, arching a brow. Sleeping with the catering staff? Really? My heart begins to thud in my chest. It's not as if I didn't see this coming. Mum tends to hear what she wants, and she doesn't want to hear anything good about me. She gave up on the day that I told her that Kingsley and I were getting a divorce. Now, Mother, James says, patting her hand, I believe I said that she was a ballerina at the ballet fundraiser, not merely some trashy caterer. His eyes dance as he looks at me, daring me to disagree. You were such a bastard. You're the same little kid that would hold a magnifying glass over an anthill and laugh at how the ants freaked out. You were a mean-spirited kid, and it has spiraled to full-blown cruelty as an adult. He glares at me. And yet, I am the one that's going to be the next Prime Minister. You fucked up royally and left yourself wide open for this one. Now I just have to hold on tight and enjoy the ride to the top. Just because you have Mum and Dad's approval doesn't mean that you're going to get the country behind you. You need a friendly news resource to back you at every turn. I step closer, my expression grim. You need me to secure your future. Don't forget it. A little mocking laugh leaves his lips. No one needs you. You're done. You should take your hired help off to a tropical island somewhere and never be heard from again. It's been like this since we were children, but the dividing line between James and I came much, much later. When he found out that I made a decision that warranted him sliding into first place, he turned from a mumbling, joking little brother to a vicious little snake. Mum finally interrupts James's flow of words. Now, boys, don't fight. I'm sure that Keir will apologise when he is ready. My brows descend and I look at her with frustration. Mum, have you even been listening? She releases James's arm and steps closer to me, patting me awkwardly on the arm. I'm sure he didn't mean any harm by it. You know how boys are. I give her my most incredulous look. That is not how a future Prime Minister should behave. Mum looks at me sternly. Well then, you shouldn't have gone through a messy divorce, should you have? The decision has already been made that your brother should be the political leader, and you should control the family empire. I'm sorry, but we are only doing our best after you made your own bed. I press my lips closed and give her a nasty look. Her eyes have already swiveled back to James, and she smiles sweetly and pats him on the chest. You'll stay here in Glasgow with me, won't you? I know that Keir will run back to Ruined Castle in the name of being with his child, but you won't leave me, will you? James grabs her hand and kisses the back of it. Mother, I would never leave. You know me too well for that. I roll my eyes. You are such a suck-up. Honestly, maybe you're meant to be the politician of the family. Defiance sparks in his eyes and he lifts his chin. Mum, you should meet Ella. She was a ballet dancer in New York, and then she broke her femur while dancing. So now she is a beautiful broken doll that Keir brought home. It's charming, really, if you ignore the fact that Keir left his perfectly functional family to pursue his new life. Fuck off, I snap. Seriously, you can get fucked. Just like Ella did after the gala in New York City, he says with a smirk. My jaw clenches and my hands tighten into fists. I start towards him, but my mother puts up a hand to stop me. It's always been like this. My brother launching missiles and my mum keeping me from killing him. I grimace and show him just a hint of my teeth. That's when my father wanders over, his arms folded across his chest. I want to meet this girl. You said she was a ballerina? She's just here to look after Isla. You remember that I have a child, don't you? He looks over to where Ella is sitting, apparently completely ignoring my question. He beckons to her, raising his voice. You, come here. Ella looks like a trapped wild animal. Her eyes go wide, and she swallows hard as she stands up. Her fists bunch at her sides, and she looks at me questioningly, as she slowly makes her way over. Mum and Dad look at her with condescension already painted on their faces. She hasn't even opened her mouth, but I can feel them bristling, ready to attack at any moment. I swing my head around, looking for Natasha with a keen sort of desperation. No such luck, of course. Do you really need to question my au pair about her purpose in being here? I demand. My mum gives a cool smile. You sound as if you think she won't hold up under questioning. My eyes tighten on her face. In reality, I don't want Ella questioned. Probably because she is not a fucking nanny. She's just a former ballerina looking for anyone to hire her for any job. Ella approaches our little grouping, looking like she is ready to melt into the floor. Next to all of us, she looks small and dainty, even standing beside my mother, who is fairly tall for a woman. Ella is not just lithe, but waifish, and her short dress shows off 1,000,000 miles of leg, which is startling in contrast to my elegantly dressed mother and my brother, my father, and myself and our servants. She looks utterly delicious, but her style is certainly a far cry from the stuffy clothes that we usually wear. I glance at my brother, praying that his taunt about special skills will not be questioned. I am already certain that he is going to imply that she is a sex worker of some kind, and I'm not really interested in defending her from those sorts of charges. Hell, I'm just lucky that no one in here has even mentioned the fact that her skin is darker than our family's. James opens his mouth to say what he thinks her special skills are, but I cut him off, turning to Ella and sweeping my hand out to include her. Ella, come meet my family. You already know James, unfortunately for you. Meet my mother Maura and my father Beau. It's nice to meet you all, she says. She bows her head, but doesn't otherwise abase herself. She puts her hands behind her back and looks somehow statuesque despite her short stature. Mum's gaze narrows on Ella. You broke your leg. Her gaze zooms in on Ella's scar, and Ella visibly flushes. Yes, ma'am. About a year ago. It's all healed up now, though. Mum presses her lips into a thin line. And you're here to get my crazy granddaughter under control. I assume that my son has told you that he can't keep a nanny or a tutor to save his life. There is a brief pause. Ella glances at me, and her tongue darts out to wet her lips. I'm prepared to try. The worst thing that happens is that I fail, and then I just go back to New York City. Mum looks Ella up and down. Her mouth turns down at the corners, and it's obvious that she disapproves. I step in, clearing my throat. Ella, when you are ready, Natasha has a pile of paperwork for you to fill out. I would go find her now and get the process started if I were you. He can't wait for Mum to quit grilling his girlfriend, James snipes. Ella bows her back and turns toward the lobby, starting for a back hallway that she can see from here. Of course, she has no idea where the hallway leads. She probably won't even find Natasha back there. Not that I really need her to, anyway. I just needed to have a reason to get her out of here. My father puts his hands behind his back and looks at me with a note of disappointment on his face. Don't get carried away with your ballerina, son. She might be nice to look at, but don't even think of installing her at Ruined Castle to be your live-in girlfriend. It's clear as day that she comes from a different class and a different world than we do. Don't make me remind you that I told you this. Squinting hard at my father, I give him a stony look. Is that all? Am I free to go? He rolls his eyes, but he doesn't snap back at me. I actually have some business things to talk to you about. I think we are going to make a bigger investment in solar technology in India and Japan, so I just want to clear a few companies with you and talk about the possible strategy of promoting solar energy in those countries through the media outlets that we own. He looks at his watch. There's probably about 30 or 40 minutes worth of ideas to go over. I hate to admit it, but my father has now hit the ball and returned it squarely to my court. In business affairs, I am the puppet master, the lion tamer. I feel comfortable here, whereas talking about my personal life is obviously quite a minefield. I crack my knuckles and glance at the lobby, which is now fully empty. Ella has obviously escaped somewhere for the time being. All right, let's do it. Leave Mum and James to fawn over each other while we make the media empire run a little more smoothly. With that, my father heads toward the back hallway, content to leave my mother and James behind. And I follow him, giving James one last glare on my way out.
Chapter 14. We drive under a rocky archway on which are emblazoned the words Castiel and Drummond. I lean closer to the window, anxiety creeping up, making my heart beat fast. The castle itself is set on a hilltop with small pine tree forested peaks surrounding it. As we climb the hill, I can see the dark top of a big structure, rising black against the robin eggs' blue sky. As it comes fully into view, I can't help but gasp. Made out of light gray stone, the castle has 4 large turrets and a rather large keep. It's set back into a hill, and it looks very intimidating, even in the mid-morning light. As we pull around the circular driveway, I stare at the castle, slack-jawed. The estate is a small castle. Most of the walls are the same granite rock that I've seen in the rocky outcroppings and stony archway on the drive here. But there are 2 additions on either end of the castle that are made of what looks like rich teak wood. If I had to guess, I would say that they are newer additions. At least they were new. The end of the castle that is closest to me is charred so badly that only the burned husk of the building remains. Everything else is intact except for what looks like several rooms. I gape, realizing that I can see through a chink in the warped, scorched teak into what was perhaps a library or large study. "What?" I say, looking at Kier with wide eyes. "What happened to your house?" He doesn't make eye contact with me. Instead, he carefully navigates a broad path around the fire-scarred end of the building, swinging the car around the castle grounds. "Kier!" I exclaim. I swivel my head around, unable to take my eyes off the scorched castle. "Seriously? I'm going to need to be filled in here." Kier throws the little sports car into park. I lurch forward, putting my hands out to stop myself from hitting the dashboard. "What the hell?" I ask. I glance at him, and he's gone white, his expression angrier than I've ever seen it before. "That damage predates the decision that I should live in the castle." He opens the door and starts climbing out of the car. "It's fine. We have walled the damaged portion off. No one goes over there, and we are too far off grid for anybody to care that much." "Everyone?" I echo. Kier is already striding toward the main entrance of the castle. It's a large arched doorway, roughly hewed from the granite, coupled with a massive teak door that must be 1,000 pounds or more. I scramble to catch up with Kier as he pulls the door open. It swings open to reveal a small staff, dressed in starched black and white uniforms. They clump together in the throng. Beside them is what looks like a very expensive and very large abstract painting, a gold and blue swirl of dots. The foyer is decked out in teak, pale blue, and gold. Whether to match the painting or vice versa, I can't say. Kier clears his throat, casting a scowl over his shoulder at me. He motions me forward, impatient. "Ella Washington, meet my staff." Introductions are almost too fast for me to keep up. There is Mrs. Wolfe, the petite redhead chef. Her son Toby is next to her, a well-dressed and studious type that apparently works as a bookkeeper and handyman. Next is Henri Dubois, a very stern-looking butler wearing edges that have been pressed to an unbelievable crispness. "Lo, Greos," he says, sweeping a bow. "Welcome home. Things are well, I assume." Kier begins to stride down the hall, leaving everyone else to hurry after him. "Yes, sir," Henri says. He hastens to follow Kier through the grand foyer and into a long, straight hallway dotted with doors here and there. I can't help but look around with a slightly bemused expression on my face. This place is incredible, with high ceilings, sleek teak walls, and heavy, scrumptious chairs and mirrors every few feet. Where is everyone? He keeps marching onward. I realize that the rest of the staff has vanished, leaving just the 3 of us. We reach a stone staircase, and the men trot ahead, heading upstairs. I look toward where I imagine the fire damage is as we enter the 2nd floor, where the stairs empty out into another hallway just like the one we just left. My brow furrows as I try to puzzle out the mystery of the scorched part of the castle. The damage doesn't seem particularly new, but why has it not been fixed? "Henri, are our bedrooms ready?"
Henri gives a small bow. Of course, monsieur. I have prepared your usual chamber on the top floor. The young lady will sleep in the final room on the right, just here. He points to the end of the hall, the very last door on the right. I drift towards it, deeply interested in seeing what one of the rooms look like. Henri looks at his watch, clearly aggrieved. Ah, if you will excuse me for a moment, my lord, I should attend to matters downstairs. He pauses. Will you and the lady be dining together tonight? Yes. Keir dismisses the man with the flick of a hand. We'll be just fine until then. Henri trots downstairs, looking preoccupied. I turn to Keir, full of questions. So, how rich are you exactly? He snorts. Every woman I meet is the same. All of you have dollar signs in your eyes and start spending my money in your heads, thinking of how big of a diamond you can wear after we fuck more than once. It's tiresome. My jaw drops, my eyes harden, and I lift my chin. I certainly do not want to be lumped in with anyone else. I don't want you. First off, you've already proven to me that you do. Keir's eyes shine with blatant distrust, and he gives me a knowing smirk. Everyone wants me, sweetheart. A woman clears her throat. Keir and I both spin around, as if we have just been caught doing something naughty. An attractive brunette dressed in a simple white t-shirt and a pleated tea-length olive skirt stands behind us, her expression unamused. Keir? Her voice is light and lovely, her accent Scottish. You said you'd be here in the morning. I have to be back at uni soon. Keir shrugs. Our connecting flight was delayed. She moves aside, and a little girl wearing a dirt-spattered white shift dress comes flying toward Keir. Daddy! The girl squeals. He kneels and catches her around the waist, lifting her high into the air. She glances at me with blue eyes that are just the shade of Keir's. I know those eyes all too well. My eyebrows raise. This can only be Keir's child. Hello, Bumblebee, he says, kissing her on the cheek. He smiles, a joyful expression I haven't really seen on his face before. Have you been good for Saffron? Yes. She pulls back, brushing her tumble of bright red curls from her face. Saffron took me to the planetarium again. Keir jiggles her small body on his hip. Again. That's the third time this month. A smile splits her face and she bursts into giggles. I know. Saffron said that maybe I'd be a... She pauses, turning her head toward the woman. How do you say it? Astronomer. Keir nods. The little girl squirms and he puts her down as carefully as you would lay down a nuclear warhead. She doesn't seem to notice at all, pushing her curls out of her face and turning to me. Who are you? She demands. I'm Ella. I stick out my hand to her. Her eyes widen. You're American? I am, I affirm. She starts shouting. I love America. Do you know Justin Bieber? Isla shakes my hand as vigorously as if she's shaking hands with the Biebs himself. I tense and pull back, a little shocked by her shift in tone. No. Saffron laughs a little and pulls Isla away from me. Isla has immediately gone into a full sulk, sticking out her bottom lip and glaring at me. Then what good are you? She challenges. America is a big place, darling. Not everyone can know Justin Bieber. Saffron corrects Isla. Nor should you be asking every American you meet that question, Keir adds. Saffron strokes the little girl's head and smirks at Keir. You missed Isla's class trip to the zoo. A flash of guilt flits across Kier's face. Then he rolls his neck, his fist bunching. I will make it up to her, he says. Right, Isla. She grows excited again, waving her hands in excitement. I want to throw a huge party. I want everyone from school to come, even Sean Pei. And I want there to be music and dancing and karaoke and Thai food and... Okay. We'll talk about it in a bit, eh? Kier says, trying to calm her. He turns to me, gesturing. Saffron, meet Ella. Ella, meet my daughter Isla and my sister Saffron. Nice to meet you, I say. I feel unusually shy for some reason. Ella is here to fill in for the au pair, Kier says. Right, Ella? My cheeks burn and I wring my hands. Right. Kier shoots me a glare. Saffron leans out, offering me her hand. I reach out and shake it briefly, my heart fluttering in my chest. It would have been nice for Kier to introduce me without the lie about me being his nanny. But maybe there's more than what I can see. I decide to keep my own confidence until I know more. I tuck my hands behind my back. Nice to meet you. I wish I had heard about you, but my brother is tight-lipped about every single thing in his life, to the point of frustration. I just nod, uncertain what to say. Well, I, for one, am glad to have you here. Saffron straightens, touching her waist-length red hair. I'm more than just a nanny, you know. I'm supposed to be studying on the weekends, not watching Isla. Kier's eyes narrow to slits. That's enough, Saffron. Her mouth twists briefly. She looks at me and runs her hand through Isla's curls. So you found someone new to watch your daughter? Not just someone you think is pretty, right? She asks Kier. My cheeks heat. No, we're not. I'm definitely not. Kier cuts me off with a grimace, his fist bunching. That's enough, Saffron. Nice to meet you, Ella. She looks at me, giving me a cool smile. I hope you have better luck than the last 8 nannies have had. She bends down to pick Isla up. Isla apparently doesn't like it because she lets out a screech. No, let me go. Saffron stops and takes a step back, her eyes widening. Sorry. Isla isn't done, though. Her face is red and angry, her little fists balled up as she takes a step toward Saffron. Don't pick me up. You're not my mother. She whips out a fist at Saffron. I lunge between the little girl and the young woman, pushing Saffron back a few steps. Then I turn on Isla with a frown. Hey, hitting people is never okay. Saffron said she was sorry. Isla scrunches her face at me, her mouth opening wide. You're not my mother either. You're a nobody. She screams. Kier twitches, his expression black. Isla. He grabs her by the hand and yanks her over to his side. Apologize. No. No. She starts wailing and goes into a full-blown meltdown, sagging to the floor and flailing her arms. I want Mummy. You said she would be here this summer. She doesn't seem to be aware that she's exhibiting behavior that would only be tolerable in someone years younger than her. I glance to Kier, the person most responsible for her in that moment. He glances at me, and I swear I see a sudden flash of guilt. What is that about? All right. Kier steps over, scoops Isla up, and flings her over his shoulder. Let's go upstairs, darling. I don't want to, Isla screams. I want to see my mummy. Kier heads off toward the stairs, ignoring his daughter's tantrum. Whoa. I look at Saffron, my eyebrows raised. Is she normally like that?
Saffron looks after them for a long moment, until Kier's head vanishes down the stairs. She doesn't say anything for a moment, her expression tense. Unfortunately, that's a regular occurrence. Wow, yeah. She looks at me flatly and purses her lips. I'm not sure what Kier told you that you were signing up for, but she is a handful. I love my niece, but I'm worried that if we don't curb her behavior now, she could be acting like that as an adult. Can you even imagine? I slowly shake my head. I honestly can't. Saffron reaches out, squeezing my arm, and gives me a sad smile. Welcome to Ruined Castle. She looks at her phone and sighs. I have to get back to uni, but I'm sure we will spend a lot more time together, seeing as how my brother is usually too busy to parent his own daughter. My brows rise, but before I can say anything else, she heads out the front door, leaving me standing alone in the foyer. My mind is churning at full speed. Who is Isla's mother? Where is she? And what about the ruined, scorched part of this castle? Does that have something to do with Isla's missing mother? I can only hope to find out more in the coming days. Chapter 15. I spent the rest of the evening having some blessed quiet time and unpacking my bags. My room itself is jaw-dropping. A huge 4-poster bed, a window overlooking a heretofore unseen lake, and the whole damn room is practically oversized. So, yes, I laid in the big bed with fresh white sheets and just luxuriated for a while. But the whole time, I had a dazzling, daunting amount of questions. And now that I'm marching down the castle stairs into the main hall, they're pressing in on me. What happened to Kier's wife? Why does Isla claim to miss her? Where is she? And most importantly, what about the blackmailing journalist? It seems too easy for that to just go away after we witnessed his death, right? As I descend the stairs, I look out onto what is obviously the main hall. There are no windows to speak of, no drapery or decoration of any kind. It's just smooth stone walls and a few ancient-looking deer and elk heads mounted on the wall. Even those look frayed and old, like they have definitely seen better years. I shake my head a little bit as I look at them. That's just gross. I all but run into Kier and Isla when I round the stairs to come into the main hall. Kier is sitting on the floor, looking at his phone while Isla cuts colorful pictures out of a magazine and pastes them onto a photo collage. When I get closer, I realize that Isla isn't being careful with her bottle of glue, and there are pieces of magazine clippings stuck all over the wood floor, worn smooth from years and years of their ancestors' footsteps. I clear my throat, announcing my presence. Kier looks up with some surprise, as if I somehow just appeared there. Isla doesn't even notice me, or if she does, she certainly doesn't let on. "You made it downstairs," Kier says. Walking carefully around the area that Isla is currently ruining, I nod slowly. I did. What are you guys up to? Kier's gaze slides to Isla. He frowns and notices, perhaps for the first time, that she has made a rather large mess. He sucks in a breath and draws himself up, apparently not wanting to let on that Isla is defying his orders. "We're just hanging out. It's pretty normal for a Wednesday morning, I would say." I keep circling, and then I carefully kneel down, avoiding the collage she is working on. "Isla, why aren't you in school today?" She makes a frustrated little face, her mouth puckering up, making a show of flattening out one of the pictures that she has cut out across the floor. She looks to Kier for help. The signal between them is implicit, And no sooner has it passed that Kier opens his mouth to stand up for her. Isla isn't feeling well. I told her that she didn't have to go to school today.
No,
she looks at him, her brow wrinkling.
You told me that I didn't have to go back this whole week, right?
I fold my arms across my chest and give Kier a puzzled glance. He grimaces and shrugs a shoulder. I might have said that.
You did,
Isla informs him with a somber countenance.
I remember every single thing you said.
His lip twitches. You're like an elephant. That's what they say. Elephants never forget. She shrugged her shoulders and wipes a grubby hand down the front of her white t-shirt.
Maybe,
comes from her non-committal response. Kier leans forward and puts his phone away with a sigh. Isla, he says tactfully. What if I told you that Ella is here to watch you when I can't? Isla gives a tiny snort.
I want Aunt Saffron. If you can't be here and you can't watch me, then Aunt Saffron can.
He exhales his breath in a long steam. We've talked about this, Bumblebee. Saffron is busy with school, just like you should be. She can't stay with you all the time. That's why I brought Ella here. Isla looks up at me, distress written across her face. It's an odd thing to see because she is so young. I wonder what made her so skeptical of people other than Kier and Saffron. It really makes me wonder about Isla's mother. Isla, we've talked about this. We've gone over why I can't be here and why Saffron has to be in Glasgow. Remember? She crosses her arms and shoots him a baleful look.
No.
Well, we have. Do you need a refresher on what we talked about? She pokes her tongue out at him, making a face. He sort of throws his hands up and shakes his head, but he doesn't correct her behavior at all. My eyebrows rise at his lax treatment of his daughter. Isla throws her glue stick down forcefully and it scatters across the wood floor, eventually rolling under a chair. Kier doesn't even blink or seem to notice. I see a microaggression happening where Isla looks at him, sees that he didn't notice her miniature tantrum, and picks up the scissors instead. Before she has the chance to throw them, I launch forward and pluck the scissors from her hand. She looks surprised, as if she was surprised that I have noticed her little melodrama. But in the next second, her expression turns into a pout.
What did you do that for?
You can't throw scissors. It could really hurt someone, Isla. She snorts.
No, I wouldn't hurt anybody. And you don't even know what I was about to do anyway.
My eyebrows rise and I look to Kier for support. He is rummaging around in his pockets again, looking for his phone. At this point, I'm not even surprised that Isla tries so hard to get his attention. Kier, will you pay attention to what's going on here? He glances up, a deer in headlights. What? I take the scissors that I just took from Isla and set them down by my side with an exasperated noise. What's the issue? I look at Isla, my eyes whitening. Is he always like this? Isla blinks, swallows hard, and then nods very slowly. Mostly, she says. What did I miss? Kier asks. It's clear to me that there is a major disconnect between these two, but I am not even sure where to begin. No wonder young Isla is acting out. She has no one to listen to her, no one other than Saffron, and occasionally Kier. I try a different tactic. Isla, I was wondering if you would do me a favor and show me the castle and the grounds later. You know, since I bet you have the best knowledge. She shoots me a glance full of skepticism.
I'm busy, doing important things.
Oh yeah? Like what? I can do it any time that you have. I am wide open and ready to explore the castle. Isla shrugs a shoulder. She sneaks a glance at Kier and then screws up her face.
I am busy, like I said, so is my dad. You should probably leave. I was expecting a little bit of pushback, so I don't react to the statement. I just remain calm. Inside, though, I am a quivering mess of feelings. Mostly, I am worried that Kier is not supporting me at all. Then again, what did I really expect? This whole situation is just completely new to me. Maybe we can pick a time to explore together later, I say carefully. I peer at Isla. She just shrugs a shoulder and stands up, brushing her grubby shorts off. I look at Kier again, and he is just sliding his phone back into his pocket. I grimace and frown at him. "I'll have to go to Glasgow for business in a few days," he says, a far-off look in his eyes. I stand up, my knee giving me trouble as I do. Isla is watching me with a calculating gaze, and I wonder what it is that she sees. I turn to Kier, clasping my hands behind my back. "Why do you live all the way out here instead of somewhere like Glasgow or London? It seems counterintuitive to be so far away from your actual business." Isla cuts in, talking over Kier. "It's because of my mummy." "Oh?" I ask, my brows knitting together. Kier gives his daughter a tiny glare. "It is not. It's because it's much quieter here. That's why." Isla opens her mouth to argue, but Kier makes a gesture to cut her off. "That's enough talk about Mom, okay? I really don't want you telling stories about her. And Ella, I would be very upset if I found out that you had asked Isla to talk about her mother when I wasn't here." I scrunch up my face. "Are you forbidding me from asking about her?" He clenches his jaw. "I don't think I need to. It's none of your business." "You're only here until Mommy comes back anyway," Isla tells me very seriously. "Isla, we've talked about this. Your mom is not coming back. She is not even allowed to be in the whole southwest of Scotland." Isla instantly adopts a hostile posture, crossing her arms and cocking her hip. It would be funny if the situation were a little different. "You don't even know where Mommy is, right? That's what you told me." Kier drags in a breath, but before he can even say anything, Isla takes off toward the front door of the castle, leaving her questionable piece of art behind. Kier shakes his head and starts to peel pieces of magazine off the wood floor. He mutters as he pulls up glue-covered pieces. I tilt my head at him. I don't know if he's asking for advice or not, but it's evident enough to me that he doesn't have any clear boundaries or rules in place for young Isla. "Well?" Kier looks up at me, his eyebrows rising. "Yes." I'd give a tiny, humorless laugh. "You do realize that I'm not in fact your nanny, right?" He pulls up a piece of sticky magazine and shoots me a glare. "Of course I know that. I don't expect much from you, nor do I expect you to get along with my daughter. I just need you to act as if you're going through the motions while we figure out what the situation is with the journalist and whether or not the video was accessed by anyone of importance." Tossing my head, I lift my chin. "Okay, good. Because it seems like you are in need of someone with an abundance of patience and kindness, who also has an attention span longer than yours." "I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean." He pins me in place with his gaze. "It's supposed to mean that your daughter clearly needs your attention when you are here. I think that she acts out in order to make you look at her." He rolls his eyes. "You know an awful lot about us for a little girl who only arrived here yesterday. Is there anything else that you want to make sure that I know? Anything critical of my parenting techniques?" My cheeks redden. "No." Kier shoots me a hot glance and stands up, dropping several pieces of the magazine to the floor. I think it would be wise if you didn't attempt to put yourself into this situation. It's complicated enough without you adding extra turmoil from your own life. My expression hardens. Without another word, I turn toward the staircase that I just descended and begin climbing the stairs. Kier watches me as I go, his expression stony. How did I get myself into this situation? And more importantly, what do I have to do to get myself out again? Chapter 16. Isla? I call down the hallway. My voice reverberates between the stone walls, and I continue forward through the gloom. Up here on the 3rd floor of the castle, there is very little to see. No furniture, no windows to speak of, and certainly no little girls. I'm about to turn around when I hear the faintest scuff against the stone floor. Pausing, I listen intently. Silent footsteps sneak carefully across the stone floor, somewhere a few yards behind me. Turning, I catch a glimpse of Isla's wild red hair and one tattered black pant leg. If it weren't for that, I would think I had been hearing things. Sucking in a breath, I slip out of my shoes and pad over to the doorway in my bare feet. Isla actually peeks her head out of the room right before I round the doorway, and we both get a start. Her eyes widen, and my heart is racing in my chest. Jesus, I say. Isla, I've been looking everywhere for you. Why are you hiding up here all alone? Her face is so expressive, instantly turning pouting. I'm not hiding. I'm just busy. I briefly close my eyes, my hand forming fists for the briefest moment. I definitely don't want Isla to see that she's winning, but it's hard to repress my outward emotions. Opening my eyes, I give her my most placid smile. I've heard you say that before. What are you busy with? She shrugs. All kind of things. Secret things. Nodding slowly, I kneel down so that our eyes are almost level. Your dad will be back today. Are you excited about that? She puckers her lips. I guess so. I don't like it when he leaves. I wouldn't either. That would make me feel isolated and like I was all by myself. Is that how it makes you feel? Isla's eyes narrow on my face. Maybe, she shrugs. I'm not sure. I know that she has to be feeling something, because I spied her crying 2 different times when she thought no one was looking. It's only been 4 days since Kier went to Glasgow for business, but I think I have a good grasp on exactly what makes Isla tick. That is, everything that I can know from observation, in lieu of asking her questions about her mother and how she and Kier came to live here. Mrs. Wolfe sent me to find you. She says that she has a special treat for you when you go down to eat lunch. Her eyes light up. Is it Oreos? It could be. Are you going to go find out? Yes, she shouts. She pivots and pushes past me, running as fast as her feet will carry her. I look after her, feeling tired from just being in her presence. That kid can really burn off some excess energy. I head down the stairs after her, my mind sticking on one question. Who is Isla's mother? Where is she? And how did both Isla and Kier decide that living here was the best choice? I pick my way down the stairs, carefully skirting several areas with loose pebbles scattered on the stair tread. It is blatantly unsafe, particularly in a house of someone with a young child. The thought occurs to me again. Why would Kier decide to live here? I am so absorbed in my own world and trying to figure everything out that I run into Natasha on the stairs. She has a whole armful of unwashed clothes, and she is carrying them upstairs for some unknown reason. She yelps when I run into her and almost falls backward.
I grab her arm and hold her up, but the clothes that she is holding go flying all over the place. She makes a disgruntled sound. "Look what you've done! So clumsy!" Squinting at her, I loosen my grip on her arm and let her go. She wobbles and almost falls backward again, righting herself at the last moment. She glares at me and clutches the wall for stability. "Seriously?" she asks. I roll my eyes and gesture toward her, trying to get her to move. "Excuse me, I'm trying to go downstairs to catch up with Isla. You're in my way." Natasha arches a brow, and her expression turns hot. "Just because you're in the castle right now doesn't mean anything. Kier will be back before you know it, and he'll probably bring someone else to take your place. Mark my words." I roll my eyes and start down the stairs, shouldering her aside. As I go, I hear her make a noise. "Rude," she says sharply. I stop and turn, giving her a sweet, innocent smile. "What was that?" I said. "Why are you even here?" she asks, putting her hands on her hips. "I mean, really though, why is Kier so interested in keeping you close?" Crossing my arms across my chest, I size her up. "You're awfully salty for a personal assistant. If Kier says that he wants me here, that should be enough for you." She pokes her tongue out of her mouth, looking dour. "I'm just looking out for his best interests. I am always on the lookout for anybody that doesn't have his back like I do. Kier and Isla have enough on their plates without having some strange woman appear in their lives to cause drama." I sigh. It looks like they are great at starting drama with or without me. Kier can't seem to look up from his phone, and Isla seems like she is dead set on any kind of distraction that will grab his attention for any length of time. Things are not good here. I swirl my fingers in a gesture, squinting at Natasha. She rolls her eyes. "I'll say this 1,000 times if I have to. If you don't like it, you can leave. There is the door. I don't even know why you're here in the first place." Making a face, I tilt my head at Natasha. "Let me turn around and ask you the same thing. Why are you guys here? Why did Kier decide to bring Isla all the way out here when you could be living so much more comfortably in Edinburgh? I've seen the lifestyle that Kier is accustomed to, and the kind of houses he inhabits. Why would you come all the way out here to this burnt-down castle, instead of living in one of those penthouse suites? It doesn't make any sense." Natasha juts out her hip and rests her hand on it. "If you must know, there was an accident about 2 years ago. Isla got into a fight with another student, a physical altercation. I guess the other little girl said something negative about Isla's mother, and Isla lost her mind and attacked the other little girl. And it happened to be during a field trip, so there were other parents present. Isla's behavior became an immediate touch point for all the parents that she felt was receiving too much attention and too many resources, as opposed to their children. It didn't really make sense, because Kier essentially bankrolled their entire class. He paid for everything and everyone just to be there. But that wasn't enough for the other parents. They jumped on an anti-Isla bandwagon and essentially made the school expel her." "They expelled her?" I ask, my eyebrow rising. She nods. "Yeah, there was a lot of drama. Threats of lawsuits, kids taken to emergency rooms for psychological trauma following the event. It was a whole thing. When Kier looked at all his options after that, it made the most sense for them to both move out here. At least this way they're away from Kingsley." Wait, who is Kingsley?" A surprised laugh bursts from Natasha's lips. "God, you really don't know anything." She smirks at me, her gaze lighting up and down my body. "If Kier wants you to know about that, about his past, he can tell you himself." She turns in her spot and heads up the stairs, dismissing me without another word. But I follow her, much to her dismay. She takes a left from the foot of the stairs, and I trail after her, full of questions. When is Kier supposed to be back? Isla has been asking. She shrugs a shoulder. Who knows? Have you met Kier? He doesn't exactly live by any other people's rules. She opens the door and passes through it, turning around and stopping me from entering. Seriously, I have things to do. You are supposed to be babysitting Isla, not asking me 20 questions. She gestures dismissively, and I narrow my eyes. I'm not going anywhere. Not until... I pause, unsure how to end my sentence. It sounds like Kier hasn't been clear with me about when I'm supposed to leave. I pinch my lips together and draw in a breath. You won't get anywhere with me being nasty, but you haven't gotten a fair shake either. Can we start over? Her laugh in response is cold and distant. I don't know what Kier has been telling you. I still don't know why you're here. But I definitely do know one thing. When Lord Greyrose stops letting his libido make his decisions for him, you'll be gone. And I'll be here, as always. And then it will be just me and Kier once again. My brow arches. What do you mean? Isla has been here the entire time, hasn't she? Well, yeah, but that's not really my point. Kier needs to be free of your hedonistic temptations in order to think clearly, and he'll do that, soon, I'm sure. My hedonistic temptations? The words roll off my tongue awkwardly. Is that your way of saying that you think that Kier will open his eyes and see you as a future wife? She sniffs. Maybe. It doesn't matter what you think. No one asked you. I half out a laugh. I can't believe you have been here for 3 years pining after Kier. You realize that he's a total asshole, right? Natasha surprises me by pushing at the center of my chest, making me back away. Leave the members of this household alone. This is the last time I'm going to tell you. The next time, I won't be nice about it. I screw my face up, but before I can get another word, she shuts the door firmly in my face, and I hear a lock turning. As I head back downstairs, my phone buzzes in my pocket. My right knee wobbles just for the faintest moment as I dig deep inside my pants for my cell phone. I stretch out a hand and clutch the wall beside me, waylaid by my own body. I push out a hiss and tip my chin upward, making a face at my own knee. After a moment, the muscle in my knee stops spasming, and I push upward onto my tiptoe, trying to straighten it completely. Pain lances through my knee like a bolt of lightning, and I wince. I mutter a curse to myself and make sure the balls of my feet are flat on the floor before I look down at my phone screen again. What's up? The text reads. It's from my sister. I know because it is followed by a string of incomprehensible emojis. My lip turns upward and I smile at that. It's been a long-standing joke between the two of us to make our signature a string of nonsensical images. I text her back. Not much. No big news here. Anything over there? I follow it by a picture of a shrimp, a fire truck, and an arrow. Nope, just missing you. Do you have any news on when you'll return? I scrunch my face up. Not yet. Soon. I'll be back before you know it. You doing okay? There's no follow-up text for almost a minute. I slip my phone into my pocket and continue downstairs, my mind halfway on the text message thread and halfway on making sure I'm going to the right place. After all, I wouldn't want a repeat of yesterday where I ended up in a dormant cellar instead of going outside through the back of the castle. No. Today, I will do better. My phone buzzes in my pocket again. I check it quickly and find that my sister has written me back. I have to run, but I miss you. I hope we can FaceTime soon. Of course. Love you. Then I send her a lobster, a pig, and a CD picture. She responds with a simple Chinese character, and for some reason, that cracks me up. Putting my phone away, I look up as I head outside in search of Isla.
Chapter 17. I have the distinct impression that I'm being followed. As I cross the street, the city rushes all around me, working at a dizzying pace. It's Glasgow, not New York City. But there are still plenty of people pouring out of the offices around me, I thought, as I head to my limousine. I stop, looking both ways, taking in the pedestrians around me. But it's hopeless to find one person watching me while there are bike messengers whooshing past, and men in business suits with papers under their arms and serious expressions talking to each other. I frown, adjust my cuffs to my crisp white shirt, and slide through the limo door that the chauffeur holds open for me. The feeling that I am being watched seems to dim when I am out of view of all the passers-by, but I notice that it doesn't ever quite leave, not even when my driver pulls onto the narrow two-lane highway leading me to my ancestral home. I pass the time by checking media reports and sales figures on my phone, but really, in the back of my mind, I keep wondering two things. Where is Ella right now? And how close is she to leaving in a rage after being with Isla for only a few days? Quickly working at the top two buttons of my shirt, I let out a breath and pull at the necklace lying just beneath. It's simple enough, just a single strand of platinum links with 2 platinum rings on it. Originally, there is 1 ring for me and 1 ring for Kingsley. A long time ago, sure, but keeping the rings close by helps me to focus. When I'm thinking of new strategies to take on the corporate media world, I often find the rings to be a soothing distraction. I lift them out of my shirt and clink them together, pulling them one way on the chain and then the other. Hell, I think the rings have become something of a thinking tool for me. They allow me to space out and live in the world of my dreams for a moment while still being grounded. At the moment, my thoughts are on Ella, on her petite figure, her lithe frame, her sensual lips. The way that she looks at me from those amber eyes, tilting her head back just so when she is on the verge of saying something, and her cheeks are flush. "Sir," I startle and look up at my chauffeur. He clears his throat and waves a hand to indicate my arrival. "We're here, sir." "All right." I let myself out of the car, wondering all the while where the last hour went. As I clamber out of the back seat, my attention turns to the state of the castle itself. It's disgraceful, I know. That ruined, burned end of the castle looks dreadful. But in order to repair it, I would have to invite more people into our lives. And the more people that I invite in, the less privacy Isla and I have. Straightening my jacket, I stand still and squint at the castle. It seems to stare back at me, impassive, almost mocking, if you will. I watch as the chauffeur transfers my luggage to the grand entrance. A prickle of sensation skitters down my scalp to my neck, and the fine hair there is raised. Someone is watching. I turn my head to find a sleek, white Mercedes-Benz nosing its way up the incline of the driveway. At first, I literally don't know what to think. My heart pounds for a moment, my body tensing, ready to fight. Could it be another of Kingsley's boyfriends, looking for a payday? It wouldn't be the first time that she sent someone here to do her bidding. Then again, the white car is clearly much more expensive than the usual addicts and lowlifes that Kingsley runs around with. That doesn't tell me anything about who I am watching approach my house, though. The car stops about 60 yards from where I'm standing, and the driver's side door opens. An elegant brunette pokes her head out, looking around through expensive-looking sunglasses. I raise my eyebrows, and she steps out more, leaving the car door open. She has on a large grey overcoat wrapped around her body tightly, and she seems chic, yet utterly unprepared for the realities of rural Scotland. As she approaches, she whips her sunglasses off, smiling at me just a bit. From that, I surmise that she is here to see me. Before she can get a word out, I stop her in her tracks with my voice. "What are you doing here? This is private land. There are notices all up and down this stretch of driveway." The chauffeur steps close to me, exchanging a glance with me. He seems ready to fight, perhaps recalling his last run-in with Kingsley's addict ex-boyfriend. The woman smiles at both of us and stops, but extends her hand rather boldly. Lord Greyrose? I fold my arms across my chest and glare at her. Did you not hear what I said? This is private property. You're trespassing. I'll have my man here call the cops if you don't leave right now. The woman falters and drops her hand, but never breaks eye contact. I think you're under some sort of misapprehension about me. I don't know who you think I am, but I am here about a friend of mine. She opens her grey overcoat, just showing a flash of black silk. Whipping a page out of her voluminous coat, she waves it in my face. I look at it and instantly feel the blood begin to drain from my face. She's holding up a picture of the journalist, the dark-haired young man that approached Ella and I with blackmail material. Stealing my expression, I give her a stony glance. Why would you think that? I demand imperiously. Her lips twitch. Max took notes, copious amounts of notes. He didn't refer to exactly why he was so interested in you, Lord Greyrose, but he left a note saying that he was supposed to meet you outside of the Montlake Hotel last Saturday. Coincidentally, he was found dead crossing the street to meet you. I came to follow up with you and see if you knew what he wanted, or if there was anything you could tell me about his mysterious death. My mouth tastes dry. I make an effort to keep myself from licking my lips. I don't see what it has to do with us. And as I said, you're on private property. Turning to my driver, I drag a hand through my hair. Go call the police. The woman continues to smile, waving her hands at me. No, she says. No police are needed. Honestly, I'll be so quick you won't even notice that I was ever here. Really, I just have a couple of questions about why you were talking with Max. If you can just tell me that, I'll leave. You see, I was his partner, not just romantically, but also in reporting. His researcher, as he liked to call me. My name is Wendy Allen, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Lord Greyrose. The chauffeur hesitates, and I wave a hand dismissively at him. Go call the police. If they get here before Miss Allen leaves, there will be very serious consequences. I smile at her, an edge of steel behind my eyes. Wendy smiles back at me, mirroring the same hard-nosed smile. Can you answer my question? Look, I say to her, I saw your boyfriend get killed, okay? Is that what you wanted to know? Her smile dims and she goes pale, her hand clutching at her coats. You what? Your boyfriend, Max? He was asking me about some business affiliates, some investment firm I work for or worked with or something. I'm not even sure, really. I agreed to meet him just to get him to lay off the questioning. I had no information for him, but I did see him get hit by that car. He was crossing the street. The car came right at him and... I shake my head, shrugging just a little bit. It was tragic. I watched it all from the curb. It was fast. Wendy opens her mouth, questioning, but not knowing exactly what she wants to say. Her brows are risen, her eyes are wide. I can't believe you. You saw... She seems at a loss for words. From the very few moments I've known her, it seems as if this can't be a frequent occurrence. Like I said, it was really fast. 1 minute he was crossing the street, the next minute he was gone. I just happened to look over right when the car struck him. Was Max just there to see you? Or was he there to see someone else, too? Were you alone? I give her a hard stare. I don't see why that matters. I already told you why he wanted to see me. Some investment firm or something. I have no idea what he was talking about. Stone and Associates, maybe? The lie slips from my lips as easily as can be. Making up lies has always been in my wheelhouse. The truth is a much trickier and harder thing to come by, in my experience. Her lips pucker for a moment, and she pulls out a small notepad, jotting down a few lines. Stone and Associates, she echoes. Okay. Lord Greyrose. The chauffeur returns, bowing a little bit. I've called the police. They're on their way. Wendy opens her mouth, her brow lowering. But before she can say anything else, she is interrupted by a girlish shout. No, I won't do it! Isla comes bursting out of the front door, running headlong towards me. I don't even think she quite sees me. I think she is so caught up in running away and making her pursuer catch her that she ploughs right into my arms. I catch her and stop her, but not before Ella comes barreling out of the house looking angry. Isla, I swear, she growls. Then she sees all of us standing outside and she skids to a stop, wide-eyed as a frightened hare. Brushing back a long strand of ebony hair, she straightens and tries to dust off her light blue camisole. It's clear that she was in the middle of getting dressed and decided to chase Isla down. For what reason, I don't know. But looking at the little girl in my arms, I notice that my daughter is clasping a bright pink scrap of lace in her hands. "Oh, Keir, you're home," Ella says, still looking startled. "Welcome." I pick Isla up, brushing her wild, massive curls back from her face. She looks at me, her face bright pink, nearly matching the silky piece of lingerie that she has stolen from Ella. "Isla, did you have something you want to return to Ella?" My daughter's face turns pouty. "No." Ella reaches out her hand, gesturing for Isla to follow her. "As well, come on inside. We can talk about it in private. Let's let the adults talk business." "No!" my daughter shrieks, her arms falling across her chest in a sullen gesture. "I don't have to do what you say, Ella. My daddy is home. You can go back to New York City now." "Isla," I snap, "that's enough. You and Ella should go inside the castle now. When I'm done, I'll come and find you." She startles, looking at me with wide eyes, but I don't want to deal with any of her troublemaking right now, not in front of the nosy journalist. So I let her slide down my body, setting her on her feet. I look at her firmly. "Go." I point toward the castle. Her face screws up in a way that I know all too well. She stomps off, crossing her arms as she goes, a cry already pouring from her mouth. "I hate you," my daughter moans, as she disappears into the entrance of the castle. Something in my chest tightens, but I can't let that sway me just now. I look at Ella, raising my eyebrows. She crosses her arms in a gesture that mimics Isla all too well. But she remains silent as she turns, tosses her hair, and follows my daughter inside. The door creaks closed with a satisfying thud, and I turn back to Wendy. "I would like you to leave now." The urge to cross my arms is almost overwhelming, but instead I keep my hands by my side, my fist loosely forming, ready for battle. She takes in my stance and pushes her cheek out with her tongue. "Was that Ella Washington? Max's notes say that he was supposed to meet with you and Ella Washington, and I guess I just met her." Heat spreads across the back of my neck, a prickling sensation. I ignore it, but I know that Wendy has sniffed out something. "This is the last time I'm going to say it. I want you to leave." Wendy shrugs. "You can ask me to leave all you want, and I might actually do it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying to figure out what my partner was investigating when he died. You have to know that." I give her the coldest smile imaginable. "I've told you all I know. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a household and media conglomerate to oversee." Turning on my heel, I walk to the grand oak door leading into the castle. Letting myself inside, I catch a last glance at Wendy. Her lips are pressed together. Her hands are on her hips. Her expression is far too interested for my liking. Shutting the door behind me, I close my eyes and mutter a curse.
Chapter 18. In the early hours of the morning, I dream about Keir. More specifically, I replay scenes of us when we were together in New York City. Carnal, lustful, sexy images linger through my sleeping mind. Despite what I may have thought when I was awake, my unconscious self knows the truth. I am every bit as attracted to Keir's raw sensuality and power as I was when I first laid eyes on him. That fact was only repeated for me and reinforced yesterday, when I came outside the castle entrance and saw him there, picking up Isla. His big body, his brutish form, his dark good looks. There are no two ways about it. Keir makes me press my thighs together, knowing all too well that little niggle of interest that unfurls low in my body. The second he looked at me yesterday, an electric charge went through me and my interest in him redoubled. What is that? I toss and turn in my sleep, remembering just what happened when he spread my thighs open and feasted on me, eating my pussy so well that I rolled my eyes back in my head and dug my fingers into his hair. "Ella." His voice sounds strange, low and husky. It echoes through my dreams, making me want him even more. Ella. A hand on my shoulder wakes me up. I open my eyes and find Kier staring down at me, his expression unreadable. For a second, I think about reaching out, pulling his face down, and continuing things where my dreams left off. But then he shakes my shoulder, looking a bit annoyed with me. Are you listening? All of a sudden, I become aware of the fact that I'm wearing nothing but a big white t-shirt and a silky thong. The covers on my bed have been thrown aside and are out of reach. It's just a single layer of cotton between my warm body and his hands. My mouth opens, my face blushing, and unspoken plea on my lips. For a second, I think he is going to kiss me. A certain kind of knowledge hovers in the air between us, electric and lustful. Our gazes clash and he leans in, as if he is going to touch me or kiss me or do anything at all. My heart pounds, my skin tingles. My body tightens and my pussy grows damp just thinking about it, anticipating the weight of his body against my own. He looks down at me, his expression contorting. Then he gives the head a single shake, and it seems to shatter the spell. Whatever was building between us ceases to exist, and he steps back, muttering a curse. Christ. Will you get up already? I shouldn't have to come in your room. You should be downstairs already by the time I come down from my room. He backs up a step, bends down to pick up my comforter from the floor, and then flings it over my half-naked body. I flush beet red and sit up on my elbows, my brow drawn down as I scowl at him. What are you even doing in here? Get out! Get out! Kier looks me up and down, drinking me in. He raises a hand and points right at me. Be downstairs in 5 minutes and dress appropriately. We're going to Isla's school. With that, he rolls on his heel and marches out of my room, slamming the door behind him. I let out a ragged breath I didn't know I was holding. Raising a hand, I can see that my fingers are shaking, left over from the jolt of adrenaline at realizing that Kier was in my bedroom, watching me sleep. Or rather, trying to wake me up. Either way, I feel a little bit violated. Especially considering the fact that I only threw on the t-shirt that I'm wearing in the middle of the night last night in order to pad to the bathroom. If it hadn't been for that strange coincidence, I would have been completely naked before Kier's hungry gaze. A rush of nervous excitement shudders up my spine, and I can do nothing about it. I push out another breath and then sit up all the way, throwing aside the bedclothes. I root through my clothes, deciding on a green velvet dress that lands just above the knee and hugs my figure quite well. It's the closest thing that I have to a truly modest garment, and at least it has long sleeves, although it does show a surprising amount of cleavage. If Kier doesn't like it, he can buy me something else to wear to Isla's school. Or hey, he can just let me leave and go back to New York. I'm not even sure why I'm here at this point, to be honest. The patina of flying overseas and landing in Glasgow has definitely worn thin by now, and I'm pretty much ready to end this little adventure at any moment. I just have to inform Kier of the fact that I am going to leave him here. After messing with my hair and dashing on a bold red lipstick, I clatter down the stone stairs to find Kier waiting for me at the front door, his arms crossed. Kier is dressed to kill, in a dark gray suit and a crisp white button-up. He straightens his black silk tie and regards me, his gaze staring me through and through. Damn, the man can wear a suit. When he sees what I'm wearing, a scowl appears on his face. He opens his mouth to say something, but I hold up a hand. I am not interested in whatever is about to come out of your mouth. If you want me to come with you, this is what I'm wearing. Deal with it." That seems to shut him up. He clamps his mouth shut and takes me by the arm, hurrying me out of the castle and into a white Range Rover. I raise my brows at him when he climbs in the driver's seat beside me. "I thought you would definitely have a chauffeur waiting to drive us to the school," I say, my eyes darting around to take the vehicle in. Kier shrugs and focuses on the road, pulling the SUV around to face the road ahead. "I wanted to handle this as discreetly as possible." My eyebrows shoot up. "What exactly are you handling? Did Isla misbehave or something?" He darts a glare at me. "It's hardly Isla's fault if everyone around her is incompetent." Letting that sink in, I purse my lips. I am starting to notice a pattern. Kier doesn't seem to like to enforce any rules or boundaries where Isla is concerned, and he doesn't give a second thought to anybody that says anything even slightly negative about her either. Crunching my face up, I pick my words carefully. "Are we going to her school because they requested it?" One glance at Kier's expression lets me know how angry he is. "I pay top dollar for this damn school, for them to call me and demand that I come down and deal with my daughter's petty squabbles. I want to pull her out of the school entirely. But it's the only decent school within 30 miles of Ruined Castle." I nod slowly. "Have you thought of homeschooling?" He shakes his head. "I can't keep a tutor around for more than a month, it seems. Every single one of them has a problem with Isla's lack of discipline and focus. Believe me, we've already delved into the world quite extensively. Basically, the school is the last good choice that Isla has. And you had better believe that I'm not going to let that fucking twit of a principal tell me that Isla needs to change in the slightest." I nod again, noting the tension with which he clutches the steering wheel. His knuckles are white and his jaw is clenched as he stares straight forward. If I had any plans of trying to talk to him and disrupt his narrative that he clearly has going on about how Isla is perfect, now is definitely not the time for it. Not when he is so emotional and close to the edge. My question is, how is Kier capable of running a huge media conglomerate so ruthlessly well when he can't run his own household? It's honestly a little baffling. I try another tactic, choosing to leave his issues with Isla untouched for the moment. Clearing my throat, I change the subject. "Why do you guys live out here? Why not London or Paris or really anywhere in the world? Why here?" Kier grimaces. "I have a custody agreement with Isla's mother. It says that Isla can leave the country for 10 days at a time, but has to return to Scotland for school." That still doesn't really answer my question, though. Why live so far remote from all the day-to-day conveniences that Glasgow has to offer? There's got to be a reason for that. He narrows his eyes on the road and purses his lips. "It's a long story. But essentially it boils down to the fact that it is so remote. See, Isla's mother is something of a wild child still. And by living in a faraway destination from the types of dirt bags and parties that she loves, I'm almost assured that Isla's mother will stay far away." My eyes widen. "So, you and Isla's mother—" He cuts me off. "Are not together, if that's what you're asking. Kingsley is a wild child, not ready to be held down by anyone, not even her own daughter. I decided after years of Kingsley disappearing for months at a time that I've had enough of that. Isla deserves a lot better than that." His gaze hardens as he says the last line. I arch a brow, wondering if he intentionally left himself out or not. Hell, he could be in denial over that too, for all I know. So, when that journalist asked about your wife, Kier's jaw tightens. He didn't know what he was talking about. Nobody does. It's not something that anybody knows outside of the castle. Except your family, right? Kier briefly rolls his eyes and shakes his head. Yeah, except my family. I glance out the window, noticing that we are about to drive into a thickly forested area. I sit up a little straighter and peer out the window, thinking how different this area is with its tall fir trees and densely packed low light. Everywhere I've been so far around here has all the beautiful rolling hills and a small, lightly forested area of trees just behind the castle. This is new and different, taking me by surprise. Kier speaks after a moment, and I almost jump at the sound of his voice. Preoccupied as I was with the local flora, I nearly forgot he was even here. I want you to try to calm Isla down when we get to her school. I have to take the principal out back to the woodshed, and I would rather Isla not see me make the man cry. Squinting at him, I frown. Is that why you brought me along? What kind of question is that? He mutters. Folding my arms across my chest, I give him a look. It seems like you are taking advantage of the situation. I don't know if I have to remind you of this, but I am not supposed to be taking care of Isla. I'm here because you insisted that it would make the investigation that the journalist was doing go away. Since then, I haven't heard a single word about it. I'm starting to think that you just wanted a nanny, and the best way you could think of to get one was trick me into it. He slams on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. I glance at him, my eyes going wild. He looks at me. That is not what is going on here. I wouldn't just dump my daughter off on a random stranger. That's what Kingsley did. And I will never be so foolish to think that anyone else cares for Isla the way I can. He says it sternly, his blue eyes blazing and pinning me in place. Then he shuts up and stares at me, seemingly waiting for some response from me. I swallow. Kier, you seem to think that you are special and the exception to the rule on almost everything. But I have been around the upper class before. I just came from that world, from the elite ballet world and the very rich patrons that support it. I have seen rich men before. Hell, I even dated one. And my experience is that if you don't speak up for yourself and put boundaries in place, you'll be stepped all over. He cocks an eyebrow. I thought I made myself perfectly clear on the plane. I slipped up when I spent the night with you before. It's not gonna happen again. I just need to make sure that the journalist didn't alert anybody else about the sex tape. That's it. Whatever. I say, I roll my eyes. You can say whatever you want, but I know about rich men. You sleep with them one time, and then they think they own you. Let me tell you what, you don't own me. His brows hunch. I thought you were a virgin. Flushing, I shake my head. I am. I mean, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you understand my role here. He glares at me. I understand all right. No need to explain. Once I'm sure that we're in the clear, you're on the first plane back to New York City. I open my mouth to protest, but he suddenly floors the Range Rover, making me hang on for dear life as the car accelerates. Before I can ask another question, we come around to the rise of a hill. There, in the valley below us, spreads out a winding road with tall trees on each side, and a large white building nestled just between them. I can make out its shape, and as we get a little closer, I see that it is 3 stories and nearly as grand as the castle itself. I am not sure what to expect, But Kier puts his foot down on the gas pedal, practically racing once he can see the school. As we pull up to the neatly manicured driveway, my eyes are glued to the building itself. White limestone makes up most of the exterior walls, and the whole building is flanked by dark green forest. All in all, it's a very arresting building with a large domed entryway and 2 twin flags just on either side of the door. Before I know it, Kier is throwing the car into park and storming up to the entrance. I take my time getting my seatbelt off and climbing out of the car. He stops and looks back, impatiently beckoning toward me. I flush as I hurry forward, eyeing him. He's still dressed in what I would have come to think of as his uniform. Crisp white shirt, dark suit, dark tie, with his hair carefully slicked back and his blue eyes radiating anger. I have to admit that he is pretty damn hot. For an asshole, anyway. Straightening my dress, I swallow and hurry up the steps after him. When I hit the landing, Kier is already raising his voice, addressing a man in a blue suit with a yellow bow tie, who looks the picture of a college professor if you looked him up in the dictionary. "Now, Lord Greyrose," the man is saying. He holds his hand up to stop Kier in his tracks, but Kier only looks as if the man's words are adding fuel to his already high-burning fire. "Dr. Martin," Kier says, his voice rising in pitch, "bring me to Isla right now, or I'll be forced to do something drastic. You don't want to mess with me on this." Dr. Martin swallows and bows his head slightly, running his finger around his neckline. "I think we should talk before I bring you to see her. She's had behavioral problems before, but nothing that rose to this level. I'm afraid that we're going to have some serious consequences for this. We can't tolerate bullying, and it's not fair to Isla or the other students to let them think that this behavior goes unnoticed by the adults." Kier stays contorted with rage. He lurches forward toward Dr. Martin, who, at the last moment, jumps out of the doorway. Kier continues right through it, and I chew on my lip as I follow. Dr. Martin glances at me, frowning a little, and then hurries after Kier. The doorway opens into a long hallway on either side of the door. Rows of white walls and classroom doors on one side, and black school lockers on the other. "Where is she, Martin?" Kier bellows. "Isla." "Lord Greyrose, if you will just listen to me for a moment," Dr. Martin calls after him. A door opens at the end of the hall, and Isla runs out, fully in tears. She's wearing her long gray skirt and a preppy gray t-shirt, looking every bit the Catholic schoolgirl. Her hair streams behind her as she bolts towards us, seeing Kier and knowing that her sanctuary is here. Kier kneels down and opens his arms, catching Isla. She is sobbing a little bit as he picks her up and presses her face into his shoulder. He shoots an imperious gaze at me and then glares at Dr. Martin. "This isn't over," Kier sneers. "You'll be hearing from my attorney." Dr. Martin swallows but takes a deep breath. "Isla cannot be allowed to bully other children. Taking her out of school like this is not going to solve her problem. If anything, it will probably make her worse." Kier looks so angry that he could literally spit. I step in, putting myself between Kier and Dr. Martin, trying to ease the tension. "Thank you, Dr. Martin. We are hearing what you're saying. We will take your suggestions seriously. Right, Kier?" Kier's face twitches. Instead of answering me, he spins on his heel, Isla sobbing softly in his arms. He marches out of the hall and heads down the stairs. I am left awkwardly bowing to Dr. Martin and scurrying after them, my mind whirling. I want to ask Isla what happened, but she is obviously upset, crying and throwing a full-blown tantrum once he buckles her into the back seat. So I look out the window, and start to piece a few more pieces of their puzzle together. Still, it leaves me with a lot of questions. Namely, where is Isla's mom? Does she know that Isla is struggling? And how does Kingsley fit into all of this? I'm not sure I will ever know, but that doesn't stop me from wondering.
Chapter 19. Just before dawn, I run toward the castle, my heart pounding as I climb that final hill. My adrenaline and endorphins are going crazy, and I feel for just 1 second that literally anything is possible. I swear, as I'm cresting that hill, it's like the last 7 years of my life weren't crushed and ruined. When I reach the castle, I take a moment before I head back inside. Leaning against the stone wall, I suck in a breath. Running has long been an important part of my life. Even before Isla, before I met Kingsley and she blew my whole entire life up, it was a quiet kind of stress relief. For 40 minutes or an hour, or however long I can get away with, it is a quiet time to meditate. Breathe in, breathe out, push one foot in front of the other. But lately, I've been getting very few moments of this kind of bliss. Honestly, aside from the night I spent with Isla in New York City, I haven't been releasing any kind of steam recently. At least today, when I had the opportunity to run, I grabbed it with both hands. But my body will soon be racked with tension again. And the only things that I've ever found that work to get out my aggression are sex and exercise. One of those things makes my life unbearably complicated, and the other takes time out of my busy schedule, something I often don't have to give. I sigh and push out every bit of breath that's in my lungs. Then I push myself off the stone wall and head inside. The castle is silent now. It's too early for Natasha's sarcastic, frenetic presence, and Isla won't be up for a little while yet. Now is the only time that I get to myself, and I feel amazing as I trot up the stairs. Heading up the stairs and around the corner to my room, the first thing I notice is that my phone is buzzing. I like to keep my room extremely cold and extremely dark, so the screen of my phone lights up where it lies on the bedside table. Sauntering over to it, I pick my phone up and find a text message from my longtime good friend Stellan. Stellan is the King of Denmark now, but for a long time his family was the same as mine. The entirety of the country looks up at the Love family, just as Scotland has a huge spotlight placed on the Grey Rose family. So, as you can imagine, the two oldest sons from both close-knit families are bonded in a special way. Our families were close for our entire childhood, but Stellan and I, being only a year apart in age, are particularly close even to this day. Stellan texts, "Are we still on for the visit in Paris? My wife is pregnant, but I feel like an outing is overdue." I lift my brows. Stellan fell in love with a common American girl with a rebellious streak a mile long. After a torrid affair, they ended up getting married. Now Margot is settling into being the Queen of Denmark. As far as I know, she is a lovely little blonde that complements my childhood best friend pretty damn well. "Congrats on the baby," I text back. "And yes, I think that we should definitely plan a trip to Paris. Are you thinking this summer?" He texts me a smiling emoji. "Thanks. It's her second pregnancy, and she's going a little stir-crazy with this one. I was thinking that we could leave our kids at home for 1 weekend of luxury. Does May sound good?" I pursed my lips and checked my calendar. It's packed with notes and events added by a secretary from News Corps. Pushing out a breath, I scroll through each weekend and choose one in particular that has the least number of commitments already scheduled. "I am open the second weekend of May. Can I bring a guest?" I texted it without really thinking about it, but now that I've hit send, I freeze. Who am I supposed to bring? Ella? The only other woman I could even bring is Natasha, and God knows I've spent 3 solid years keeping Natasha at arm's length. Her sarcastic energy makes her a perfectly capable assistant, but I am not attracted to her in the slightest. I start to text out a quick change of my mind, but before I can, Stellan is texting me back. The 3 dots appear, and then he says, "I didn't realize that you were seeing anyone new since Kingsley, but I would be extremely glad to meet anyone that you decided to bring. The more, the merrier." I can feel the heat gathering at the back of my neck. I'm not quite embarrassed enough to feel my face flush, but I stir uncomfortably, not knowing exactly how to answer Stellan. He is one of my oldest friends, and he was integral in my decision to silently go through with divorcing Kingsley. If it weren't for him, I might still be married to her and waiting around for her to show up after she had disappeared on one of her benders again. Screwing up my face, I decide not to say anything about it at the moment. It's nice of Stellan to be so open to meeting a new person that I might date, even if that person doesn't really exist just yet. Not ever, if I have my way. Not after all the shit that Kingsley put me and Isla through. I end up just texting, "Thanks, man. I will let you know the details when we get closer to the date. I assume that you won't mind staying at my penthouse." "I would never say no to an offer like that," Stellan jokes. "Gotta go. Little Adeline is on the loose and Margot can't keep up. Excited about the trip, though." "Yeah, me too. Talk to you soon." Putting my phone down, I suck in a deep breath. It's hard for me to believe that Stellan has a kid. Not just the one, either, because he apparently has a very pregnant wife. I've been friends with Stellan for most of my life, and I never thought that he would settle down, even though he had a lot of pressure put on him because he was a presumptive heir to the Copenhagen throne. As I run through the shower, I remember quite succinctly how judgmental I was when I first married Kingsley. I thought back then that it was a sign that I had my shit together, and that I was really moving on an upward trajectory in my life. Now, I am a 30-something divorced dad, and the only woman that I've even looked at twice in the recent days is posing as my nanny. How funny and cruel life can be to men that have big dreams. I rush through the rest of my shower and spend very little time getting dressed. It's not like I have a huge selection to choose from when I step into my closet. I have only the best white button-down shirts and 30 designer suits in various shades of dark grey, black, and very deep navy blue. I dress almost without thinking about it, and drift downstairs, my mind still on Stellan. How is it that Stellan, a man who at one point was a huge disappointment to the royal family because of his bad behaviour, is now on track to rule an entire country peacefully? And yet here I am, struggling to keep Kingsley at arm's length, while my young daughter acts out constantly. And all I have to run is News Corps, which is a large company, but is nothing compared to running all of Denmark. Maybe when I see Stellan, he can give me some sage words of advice and tell me how to keep my life from spinning out of control. I'm walking through the ground floor of the castle, heading toward the kitchen in the back. It's still early enough for the maids and the butler to be off duty, but Mrs. Wolfe looks up from her cutting board, startled by my presence as I walk into the kitchen. When she sees me, she breaks into a smile. "My lord," she says with a curtsy, "I didn't know you were awake yet." Pushing my fingers through my hair, I give her a quick smile. "It's Keir. Come on now, you've known me since I was just a baby. No need for formalities at this point, eh?" She blushes and sets down her knife, swiping a stray strand of hair back with a smile. "As you wish. The young ladies are already up and fed. They're out back in case you were looking for them." My brows go up dramatically. "They are?" She nods. "Indeed they are. For what it's worth, not that anyone asked, but I find that young Ella very charming. She always asks me how things are going every time she sees me, and remembers little details from our previous conversations. If I have any say in the matter, I hope you keep her around, for Isla, if nothing else." The back of my neck heaves. I can't very well lie to Mrs. Wolfe's face and say that Ella is just here to watch after Isla. So I give her a little bow and say, "Nice to see you this morning. I'm going to check on Ella and Isla to make sure that Isla hasn't driven poor Ella crazy just yet." Mrs. Wolfe chuckles. I think that is a winning strategy." Giving her an uncharacteristic wink, I head out the back door of the castle. Mrs. Wolfe stares at me, again startled by my words, and I feel her eyes on my back all the way out the door. I realise that if my long-time chef is so surprised by my words, then maybe I am in an unusual mood. I feel a little better, especially when I step outside and find Isla and Ella. They are drawing on the ancient stone terrace with a big bucket of sidewalk chalk. Nonsensical doodles and rainbows mostly, but they're in the same little space, Isla not minding Ella's closeness. I hate to even interrupt them, and briefly consider backing away and returning to the castle. Ella stands up, admiring her own work, and out of the corner of her eye she sees me. She straightens herself, brushing off her silky black dress, and puts her hands behind her back, as if I require formality. "Oh, Keir," she says. She looks a little breathless. "We were just working on a mural. I didn't expect you to even make an appearance today." Isla drops her fat piece of pink chalk and stands up, turning to me with a grin. "Daddy, look what I made!" She steps back and I move closer, arching my eyebrow at Ella. Ella doesn't say anything, but she does nod to the drawings, which I now see are planets and stars and even an asteroid shooting across the horizontal space. "This is the night sky that we should be able to see tonight," Isla declares. She leans over, pointing out several stars. "See, Sagittarius is right here, and over here." She moves to the other side of the mural. "Here we have the Big Dipper. You probably know what that is, don't you?" She looks at Ella, her face serious. "My dad knows everything in the whole world." Ella covers the bottom of her face with her hand and nods, but I can tell by her laugh lines around her eyes that she is trying very hard not to laugh out loud. I shoot a tiny glare her way and turn to Isla. "You made all of this today?" Isla looks exceedingly pleased. "Yep," she crows. "I got up extra early and everything." Ella cuts me a glance, but she's still smiling. "She woke me up at 4 a.m. It's not as cute as it sounds." Smirking at Ella, I take a careful step over to Isla, avoiding the chalk outlines. Extending a hand toward her, I gesture to her, beckoning. She comes into my embrace a little awkwardly, but once she is there, I give her a hard hug. She looks up at me, tossing her fiery red mop back. For a moment, I can see her pride in her work and her excitement to show it to me present in her eyes. It's a really nice mural. It's well executed. You can see all the stars and planets. Very educational. You must have worked hard on it. Isla gives me a toothy grin. "Thanks, Dad. Ella helped a little." She rolls her eyes over to Ella and scrunches up her face. "But it was my idea." "I am sure it was. It seems like just the sort of thing that you would do. I'll tell you what, why don't you go inside and clean up for breakfast? Ella and I will meet you inside, and then we will all eat together. Doesn't that sound good?" Isla gives me an uncertain look. She shifts her gaze to Ella and scrunches her brow. "I guess," Isla mutters. She dusts off her hands and gives me a final little hug, and then she races inside, leaving all the sidewalk chalk lying on the ground. When I glance back at Ella, she puts her hand on her hips and frowns at me. "Are you not going to make her clean up her own mess?" I cast my gaze around the ground, and then I shrug. She was excited. I try to encourage that as much as possible. A year ago, this, I point at the mural, would not have happened. So what if I let her get away with a little messiness here and there? Ella makes a face and bends down to pick up a piece of chalk. When she straightens her body to throw it in the chalk bucket, she winces and grabs at her knee. I cock my head and watch as she repeats the same thing, bending down, straightening, and wincing a little. It just so happens that she has a scar running down the middle of her knee, looking as if the wound is a little over a year old, maybe. "Are you okay?" I ask. Ella puts her hand on her head again and gives me a dead-eyed stare. "What makes you think I'm not okay?" Jerking my head toward her knee, I ask her about it. I assume that was your career-ending injury. Ella makes a soft sound of disgust and shakes her head. "I don't want to talk about it. Actually, if it's okay with you, I might go back to bed for a little while. Or at least take a shower." "I thought we were all going to eat breakfast together." Ella glances up at me, her expression unreadable. "What do you want from me? Do you want an actual nanny? Do you want me to be trapped here while you investigate the journalist? Or do you want a breakfast companion? Because I sure as hell cannot be all the things you want." Folding my arms across my chest, I huff out a laugh. "Fine. I just thought you might be hungry too. Forgive me for thinking that you have needs." "Look, I feel for you. I realize that you and Isla are in a tough situation, sort of. But this bullshit you're spewing about my needs, I won't buy it." I roll my eyes, but she stomps her foot and makes an angry sound. "Do you know what your problem is? You're dismissive of things you don't understand. How can you solve anyone's problems if you can't even comprehend them?" "I think my employees think I am an excellent problem solver," I snap. "Yeah, the ones that make it past the 3-month mark, sure. See, that's why I could never even pretend that you and I could be a thing, because I grew up with a father that was not stable. He had money for most of my childhood, but he also had a lot of rage and a lot of needs, and I'm not interested in dating anybody that is like my father. I throw my hands in the air, my temper getting the better of me. We're not dating. And there's a reason for that, she says, throwing a final piece of chalk in the chalk bucket. She gives herself a shake and tucks a piece of her hair behind her ear. Do you know what? I don't need this. I'm going upstairs to my room, and I'll be back down when I feel like it. She turns and stalks away, her hips moving in a sultry sway as she goes. And I stare after her, trying to figure out why I'm so very attracted to her.
Chapter 20. I come bounding down the many castle stairs, my stomach giving a loud grumble. Last night we had leftovers for dinner, and none of the leftovers were particularly appealing to me. So I am extra hungry this morning, even knowing that I will probably have to fend for myself because Mrs. Wolfe is spending the weekend with her family. Specifically, I have bacon and eggs on my mind. Ever since I got here, it's been granola or muesli for breakfast. But I asked Mrs. Wolfe very nicely to get these items for me, and they should be in the refrigerator somewhere. My heart races as I work my way through the darkened rooms. It's still early, about 4:30 in the morning, and no one else is up, which is fine by me because I don't exactly want to let Keir see me stuffing my face with fatty bacon and high-calorie eggs. I can admit to myself that he probably doesn't care at all, but I care. I'll be damned if I let him see me make bad choices for my healing body. I practically break the kitchen door down when I bust through it. To my surprise, the light is on, and there is a slim brunette figure sticking her head in the fridge. At the sound of my entrance, she looks up at me with a grin. "Saffron!" I exclaimed. "I didn't even know you were here. When did you get in?" She closes the refrigerator doors and pulls a face. "A few hours ago. My schedule is all screwed up for my finals week right now, so I woke up at the crack of 2 a.m. and drove out here." "Oh, gotcha. Well, I'm glad to see you, even though it's maybe the literal middle of the night." She squints at me. "Yeah, it is very early. What are you doing up?" I wrinkle my nose. I've been dreaming about eating eggs and bacon for days now. Mrs. Wolfe promised me that she would get me some bacon, so I guess I'm up early to indulge myself in a big high-calorie breakfast. I'm not sure how Saffron will respond to it, but she immediately lights up like I've just told her really great news. "That's amazing. You should definitely be treating yourself. Do you mind if I join you?" I feel myself blush, but I just nod my head. Sure, the more the merrier, I guess. Heading over to the fridge, I pull out the ingredients that I will need. Eggs, milk, cheese, bacon, and a little butter. Saffron makes herself useful by putting the heavy cast-iron skillet on the stove and turning on one of the burners. I hunt around in the pantry for a mixing bowl and salt and pepper, then crack a few eggs into the bowl and mix it all up with a fork. Saffron lays strips of bacon out in the frying pan and then sets out another smaller saucepan for the eggs. She lights up the burner and then adds a little butter to the pan. As the bacon heats up, the sense of it frying begins to fill the air. "So, how has your first weeks been here in the castle?" Saffron asks, giving me a considering look. I put down the fork and make a face, shrugging a shoulder. "It's been up and down? Mostly down, I guess." She nods. "I can see how that could be. My brother can be quite beastly. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that, though." "You definitely don't have to. I have witnessed Keir yelling at pretty much everyone that he thinks works for him, which is everyone, I guess." I give her a wry smile and add milk to the eggs. Saffron adds a few more cubes of butter to the skillet. "That tracks. Keir has really never been good with people in general. He's always been brusque and brash. In fact,
When he brought Kingsley home for the very first time, I was shocked. Her face screws up. Then I got to know Kingsley, and my surprise was wiped away. Pouring the eggs into the frying pan, I slide her a glance. Would it be weird for me to ask what the situation with Kingsley is exactly? Everything I heard is from Keir, and you know how he is about doling out information. Yeah, he's super stingy. She rolls her eyes. Kingsley was a mistake. I'm not saying that Isla isn't the greatest kid ever, because she obviously is, but her mother is the bane of Keir's existence. They basically met at a time in Keir's life where he was... She pauses, searching for the right word. He had political aspirations, or at least my mom had dreams of seeing him as Prime Minister. And since my dad was Prime Minister of Scotland, it seemed like the logical next step. Keir was basically reared for the specific purpose of being political successor to my father. Anyway, long story short, he rebelled in his own way by being a playboy and partying too much, and he met Kingsley during that phase of drinking and probably doing drugs and staying out all night. I stir the eggs with the spatula, listening intently. Saffron pauses to see if I have anything to add, but after a moment, she continues. So, basically, Kingsley is from a political family too, and because of her last name, my mom gets it in her head that Kingsley and Keir should get married and have a family. Kingsley literally couldn't care less and just keeps partying. At some point, Keir proposes to her, but he also starts to wonder if she will ever slow down. Kingsley accepts, they get married, and they keep partying. And then Kingsley winds up pregnant. And I'm guessing that she doesn't like it, from what I have gathered, I say. Saffron gives a gentle laugh. Ha, you can say that again. Keir basically had to chain Kingsley to the bed to keep her from snorting and drinking up a storm. In retrospect, Kingsley is an addict, and she was behaving like addicts do. But Keir kind of had a come-to-Jesus moment, where he realised that one of them had to be sober in order to be around for their daughter. Oof, I comment. That's some really heavy stuff. It's not as heavy as when Isla was born. For about 2 or 3 months, Kingsley stayed home, but she warned us that she was not very happy. And then one day Keir woke up and found a note on her pillow. She was just gone. She disappeared for a few months and came back. Keir tried to get her into rehab, and she disappeared for half a year. Rinse and repeat. Eventually, Keir had to make a decision for Isla, and so he divorced Kingsley and moved out here. Ah, when I asked him about it, he said that they lived out here because there are less shiny things here that Kingsley would be attracted to. I guess that all makes much more sense. The kitchen door suddenly swings open. Keir sticks his head in the room and frowns at us. What are you doing here, Saffron? And why are you awake, Ella? I shrug, not interested in telling him I'm here to eat. Saffron gives a little squeal of delight and goes over to hug him. I'm just here hanging out to avoid Mum's social mixer. She says that it's a regular occurrence, but I've got to peek at the guest list, and it's all the families of the boys that she approves of. It's like she didn't ever learn a single thing from matchmaking between you and Kingsley, eh? Keir's eyebrows go up, but he just rolls his eyes. Mother will never stop being mother, I suppose. He sniffs the air, glancing hopefully at me. What is that? Flipping the eggs out of the pan, I sigh silently. Bacon and eggs. I'm homesick, and this just sounded good. Do you want to try some? Keir flashes me a dour look. No thanks. I just need a pick-me-up before I go running, usually like a banana. Come sit with us for a moment while we eat. Saffron wiggles her eyebrows.
You can entertain us for a little while, can't you?" He levels a look at her, but when she drops several hot pieces of bacon onto a couple plates and splits the eggs between them, he follows her as she heads toward the dining room. I pick up a piece of bread from yesterday and tag along after them, feeling a bit out of place. After all, for all Saffron knows, I am supposedly the help. I bet that she is on friendly terms with everybody that works here at the castle, though. When I enter the dining room, my eyes widen a bit. It's outfitted with a huge dining room table that seats no less than 30 people, and the table is already set with plates, shining silverware, sparkling wine glasses, and large fruit centerpieces. Just as I wonder whether or not the centerpieces could be wax, Kier drops into a seat and plucks a banana off the centerpiece closest to him. Saffron sits across from him, leaving me to choose my own seat. I slip into the seat next to hers and carefully move away the delicate gold-edged plate that is sitting in front of me. Saffron sets the plate of eggs and bacon before me, her attention on Kier still. "So you never really told me how you two met." She looks back and forth between me and Kier, raising a brow. "I heard that you were a ballerina, but I don't really have many more details than that." I flush and give myself a few seconds by scooping up a pile of fluffy eggs and putting them into my mouth. Saffron's eyes twinkle when she sees me do it, and I wonder if I have just been caught. Kier works on peeling his banana and doesn't even look up as he speaks. "We met at a gala fundraiser for the ballet, I think. Is that right?" Nodding, I flush. I went to meet some of my friends who were there to fundraise. I am actually a former member of the ballet, not a current ballerina. And my best friend Kaya is married to Callum, who is really close friends with Kier. Kier nods, his mouth full. He swallows and then says, "I've known Callum forever." "You've known everybody forever," Saffron fires back. "For such a social creature, you lack most of the niceties that the rest of us rely on." "I think what you mean to say is that I'm not boring." He stuffs a third of the banana in his mouth and arches an eyebrow. Saffron pulls a face. Ignoring his words, she continues with her questioning. "So, you guys met at this gala event, and then what? Kier asked you to be Isla's au pair?" I drop my gaze, pretending to be fascinated by a crisp piece of bacon. "Something like that," I mumble. Saffron's gaze probes me, narrowing on my face. Her lips twitch. "Ella, you're just as tight-lipped as my brother. Really, you two should think about dating. Kier never leaves the castle, so maybe importing you here would actually light a fire under him to be a little less uncouth." She eyes Kier, who is working on the last mouthful of his banana. He gives her a tiny glare, but I am the first to protest her words. "I'm not interested in dating my employer," I bluff. "Besides, I have dated someone before that was a rich white dude, and let me tell you, they are so entitled. It's not even funny." Kier shoots to his feet, rather abruptly ending our breakfast. "I should be going. Besides, if I leave now, Saffron can't fling any barbs or make any more unwanted connections between me and the staff." I look at him, bewildered. He gives me a sharp glance and then waves at Saffron, tossing his banana peel to her. She gives him a glare as he strides out of the room, picking up the banana peel off her plate and setting it aside with a sigh. "That's my brother for you, and if you believe it, he is not the worst one." "I imagine that James has to be the worst one," I mutter. Saffron gives a light laugh. "You are absolutely right. Kier might be a perfect beast, but at least he's not a jackass like James." She gives a dramatic shiver. Chuckling, I lift a piece of bacon toward her. "I'll toast to that." She laughs and picks up a piece of bacon, hitting mine with it. The conversation moves on to Saffron's time at the university and Isla's behavior issues at school. But my mind remains on Kier and the way that he so easily dismissed me and called me the staff. Chapter 21. Okay, I give up. Where are we going? Kier looks at me from the driver's seat of his sleek black sedan, arching an eyebrow. What? You don't like secrets? I push my cheek out with my tongue and try to tamp down on my frustration. It seems to only fire him up, and so I keep my voice perfectly calm and level. If I remember correctly, we came in from the opposite direction when we arrived from Glasgow, so I'm just wondering now where we could be headed. He gives me a tiny, infuriating smirk. If you must know, we're headed to Ayr. Ayr? I echo back to him, puzzled. Either I don't understand your accent or you're using a new kind of slang that I've never heard of. Since when do I seem like the kind of guy to use slang? What am I, low-born? He rolls his eyes. It's a small town, about 50,000 people, and you're right, we're headed in the opposite direction from Glasgow. Look, you can see Ayr appearing over the horizon now. Before I can even stop myself, I snap a reply. You don't have to be low-born to use slang. Everybody knows that. Except for you, I guess. He glares at me, but I turn to look out the window. True to Kier's word, Ayr appears to take shape. A large city spilling down the side of a mountain and the sea stretching out its stretch of grayish blue before it. It's pretty awe-inspiring, especially since this is the first city I've seen in a couple of weeks. I love a city as much as any girl can, probably more. But is there a particular reason that you're bringing me to a city today? You just came stomping down the stairs and told me to get in the car while Saffron watches Isla. He glances away and shrugs, his teasing seemingly dropping away. I just thought you would be up for an adventure, that's all. Oh, I nod slowly, watching as the car starts across the waterway, seemingly floating over the ocean. As we approach the city, I choose my words carefully. Thanks for thinking of me, at least. His lips twist. Just trying to prove that I'm, in fact, capable of thinking of someone other than myself. A laugh bubbles to my lips. I watch as we exit the bridge, turning right onto a narrow road that creeps along the shore just below the city. Above us, buildings tower, the city skyline rising quite sharply for almost farther than I can see. It feels almost dangerous to pull the car to a stop right here, but that is exactly what Kier does. He jumps out of the car and leaves the keys inside, not even bothering to wait for me or gesture for me to get out of the car. After a moment, I climb out and scurry after him, eyeing the line of heavy buildings as Kier approaches a set of stairs that lead up toward a busy city plaza. Behind us, someone gets in the car and drives it away. Kier doesn't even seem the least bit worried about it, so I guess I shouldn't be either. He makes it up the stairs, going 2 at a time, and turns back to stare at me. I blush furiously and bow my head as I hobble up the stairs. Ever since I broke my leg, stairs have really been my secret enemy. I make it my mission to get to the top of the stairs without wincing or making any expression at all. It's difficult, to say the least. By the time I arrive, beads of sweat have broken out across my brow, and I can feel a little sweat gathering just below the nape of my neck, too. Luckily, I think that the short, dark cotton dress I'm sporting will hide any sweat. Or I hope so, anyway. When I make it up onto the landing of the stairs, Kier grabs my elbow and steers me right, obviously heading somewhere. I'm too busy taking in the surroundings to put up much of a fight. People are going about their day-to-day lives, zipping to and fro in their cars and getting in and out of vehicles parked on the side street. A couple 100 yards away from the stairs is an impressive row of shops. The first floor is dedicated to retail, while the second floor of every building looks residential in nature. I see a floral shop, a rather expensive dress boutique, and a whimsical candy shop just in front of us. My brows rise slightly. Where is it that Kier is taking me? Kier doesn't seem to even think about that. He clearly has some place in mind. I drag my eyes away from the young woman giving her 2 children pieces of pizza as she walks down the street. "Where are we going?" I ask Kier. He quirks his brow. "You haven't guessed." I give my head a little shake, examining the shops again. My gaze catches on a lingerie store that I hadn't previously seen. Kier almost certainly didn't bring me here to buy myself lingerie, though. He probably hasn't even ever thought once about women's undergarments and whether or not they exist. "We'll be there soon enough," he says roughly. I swallow and glance at him, my heart racing a little bit. In all my 19 years of life, I have nothing that has prepared me for this experience. I hope he doesn't plan to have me pay for anything, because my bank account at New York City Savings and Loan still only has $600 in it. I haven't cashed the last 2 paychecks that I received from the ballet, but I have a sinking feeling that I'm going to have to wire that money to my roommates sooner rather than later. We walk down past several more shops, a hat store and a toy store, and the pizzeria that the woman was feeding her children from. At last, Kier pulls me to a stop in front of a particular store. I look up at it, my brow furrowed. "Tamara's?" I read quietly. In the window displays on either side of me, I see several chicly dressed yet modest mannequins, all in boring earth tones. It kind of reminds me of that place that my mom really likes to shop in Atlanta, upscale but definitely age-appropriate to the generation before me. Squinting at Kier, I tilt my head. "What is this?" Kier eyes me coolly. "I thought you could use some new clothes." I arch a brow at him. "Oh yeah? Based on what exactly?" His expression betrays a hint of annoyance. His upper lip lifts a hint of a snare. "You don't seem to own anything that covers any more than your upper thighs. I'm doing you a favor, trust me. Now come on." He takes my upper arm and pulls me roughly. My heart jumps at the grip he has on me. I can't stop myself from reaching out with my free hand and pushing him back half a step. His face twitches and he growls at me. Backing me up a half step toward the building, he moves aggressively and quickly. "Listen to me, Ella." He is about to chew me out. I have heard the tone before, in my own father, the teachers that would get angry whenever I failed to complete their assignments, and the faces of angry customers when I had that part-time job as a hostess at an upscale restaurant. His bearings change, his posture stiffens, and he gets an all-knowing superior look in his eyes. But just as his lips part, a woman's voice coughs so delicately that it surprises both of us. We step to the side, looking at her, surprise on both of our faces. She smiles and peers at Kier, clearly recognizing him. "Lord Greyrose, it's so nice to see you again out and about this time. No pesky private land rules here." She smiles widely and glances at me meaningfully. "And you must be Ella." She sticks her hand out and moves toward me. "So nice to meet you." My honest first instinct is to shrink back from her approach rather than shake her hand. She's smiling, all right, but there's a menacing gleam to her eyes, a saccharine flavor to her over-niceness. As I call back protectively, Kier pushes me beyond his body, suddenly aggressively protecting me. I am awestruck because just a second ago he was about to rip my head off, but now he looks like he would do real harm to anyone foolish enough to lay hands on me. This is the first time I have ever been in this situation, and it honestly turns me on in a way that I didn't know was even possible. I flush and breathe slowly, my eyes darting back and forth between the stranger and Kier. "I would step back if I were you," Kier tells her. His entire demeanor is menacing, his posture like he is ready to brawl. I put my hand on his arm, knowing that I don't stand a chance if he actually decides to take a swing at this lady. She smiles beatifically at us both, bringing out a pad of paper and pen. "I was hoping to run into you guys," she says. "You see, I have a lot more questions about Max and his death. The things he saw, what he did leading up to his untimely murder, and of course, the connection between you two that seems to interest him so much." She clicks her pen, giving me a devilish smile. "Ella, any thoughts on that?" I blink convulsively and my fingernails dig into Kier's arm. He shoots me a tiny look of disappointment and then pushes me another inch behind him, standing his ground. "No comment. Like I said before, I think you should leave." She rolls her eyes but never loses her upbeat smile. "Kier, you know that this is a public sidewalk. You can't ask me to leave. I have as much right to be here as you." He stands so still for a few seconds that I think he might actually hit her. Obviously, she thinks so too, because she steps back, holding her notepad and pen. "Well, what do you have to say? You know, you might as well just tell me what the secret is that you're hiding from me, because your girl there, she looks guilty as hell. And when the secret eventually comes out, I will purposely make it as painful and as dramatic as possible. I'm a journalist, so you know that I'll make sure it hurts you both. That is, unless you have anything that you want to tell me." My eyes widen. This woman is a journalist? God, no wonder Kier bristled when she came into view. I wet my lips and try to slow down my breathing, which is practically hyperventilating by now. The woman leans closer and extends her hand toward me, holding out a business card. Before I can take it, Kier slaps it out of her hand and growls. "I said no comments. That's what I meant. And if you don't hightail it out of here, I'm going to call the police. Trust me, I donate millions to the police fund every year. They won't think twice about slapping a pair of handcuffs on you." The journalist's smile falters, and for the first time, she looks a little worried. She squints at Kier and then tosses her head. "Ella, I don't know what this guy has told you, but he has the craziest history I've ever had the displeasure of researching. When you get tired of being lied to and manipulated, you should call me. My name is Wendy Allen." She extends another business card, and Kier pushes me backward, so threatening that he makes her back up. He glances at me and jerks his head toward the shop. "Go inside," he rumbles. "I'll be there very soon when this woman is gone." I realize then that I am physically shaking. Glancing helplessly at Wendy, I press my lips together. There are things that I could tell her, things that might help her figure out who and why Max got killed. I can tell her exactly how it felt to stand there and watch as the SUV ran him over. But my question is, will any of that help? Or will it just make her double down on the connection between myself and Kier? There is honestly no way to know. "Ella?" she asks.
"Ella,
Get inside the fucking shop. Let me deal with this, Kier grits out. I take a step back and then turn, swinging open the last door. The owner and the shop's only employee are right there asking if I need water or any other assistance. If I had to guess, I would say that they heard a large portion of what just transpired. I push off their offers of help and wander through the store, pretending to look at clothes. But inside, I am a mess of jitters. I've been questioning why Kier has bothered to keep me here all this time, but today, I just met the reason, and her name is Wendy. I swallow and flip through the rocks, my mind 1,000 miles away. Chapter 22. I stare at the brand new pair of Nike running shoes, my eyes tripping over their dark uppers and their white soles. I pick up the bright pink laces that came with them and scrunch up my nose. Lacing the shoes takes me a couple of minutes, and the shoes are surprisingly lightweight in my hands. Then I glanced at the handwritten note one final time. Put these on. Meet me at the front door at 4:30 a.m. Don't be late. Kier didn't sign the note. Then again, he hardly needed to. His imperious tone could be heard through the furiously scribbled-off note. Shifting from foot to foot, I consider his words. Why did he leave me these shoes? Does he think that I need to run for some reason? I have tried it since I left my knee rehabilitation, but I've never really liked running. After all, why run when you can dance? I crumbled the note, feeling a flash of anger run through my veins. I suppose that I can't actually dance, and I have felt like I have been sitting around, losing muscle tone and gaining weight ever since the New York Ballet benched me. So, no matter what his intentions are in giving me these running shoes, the worst thing I could possibly do right now is to ignore his demand to meet him downstairs. Pulling on the black running shorts and a pink and black Purity Ring t-shirt, I lace up my shoes. Checking myself out in the mirror for a final time, I adjust my hair just a little and then add a white hat. Feeling stylish yet sporty, I head downstairs, thinking idly that I'm glad that going downstairs can still be fun and easy, as opposed to climbing these 3 flights of stairs, which I do several times a day, and yet I still trip a little, my right foot catching the edge of a stair here and there. Getting to the bottom of the stairs, I race to the front door, stopping to a stop when it swings open. Kier is standing there, lit by only the dim front lights. My eyes travel up and down his body, noting the lightweight black jacket and the gray running shorts. I raise an eyebrow at his shorts because they're short and silky, highlighting his package in a way that I personally find blush-inducing. What's not covered in material are his legs, lean and long and toned. When he crosses his arms, his biceps bulge, and his look of annoyance really makes his cheekbones jut out. I can say what I will about his personality. Kier is gorgeous to look at, and I think I'm about to find out just how he stays so perfectly fit. He cocks his head, impatient. Well? I scamper forward, clearing my throat. My cheeks are hot as I step past him. Kier shoots a hand out and grabs my arm. I look at him, electrified by his touch and startled by him stopping me. I can't read anything in his expression beyond impatience. It's quite cold outside. You'll need a jacket. My face contorts. Why do I need to go running again? Because, Ella. He turns me loose with a tiny glare. I contacted the finest orthopedic surgeon in the UK. He says at this point in your recovery from your injury, the only way that you can possibly get back into fighting form is to very slowly try to ease back into exercise. I mentioned running, and he thought it was a good idea.
A snort escapes me. I'm so glad that you have been discussing my physical impairment with other people. That's just great. Giving him a sarcastic thumbs up, I turn back toward the stairs. Kier's hand clamps down on my shoulder, stopping me dead.
Don't be childish.
I'm not. I shrug off his touch, turning to fire a hard glare at him. He narrows his eyes on my face, considering.
What if I made it worth your while?
Crossing my arms to cover my chest, I scrunch up my nose.
Why would you do that?
He rolls his eyes.
You have to be here for a while, so what would it take for me to get you to run with me for, let's say, 10 days?
My brow descends. Like a bribe. He stares at me so intently that I feel his blue eyes see right through me. I lift my chin, my face heating again, a kernel of defiance blooming in the air between us. Kier reaches up to my face and brushes a few strands of my hair back, his long fingers smoothing them against my skull. For a second, just the briefest moment, my whole body tightens.
Ella.
He whispers my name, his voice gruff. There is a hint of longing in his expression, and something more, maybe a note of regret.
Yes,
I say, my voice an answering whisper. Kier clears his throat, dropping his hand and moving back half a step.
Name your price. Let's get moving.
My cheeks are hot. I press the backs of my hands against them and clear my throat. I want to see the Glasgow Ballet. He seems a little taken aback by my request.
That's all.
Eyeing him, I give him a tiny smirk. And, of course, I will need to go shopping. Somewhere expensive where I can get an outfit appropriate for the ballet.
I see.
His lips twitch.
I think that can be arranged.
I stick out my hand. He blinks and looks at me for a second before shaking it, his grip hard, and the feel of his fingers cause heat to spread in my body like a starburst.
If you'll wear one of my running jackets, that's the deal. It's fucking cold outside before the sun is fully up.
Rolling my eyes, I move toward the front door. Kier is so overbearing, and I feel sort of infantilized by his mother-hen attitude. I decide that the best way to diffuse his offer is to tease him. Sure, if you need to dote on me and take care of me, go right ahead.
You know what?
He shoots me a glare.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Making a soft sound of aggravation, I point to the hall closet.
Is there a jacket in there?
Kier's reply is sulky.
Probably.
Fishing an ultra-lightweight jacket out of the closet, I pull it on and zip it up. Kier walks outside, clearly still pissed that I made fun of him. His jaw is all taut as he stretches his arms.
Okay, let's go.
I close the door behind me with effort, and then look at the long downhill slope of the massive hill we are on. It's important for me to remember that no matter how long I decide to jog and how hard I push myself, I am going to need to climb that hill as the end to my run. At least when I'm on my way back, there should be some light to see by. Right now, I can only make out indistinct shapes in the long white gravel line of the road. Kier takes off at a casual trot, and I follow him. We jog down the hill, me trying my hardest not to act like this is the very first time I've ever exercised in my whole damn life. There isn't much to look at yet because of the early hour, so I focus on my form and breathing instead. For several minutes, it's just me and my breath. It is cold, despite the jacket, but I don't dare say anything. As I fall into a rhythm, the scenery speeds by me, barely registering. Still, 20 minutes in, I'm winded. Not only that, but my right knee burns, like I have hot fire ants just below the surface of my skin, in a place that I can't scratch. As we jog uphill, I slow down, getting a stitch in my side. Keir glances back at me and slows his pace. "Come on, just make it to the top of this hill, then you can take a break." I hate the fact that he's seeing me so damn weak. More than that, I hate that I'm so obviously out of breath and out of shape. How did someone who runs as easily as Keir decide that hooking up with a deranged former ballerina was a good idea? At this exact moment, I feel intense shame about my body and about how I let myself slide from being a professional athlete to being this weak pile of guts. "Ella," Keir prompts. I nod, my mind churning. Keeping my head down, I try so hard to focus on my breath and form and push all the negative thoughts that crowd in on me back a step. Then suddenly, I'm at the top of the hill. I slow to a walk, breathing hard. My lungs scream at me for a second. Spots swim in my vision. Keir waits for me, beckoning. "Come, I promise you only have to walk a few 100 feet. Damn his charming accent. I puff out my cheeks and tell myself that I'm going to be all right. Sucking in deep breaths, I nod my assent. I follow Keir off the main road and down a dirt path that seemingly leads into a bramble. Keir seems certain of his trajectory, so I follow, desperately trying not to pant as hard and as loudly as I want to. Suddenly, we walk out of the bramble onto a very short stone cliff. The entire world falls away. A few shafts of early morning sun grace the valley below, just brushing the tops of its verdant, dewy hills. I see shades of green, navy, and purple, each color softly painted by shafts of golden sunlight. It's absolutely stunning. Without even realizing it, I snake out my hand and grab Keir's forearm, gripping it tightly. How he knew that this would be the exact moment that I needed to see this gorgeous landscape, I don't know, but somehow he did. He touches my lower back, jerking his head toward a large, low rock sitting nearby. It forms a natural bench of sorts, as evident by the old cola can sitting on one end. People obviously frequent this place. "Let's sit," he says. Like everything else that comes out of his mouth, it's a demand, not a suggestion. But I'm still a little out of breath, and this view... When Keir grabs my hand and drags me over to the bench, I go willingly. Chapter 23. When Keir kisses me and drags me to the flat stone area, I don't exactly resist. I do the opposite, tumbling down beside him, breathless, eager for more. My hands curl around his neck, and I pull his mouth against mine. He tastes like clean mint and smells so incredibly good to me. I suck in deep lungfuls of his scent. God, I'm finally going to have a man. Not a boy, not some halfway thing that will leave me with questions afterward. Pretty sure that I've still technically never had sex. No, none of that will be a problem with Keir. And for the moment to arrive like this, brought forth by a man who looks at me the way Keir does, my entire body is suddenly alive, every nerve ending firing at once, all just waiting for his touch. In this moment, I kiss Keir with a kind of desperation I didn't even think was possible for me. I need him, need to feel him inside of me. I'm swimming to the surface, knowing that air will only reach my lungs once I burst free of the dark water I'm surrounded by. Kier seems to know just what I want too. He kisses me, hard and quick and breathless, cradles my face as I reach my lips upward, demanding more, needing more. Big, hot hands that partially undress me. He rips shorts part of the way down my legs and my panties. The feel of his skin against mine. The way he knows just what buttons to push to make me writhe and call out his name. Oh, yes. I have built this moment up in my imagination. I've spent a lot of time anticipating every movement, every sound, every hot moment of ecstasy. Never in my wildest imaginings would I feel this way for the very first time with a dark, dangerous man. A beast. I give myself over to the feeling of being taken by him. As our lips touch, Kier growls at me, voicing his satisfaction. Every time I move my arms around his neck or press my hips to his pleasure is obvious because he snarls at me in such a way that it makes the fine hairs on the back of my neck rise. God, you're so fucking perfect. I've been thinking about how good this pussy would feel on my cock for weeks. My head falls back and I look at him, desire and a fluttering of nervousness filling every inch of me. He looks down into my eyes with a smug expression. You're so beautiful, so perfect. My breath catches in my throat. You keep saying that, but I'm obviously not. You don't have to lie to me. I don't ever lie. He skims his lips along my throat, and my eyes flutter closed for the briefest moment. I don't have to, Ella. You're naive and innocent and right here, waiting for me to touch you. I have imagined this moment 100 times already, and I'm about to wring every bit of pleasure from your body, every last fucking drop. My eyes widen. My heart beats faster under his clever fingers. You are? Oh, sweetheart, I can't wait until I'm buried so deep inside you that you forget your own name. I want you to drain every drop of cum from my body. But we should start at the very beginning of things, don't you think? Kier runs his fingertips down my collar and looks into my eyes. His gaze intense and direct and probing. Kier's eyes devour me, threatening to do dirty things. And I just have to give in and let him take me. Jesus, he swears. You are so fucking hot, Ella. I blush and struggle not to cover myself. He pushes my hands away. No, this is hardly the time for modesty. We're in the middle of the woods in rural Scotland. This is the time to be as wild as you could possibly dream, sweetheart. Now, come sit on my lap and grind on me. A blush sweeps my cheeks. My heart is pounding out of control. Kier is right, though. This is my chance to let this man make me feel things I've never felt before. The thought of ecstasy that I will feel edges out my nervousness and makes me feel bold. I straddle his lap, my breath leaving me in a sharp huff. Kier, shh. He lifts his hips and grinds into my ass. Instantly, I know exactly what fucking him will be like. My whole body goes taut. My nerve endings tingle, my pussy spasms. Fuck, I whisper. He kisses me and guides my hips, pressing my lower body down onto his cloth-covered cock. My mouth opens and I throw my head back. I clamp down on his lap and ride it for a minute, teasing him by putting my hands flat on either side of his head. Relax, I whisper, lifting and lowering my hips. Let me take the reins for a minute. I slide down a little closer to him. He shifts and his cock pops up between us, long and thick. Rocking my hips, I bump it a few times. "Tease," he accuses. He moves again so that his cock settles against the seam of my pussy. I rock my hips again, stopping when my movement brushes the hard tip of his cock against my clit. A very soft moan pops out of my mouth. His eyes sparkle with a dark kind of amusement. He readjusts his grip on my waist and thrusts his hips up. His enormous cock brushes the same spot again. I whimper. My face reddens. I splay my hands out across his chest. His lips twitch. He stops moving suddenly. "You know what I want?" he asks. I swallow, shaking my head slowly. "No?" "I want you to touch your clit while you ride my lap." He grabs my hips and picks me up, sliding his shorts down his thighs. His eyes shimmer with lust. My throat works. He drops me, and my ass lands on his hairy thighs. We are skin to skin now, his cock pressing against my ass. My heart is thumping against my ribs. My eyes are open wide, my lips parted. "Play with your pussy," he growls, looking up at me. "Show me how you like to be touched, sweetheart." Oh, God, am I really doing this? It feels naughty, but oh, so good at the same time. I have to move, spreading my knees a little wider and lifting my ass to give myself a few inches of room. Keir gazes up at me, hunger stamped across his expression. His hands are everywhere, my ass, my hips, my back, my neck. He rips my shirt over my head and tears off my sports bra, making a noise when he sees my breasts. "Fuck, they're both just so perfect." He cups them, licking and kissing them both. I groan and my pussy tightens. I want him. Wetting my lips with my tongue, I trail my fingers down to my clit. It's swollen and needy right now, throbbing with every heartbeat. When I swipe my first two fingers over it, I almost stop breathing. It feels good, obviously, but am I really supposed to touch myself like this with him right here? I feel his gaze on me as I circle the little nub. What Keir is doing is far more interesting, in my opinion. He grits his teeth and works his hand up and down his shaft. I lean forward, biting my lip, trying to catch a glimpse. His cock is enormous, not that it's any surprise. It pokes out from his jeans, dark pink and veiny, thick and uncircumcised. He catches my wide-eyed look and smirks. "Don't worry, sweetheart. When the time comes, you'll take the whole fucking thing in any hole I want. I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. After I take your virginity, I'm going to come in your mouth and fuck your ass." My mouth drops. "Keir!" He smirks. "Don't worry, we're starting slow." He reaches up, grabs me by the hair and pulls my face down to his. His mouth finds my lips, plundering them mercilessly. He pulls at my hair, kisses my neck, his fingers touching my clit for the barest second before they thrust inside my pussy. He is a wildfire, a burning inferno, and my response is to pull him closer, to step into the flames, to let myself be immersed. I've never behaved like this before, so wanton, so completely wrapped up in the ripples of sensation Keir stirs with me. I throw my head back and arch my breasts toward him. "Ella," he grits out, "look at me." Fluttering my eyes open, I can't imagine what he's going to say. His fingers tighten in my hair. The look in his gorgeous blue eyes is wolf-like, so needy that he seems inhuman. He bares his teeth. I'm not done with you yet, little girl. My mouth opens, my breath escaping me in a moan. God, yes, I whisper. Here I am, practically begging him to fuck me. Under his heated gaze and his sweet, dangerous lips, I'm falling apart, and I want more. I never guessed that I could be with the man who called all the shots. Keir does it instinctually, as if he owns my body, owns my pleasure. Vaguely, I find myself hoping that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Is this the way that I get Keir wrapped around my little finger? God, I really hope it is. I throw my head back and cry out my ecstasy, gripping his shoulders. What a pretty sound that is, coming from your lips. If I could pick one sound to hear forever, it would be you crying out to your own pleasure, he murmurs. I swivel my gaze to meet his, dazed. Keir slides his fingers from my pussy, glistening with my juices. He leans down and captures my lips in a hard, merciless kiss. I sigh into his mouth, ready, eager for more. The heat between Keir and me is fiery and passionate, burning up every single molecule of air around us. There is no room for anything else, no oxygen left except what he gives me. At this very moment, I'm swept away by it, by the look in his eyes as he raises two of his fingers, brushing them over his bottom lip. I have fantasized about your taste, Ella. Almost every fucking shower I've taken has been filled with explicit thoughts about the juicy taste of your pussy and the way that your throat will feel around my cock. My breath stills in my lungs as I watch him taste the tips of his fingers, his velvety tongue swiping them quickly, almost casually. His head tilts back, his ice-blue eyes sink closed. He makes the softest sound of appreciation. Fuck, Ella. He gives his dark head a slow shake, opening his eyes and pinning me with his gaze. You taste sweeter than I remember, like the fucking sunshine. I suck in a breath, my eyes locked on his mouth. Will you, please? My cheeks go pink as I try to find the words. I grip his shirt, trying to pull him closer. Spreading my legs, I press the damp mound of my pussy against him. I can feel his naked cock pressing against my ass. My fingers itch to touch it. He growls and slides his hand into my hair, fisting it and pulling my head back to expose my neck. I gasp as his lips trail down the column of my neck. Reaching for his cock is natural, but he growls and grabs my hand. Behave yourself, Ella. That's the only way you are going to ever fucking walk again. But he cuts me off, his voice gone to gravel. What will it be? He asks absently. You fucking tease. Do you want to suck my cock, Or would you rather be stripped naked, bent over my lap, and have your ass paddled? There is a glint in his eye as he finally makes eye contact with me. Or maybe, would you rather I truss you, turn you on your stomach, and fuck you until you scream for me? At his distinct threat, something low in my body clenches. He arches a brow as he flips my dress up past my navel, exposing my quivering legs and dark silk panties. My heart pounds in my throat, a bass note. Keir, I plead. Do you ever know why you are whimpering my name, Do you know whether you want to get away, or whether you want me to take complete control? I stifle my response, squirming. When he commands me like this, When he talks to me with this cruel tone in his voice, it only makes me hornier. He looks at me, a little smirk of satisfaction flinting across his mouth. I think...
This is your time. Take a pause from the words, and let the music offer you a moment of calm and clarity. Thanks for supporting this free listening experience.
I heard you ask me to tie you up. No, I protest, pressing my legs together. Kier, please. He gives me a measured smile as he skates his touch up my thigh once more. I clench and jerk away from him. Kier leans down, suddenly thundering at me. Look at me. My gaze jumps to his. My mouth opens. He runs his fingers down my mons to the cleft of my pussy. I release a noise from my throat, a whimper and a gasp. My cheeks are already a deep pink, but I can feel my face get hotter as he rubs my pussy and flicks his fingers against me hard. I feel a tendril of moisture slipping from my pussy. I may resist, but my body has its own ideas. I stare up into Kier's face, paralyzed, my heart rate blindingly fast. He leans over my body and smirks. Oh, sweetheart, he says, his voice gone to gravel. I think it's been a very long time since you've been touched. A denial is on my lips, but when I start to say no, he forces my legs apart, moves my panties to the side, and rubs my clit. My entire body buckles, fists clenching, back bowing, legs jerking. He lets go of my ankle and continues rubbing my clit as he grabs my hip. He slides my ass down so that I'm practically bumping against his groin. He flicks my clit hard, and I gasp, trying to pull my thighs closed. Kier smirks down at me, lifting his hand in the air, showing off his glistening fingertips. I pant, staring at his dark figure as he bends over my body and forces me to look at the evidence of my excitement. My breasts tingle, and I wish I were alone so I could touch myself, make myself come. It wouldn't take much, I'm sure. "You wanted this," Kier rasps. He pops one of his wet fingertips into his mouth, miming at my taste. "Good, that is sweet. You need my touch, don't you? You want me to keep going, to make you come, to fuck you until you scream. Just admit it." My breath catches in my throat, and I give my head the tiniest shake. No. My voice is so weak that I may as well not have said anything at all. Kier clears his throat and drifts his hand down to his cock. And I know a moment of pure, selfish, urgent desire. Whatever I say to the contrary, I do want Kier. He's so untrustworthy and villainous, and yet, for a second, all I can look at or focus on is his fucking cock. I'm looking right at his long, thick, finely veined penis. It's perfect and pink and uncut, jutting out from the bottom of the black t-shirt he wears. Swallowing, I make eye contact with him. Kier, I intend to tell him that it's okay, that I want him. He strokes his cock, biting his lip as he looks me up and down. He licks his fingertips and then rubs them against my clit again. "I've been imagining this for so long, sweetheart. I want you to roll over, get on your knees, and open those thighs." I don't move for a second, staring at him, trying to decide how serious he is. Kier grabs my arm hard and wrenches me onto my stomach. "On your knees," he husks. He slaps my naked ass. "Ass up. I want to see that pretty pussy of yours, Ella." My pussy clenches and I shut my eyes and push my butt up in the air. Kier grabs my thighs and yanks me towards him, spreading my ass and my thighs open. I make a noise, something between a yelp and a gasp. I'm rewarded by a stinging slap to one ass cheek. "Oh, sweetheart," Kier mutters. He reaches out and grabs my ass, angling my pelvis so that he has a better view from behind. When I crank my head to look at him, his eyes are fixed on my pussy lips. "I'm going to ruin your delicate little pussy." My eyes widen, my breath catches. He answers me with a smack on the ass. Then he leans me forward, pressing my face down. I can feel him moving behind me. I am caught for a moment, my breath jerking from my lungs, my whole body quivering. He runs a hand up my inner thigh, probing, finding the seam of my pussy. I suck in a breath, and he places a kiss on my ass cheek. I clench against his invasion, a whimper leaving my lips. He spreads my pussy lips with his fingers. He lightly presses his entire face against me, and a second later, I feel the wet heat of his mouth on my pussy. My mouth opens in a big O. I start trembling. The sensation of his mouth is shocking and exciting. His tongue quickly finds my clit, swirling around it. "Oh, my God," I whisper. Oh, my God." Kier pauses. I can hear a low chuckle. "That's right, Ella. I have you exactly where I want you, and I intend to use that to my advantage." His words make me clench. I am at his mercy. He can hurt me if he wants to, even kill me. A shiver races up my spine at that thought. But even as I fear him, I can feel sticky, dewy moisture leaking from my slit. Kier keeps kissing my clit, circling his tongue around it. I close my eyes as he works, torturing me, bringing me so much pleasure that I almost weep. I can feel strings tightening and growing taut deep inside my body. My body is full and hot, as flushed as my reddened cheeks. Kier plays me like a fiddle, knowing exactly how to move his tongue and where to press his fingers. I can feel myself growing closer and closer to the edge. When I'm almost there, he places his thumb squarely on the balloon knot of my ass. It feels naughty. I'm so caught up in having Kier sink his thumb into my ass that I come, suddenly and unexpectedly, inner muscles jerking. I make a strangled gurgle and tumble over the edge, not seeing or hearing anything for a moment. But I can feel every last thing, every flick of his tongue against my clit, every excited hum, every wiggle of his thumb as it slides into my ass. I'm stupefied, sucking in ragged breaths, forgetting who and where I am for several moments. I slowly come back to myself, realizing that Kier is still touching my pussy. He takes his cock and presses the blunt tip against the inside of my thigh. I pull him with my legs, making him readjust a little as he settles the tip of his length against my wet pussy. We both groan in unison as he pushes inside, stretching me out with each inch. I grip his shoulders, my nails digging into his flesh. His brow furrows in concentration as he works his length all the way in. My pussy clenches as I stretch and accommodate his massive size. It hurts, honestly. Being so intimately stretched pinches painfully, and having so the bulk of his weight on top of me is crushing me. He shifts his weight, taking it off me, looking down into my eyes. "God damn," he murmurs. "There are no other words to describe the feeling of finally being inside you, sweetheart." I move my hips, grinding my pussy against him. It rubs his cock against my inner walls in a new way, eliciting a ripple of pleasure. "Fuck," I say, wanting more. "Please, Kier." He looks up at me, a sheen of sweat beginning to break across his forehead. He moves then, slowly pumping his cock in and out of me. I start to feel ripples of pleasure, tentative at first, then more and more certain. Kier takes my small breast in one broad hand, pinching the nipple. I start to move in time with him, rolling my hips. Little licks of flame start to unfurl themselves deep inside me, stealing my breath away. "God," I moan, tossing my head back. I meet his cautious thrusts. "More. I want more." He stiffens just for a moment, then grabs my hips and pulls me up a few inches. He forgets his hesitant rhythm and starts hammering himself in and out of my pussy. My eyes widen for a second. He starts sweating in earnest, his sweat mixing with my own, every single place that my fingers touch. Looking at his fierce expression, I'm unsure what I've unleashed in him. More beast than man. But at the same time, the ripples of my inner pond are growing in size, becoming chaotic. It feels unbelievably good to move my hips in time with each thrust. I'm compelled to match his pace, to meet his hips, to wrap my legs around him and draw him in more. I focus on that, letting my eyes drift close, my fingers reaching for my own nipple. Kier groans, slowing for a second. He raises himself up and starts thrusting again. Then he pushes my hand aside, slipping his hand down between us. He brushes my clit and my back bows. I feel like my hips are growing heavy and full, each of his thrusts bringing me closer to the edge of an abyss. He growls and redoubles his pace, hammering himself into me, his fingers working quick circles over my clit. I suddenly feel electrified, moaning and clutching at his shoulders. He punctuates each thrust by stroking my clit. "That's it. I can feel you getting close. Just let go," he whispers, his words a plea and a command at once. I clench my eyes shut, stretching, reaching for some unknown goal. "Kier, My pussy spasms around his cock. My eyes roll up in my head. I feel like I'm hit by several bolts of lightning all at once, all focusing on one point low in my body. Fuck! Rocking my hips, I feel the sensation as it rolls through me, as certain as the tide moves through the ocean. When it recedes at last, I open my eyes and keep my hips moving, trying desperately to breathe. Kier hammers his cock home at a blistering pace, his movements blinding as he approaches his own peak. "Go down," he whispers, pumping his hips madly. "Fuck, Ella, you're making me come." At the last second, he pulls his cock out of my pussy, thrusting hard and raggedly against my sweat-slicked mound a half-dozen times. I feel him coming, feel his semen spurting out onto my skin in a hot, seeping liquid. For half a minute, Kier's lips are on mine, his cock still twitching against my pussy. His hands frame my face, and he seems almost reverent. "Damn, that was..." He chuckles and then pulls out of my embrace. I suck in breaths as he withdraws, wiping sweat from his brow. He pulls his shirt off and wipes the lake of his cum from my pussy, carefully cleaning me before roughly wiping his cock. He pulls on his shorts and then picks my bra up off the ground. While I'm still stunned, he balls up his shirt and hunts down my garments. "Get dressed," he tells me. "We should get back to the castle." I pull on my clothes, trying to figure out what he's feeling. I arch a brow. "Are we going to talk about what just happened?" Kier shrugs. "Not unless you want to for some reason. It wasn't a long time coming, an itch that needed scratching, and now I've done just that, so..." He has switched gears, now seeming to be more worried about getting home than talking about things between us. God, I actually forgot that Kier is a man just like all the other men I know. Not entirely unlike my father either. Bitter disappointment fills my veins. I head out of the clearing and back into the woods without saying another word, my mouth clamping into a thin line.
Chapter 24. It's so good to see you. I'm on my way from the castle room I have taken as an office to the library, which is a floor below. When I hear the disembodied girl's voice, I pause. The girl's accent is distinctly American, the vowels drawn out and flattened, but it's not Ella's voice. A second later, I hear Ella respond. "You too, baby girl. How are you? How have you been feeling? Tell me absolutely everything." Listening closely, I determine that I'm actually listening to Ella talking to someone while pacing the floor below me. The acoustics are tricky here, and for some reason, I can hear them as clearly as if they were standing in front of me. Slowing my footsteps, I walk down a couple more steps. I hear the faint echo of conversation, but it sounds farther away now, as it probably should be. I shouldn't eavesdrop on Ella. There is probably a reason why she chose to have this conversation in the darkened hallway of the second floor. But I'm curious about who she is talking to and what she has to say. What if she complains about being here? Or worse, what if she tells someone about witnessing the journalist's murder? I can't have that. So I back up a couple of steps, which brings me back into sonic range. Suddenly I can hear Ella's conversation again. "He said I looked like a string bean," the girl's voice complains. I take a couple steps down to where the stone wall stops, peering down to catch a glimpse of Ella. She is dressed in a slinky pink silk outfit, one of those numbers that is shorts on the bottom and a connected tank up top. Her back is to me, and I notice her fantastic ass first thing. God damn, she is breathtaking. She turns to the side and I catch a glimpse of just who she is talking to. The other girl is young, brown-skinned, and looks a good deal like Ella. She has to be related. Ella's sister, maybe. I steal back up to the acoustic sweet spot. This is definitely just blatant eavesdropping at this point. But again, I need to know that Ella isn't pouring out her tale of woe to her sister. That would definitely put a target on not just Ella, but her sister too. Ella sighs. "It's always good to hear from you, Joy. I miss you like crazy over here. Maybe we can reinstate our scheduled FaceTime chats? Hey, you have more of a schedule than me, but from what it sounds like, you don't think that you're coming back anytime soon." I listen intently, crouching down to hear a little better. "I don't have a plan just yet. I promise you, you'll be the first one I call when I finally know anything." Joey's voice sounds pouty. She heaves a sigh. "Fine." There's a pause. "Daddy wants to talk to you." For a second, Ella doesn't answer. I wish I could see her face to figure out what exactly is going on in her head. One of the things I appreciate the most about Ella is her expressive face. It's normally very easy to read, and if she can fake the emotions that cross her face, I haven't witnessed it yet. "All right, that's fine," Ella says at last. "Pass me over to him." "Okay. Love you. Miss you. I love you so much, Joy. I miss you constantly. You too. Okay, here's Daddy." "Ella," intones an older man, "you've been gone longer than I expected. How are things progressing with Lord Greyrose?" Ella is obviously fighting or pacing, because her voice sounds farther away when I hear it next. I try moving a step down, then 2 steps up the stairway until I hit the sweet spot, but it fades away again. "I'm spending most of my days alone with his daughter, Isla." Her simple lie catches me off guard. Ella and Isla are never entirely alone. If I'm not here, then Natasha is. And even on the rare days when Natasha and I are both needed outside the castle, Ella has Henri and Mrs. Wolfe here to help out. The castle staff are well versed in Isla's wants and needs. So why is Ella complaining that she is often left here alone? "It sounds like you are making excuses." Ella sounds angry when she retorts. "Well, I'm not. Lord Greyrose is a busy man, Daddy. He's running a freaking media empire here, so I'm not sure why that would be a surprise to anyone." "Figure out how to spend more time with him. Your sister is dependent on you. Would you deny her care?" What exactly is Ella's father talking about? Why would he pressure her to spend time with me? My mind trips over the problem, working in a frenzy to understand. But without knowing more, I can't put the pieces together. Something is starting to smell, though. There is a pause. "Daddy, Joy says she feels fine." "She's not fine," he yells. "She needs you to care for her. Should I go tell her right now that she's probably gonna—" "No, Daddy," Ella interjects. "I misspoke." "You're damn right you misspoke, talking about how she's fine. I'll tell you what, Joy better not get any worse while we are waiting on you to come through for us." Ella's voice sounds deflated. "Yes, Daddy. You know I'm trying." "Do I know that? I can only judge by actions, Ella. It seems like you don't even care about your family from where I'm sitting." When she next speaks, her voice sounds tearful. "I know. I'm working on it, Daddy, I promise." "Don't tell me. Tell your little sister. She's counting on you, Ella." "Okay." Her voice wavers. "All right. We are expecting an update sooner rather than later. Ask about his exes, his assistants, anyone close to him. Bring me some news that I can really sink my teeth into." She replies after a long, nearly silent sigh. "Yes, Daddy." "All right. Goodbye." Silence fills the air. For several long seconds I strain to hear anything at all. But all I catch is her muttered, "God damn it all." I head down the stairs, intentionally clattering and making as much noise as possible. When I hit the landing and come around the stairwell, Ella is wiping at her eyes and straightening her posture. Eyeing her, I arch a brow. Everything okay? She swallows and nods. I just tripped and stubbed my toe. It's stupid. The lie rolls easily off her tongue. I'm a little taken aback. I don't read any guilt in her expression. Just a light smattering of hurt echoing back at me. What the fuck was that phone call all about? What did her father mean when he pressed Ella to check with my exes and my assistants? As much as I want to ask, I bite my tongue. As the head of News Corps, I know exactly how much the truth is worth. There is more to gain from holding back information in this case than in confronting her with her lie. For now, anyway. Ella turns, a frown on her face. What do you know about Wendy? I blink, running my hand down my white button-up. If I'm honest, I forgot about the fact that Ella and I had such an ugly little run-in with Wendy, the current bane of my existence. Not much, other than her name. I have asked my private investigation team to look into her, though. Ella squints at me. When? When what? She looks impatient. When do you expect to hear back from... She waves a hand. Your team, I guess. Oh. I check my watch, then shrug a shoulder. They should have something by now. Well, can I listen in to the report when your team fills you in? I scrunch my face up. She's asking for access to a report from my PI team. Under normal circumstances, I keep those kinds of documents very close to my vest. But Ella is looking at me with a pleading expression, and I'm having the hardest time adding it to the conversation that I just overheard. Why do you want to know? I ask at last. Because, she says, exasperated. I want to go home, Keir, and she is the only reason that I can think of that I am still here. I push out my cheek with my tongue, studying her. She seems as if she's telling the truth, but she just lied to me a minute ago, and I couldn't detect her deception. Who's to know whether she is lying to me now? I told you, it will take some time for this situation to resolve itself, I grumble. She prickles at my tone. You can't just keep me here against my will, Keir. Pinning her in place with my eyes, I advance on her, pointing a finger and raising my voice. It will take as long as it takes. For God's sake, Ella, I'm trying to run a business here, not some sort of home for forgetful former ballerinas. She rears her head, as if she isn't sure if I will hit her or not. Her face contorts. She leans in, her expression direct and intense. I am not your employee, Keir. I'm not being paid to stand around here and soak up your abuse, and you shouldn't raise your voice like that to anyone. I run my hand down my shirt, pressing my lips close together. It's a good thing you're not my employee, Ella, because you would have been fired on day one. Ella looks angry. Can you not just tell me what the PI said about Wendy? I stare at her for several seconds. For some reason, when we are both a little hot under the collar like this, I have the hardest time not finding her insanely sexy. Sneering, I jerk my head toward my office. Come up to my office with me. I am willing to bet that I have an email from my lead private investigator. He said he'd have something for me by this morning. Ella blows out a breath and nods. Okay. She obviously has something else on her mind as I lead the way upstairs. I keep hearing a slight thump as I climb the stairs. Turning when I hit the landing, I realise that she occasionally hits her right foot against the stair before she corrects her footing. Ella sees my appraising look and flushes, avoiding my gaze. I swallow my questions about where she is in her physical therapy journey. After aggravating my ACL a few years back, I did a little physical therapy, so I know how it works. But I bite down on any questions I have for now, because her expression doesn't exactly welcome any intrusion. We step into my office, a dingy little room crammed full of my books on journalism and journalistic ethics. I clear off a plain, straight-back chair for her, stacking the books into yet another towering pile of books. When I skirt around the massive desk and take a seat, I notice her raising a brow as she looks around the room. What? I snap, sitting down and jogging the mouse. Ella makes a face and shrugs. Nothing. It's just, you choose to work here, of all places? It's the only quiet space in the whole fucking castle. I glare at the screen, typing the name of my private investigation team into my email search function. She nods and keeps looking around. I see her reach and lift one of my books. Ethics and Journalism in Today's Fast-Paced World, she reads aloud. Is this yours? Yes, I reply flatly. Now, do you want to hear about what my PI uncovered? Or do you want to crack open one of my books? Scooting forward in her seat, she purses her lips together. Go on, then. I scan the email that the investigator sent very briefly, making sure that there are no bombshells. But I don't have to be worried about that yet. It seems my PI team has found very little on Wendy besides basics. Wendy Allen, 32 years old. Parents born in South Korea, emigrated here before Wendy was born. Originally from Massachusetts, went to Cornell. I scan the page again. Works at the Boston arm of News Corps, the website Boston Facts Daily. She dated and was engaged to Max Herschel for a brief period about 2 years ago, but her sister says they called the wedding off. Max moved to New York City a few months ago. Wendy did not immediately follow, so it is possible they were no longer seeing each other. Let's see, she owns her house. She has a huge amount of student debt, £20,000 on her credit cards. I suck in a breath, disappointed. That's all that he has to report, although he will keep digging. She sits back, crossing her arms and releasing a disgusted sigh. I don't see how that gets me any closer to leaving. It doesn't, really. I cross my arms and lean back in my chair, trying to measure her reaction with my gaze.
Chapter 25. Mid-morning the next day, I go searching for someone. Anyone, really. I have a question about driving into Glasgow that is pretty burning. However, the easy part of finding someone to listen to my question turns out to be harder than I thought. I search the kitchen, but Mrs. Wolfe is gone. Henri, the butler, is nowhere to be found around the ground floor. I even go to Natasha when it becomes apparent that Kier has gone to work outside of the castle. Did no one think to let me know that they were leaving me all alone? I pass the dining room, my mouth twisted to the side. In my hurry to get to my room, I hurtle past a small movement. It's only a few seconds later that I realize what I just saw and back up. Isla is on her knees in the dining room, peering at a large, scruffy-looking gray dog as it lies in a nest of towels. The dog pants, and for a second, I think it is sick. Stepping forward with a mind to snatch Isla out of the room, I see that the dog is very, very pregnant. "Is this your dog?" I ask, keeping my voice low. I approach the girl and the dog cautiously, trying not to see scenes from Cujo flashing in my head. Isla startles and looks up at me with a guilty expression. "No." I expect her to say more, but she doesn't. I move to stand beside her, touching her shoulder. She allows the contact without comment, which I take as a win. "Did someone else set her up in here?" I ask, keeping my tone light. Isla licks her lips and grimaces. "No." I nod my head. "Wow, so you were the one who made this pallet for her to lie on?" "The towels? Yes, that was my idea. I hope Mrs. Wolfe won't be too mad. They are the towels she uses to dry off my feet when I come in from a storm." "That's genius. Mrs. Wolfe probably wouldn't mind one bit." I squeeze her shoulder, take a deep breath, and then move closer to the dog. She whines and thumps her tail, yawning nervously. "Where did you find her?" "Lady. I'm calling her Lady because I love Lady and the Tramp, and I found her at the door, begging to come inside." "Lady is a pretty name," I murmur. I reach down and very gently stroke Lady's shoulder. She looks at me and thumps her tail, but she's clearly right in the middle of labor. "Should we call a doctor for dogs?" Isla wonders aloud. "A veterinarian?" I stroke Lady again, curling my lip indecisively. "I don't think so. Lady isn't in any obvious distress. Why don't you and I set out some water and food for her? We can keep tabs on her, but give her a little privacy." Isla nods, pointing out a bowl filled with a handful of bread. I raise my eyebrows. Wow, you did really well. You looked at the dog, assessed what she needed, and set it up for her. That's really well reasoned. I'm seriously impressed that you did that. Isla brushes her wild red-orange hair back. Really? By the look she gives me, she doesn't quite believe me. Moving back toward her, I give her a soft smile and touch her shoulder again. Seriously, well done. That shows that you used your brain and thought about what would make Lady happy. Oh. She scans my face for several seconds, blushing to vivid spots of red. I want her to be comfortable. Well, it looks like Lady is going to have some puppies, and we should mostly stay out of her way and let nature take its course. But how about you and I grab a bowl of water, just in case she's thirsty? Yeah, we can do that. Isla stands up, brushing off her dark jeans and dirt-smudged white shirt. You lead the way. I purse my lips and nod toward the kitchen. Apparently, that was the right thing to say to her. Head held high, Isla swans out of the living room and down the hall. As we approach the kitchen, she starts to chatter. How many puppies do you think Lady will have? And do you think Daddy will let me keep them? I hope he does. She pulls a face as she pushes the kitchen door open. Daddy doesn't like animals, though. No. I follow along, amused that a switch seems to have flipped. Suddenly, the sullen girl is full of thoughts and ideas, and she's not holding a single one of them inside. I'm going to name the puppies, Isla says. What do you think I should name them? I'm thinking I should name them after planets. You know, Jupiter, Mars, Saturn. That's a really cool idea. Where did you get it from? I hunt for a bowl and fill it with water, then turn to the fridge. Looking around in it, I pull out a turkey leg and spend a minute shredding it into a bowl. I figure it can't hurt in case the dog wants a little protein instead of the bread that Isla provided. She follows me around as I work, rattling off facts. I love to look at the sky at night. Daddy has brought me several books about outer space. They are neat. One has great pictures of the planets and what's on the inside. Gosh, you'll have to show me what you mean later. I hand the bowl full of shredded turkey and follow her as she leads me back to Lady. We put the bowls down, and I give Lady a reassuring pat. Isla watches me, then copies my gesture exactly. She's so soft, Isla says. She turns to me with wild eyes and an infectious grin on her face. Do you think Daddy will let me keep her? I avoid the topic by changing the subject entirely. Let's go hang out in the hallway. I think I saw you coloring pictures there last week. Yes, Isla says, unable to contain her glee. I actually have a new coloring book about space. Let me show you. Grabbing me by the arm, she enthusiastically drags me into the hallway. She opens a long wooden storage caddy with every kind of crayon imaginable, and so many coloring books it's almost a little ridiculous. She chooses one of her space-themed coloring books and settles on working on a picture of Jupiter. But when I try to leaf through the books, she slaps my hands away. No, she dictates. I'll get you one. They are my coloring books, so I get to choose. God, has there ever been a moment where she and her father sounded more alike? I purse my lips and let her choose, figuring that this is the very first time that she's ever been nice to me. Rebuking her for being a holy terror would almost certainly blow up in my face. Besides, it's not like I'm her actual nanny or anything. She won't even remember that a former ballerina came to stay for a month or two when she grows up. It'll all blur together soon enough. For some reason, that fact makes me sad. Here, I want you to do this one. Isla thrusts a book at me, not asking, but demanding that I color the page she's picked out. I take that book, realizing belatedly that it's a picture of a ballerina dancing on stage, dressed in what looks like a white swan from Swan Lake. I almost drop the book and have to clutch at it. Swallowing, I can feel my stomach flip-flopping. "What's wrong?" Isla asks. I look up and realize that I have been staring at the picture for too long. Giving her a stiff smile, I shake my head. "Nothing. I was just wondering what color her costume should be." Isla squints at the drawing. "Bright pink." A rueful smile plays over her lips. I sit down, selecting a bright pink crayon. "You just have all the answers, don't you?" She frowns. "No, but my father told me to make decisions. He said it's better to make them and have some of them be wrong than to not make them at all." "That sounds like something he would say." I grin. "Your dad is a wise man, but he's not perfect, and he doesn't know everything." She blows a raspberry. "My daddy is always right." She sounds pretty confident about that, so I let her have it. Again, I'm not her nanny. As my choreographer Baz used to say, not my circus, not my monkeys. It may be tough to remember, but I'm just here hanging out as a guest. I release a huge sigh. Isla looks at me, working out some kind of childlike calculus in her head. "Do you have a boyfriend?" she blurts out. I'm taken aback by her question. Blushing, I shake my head. "No, I did for a little while, but mostly I've been really focused on dance. It takes a lot to be a ballerina." "Like what?" She is looking down at her drawing, scribbling blue and purple over the planet, but I can tell that she's listening very closely. "Well, you have to practice. I danced all day, almost every day. In fact, when I was only a little older than you, I went to a special school that allowed me to study for 2 hours and dance for 6. There was no life outside of dancing, no going out, no meeting people." Isla frowns. "That sounds boring." "Yeah," a chuckle escapes my lips. "I really loved dancing, though." "More than a boyfriend?" I slide her a grin. "Definitely more. Besides, I don't like checking in with someone or feeling like my boyfriend is going to be jealous if I go out alone." I roll my eyes. "Basically, boys are stupid. Don't ever grow up if you don't have to." That's actually only touching the surface of my reasons why I'm not dating anybody. But it boils down to distrust and money. I don't want to be anyone's sugar mama. But damn if I'll be anyone's sugar baby either. That limits my dating choices to people that have the same job as me. And I haven't ever found a single one of my fellow dancers the slightest bit attractive. Isla twitches her nose. "You could date my daddy. He needs a nice girlfriend, and you seem okay." She looks at me out of the corner of her eye, judging my reaction. I give her a lopsided grin. "What makes you say that?" She shrugs, looking intently at her coloring book. "I think my daddy is sad. Mommy went away a long time ago. Daddy says she loves me, but I don't really know. Now you're here." "Well, I'm not the only woman here. What about Natasha?" "Duh. Have you ever been around Natasha? She acts like she's nice, but she isn't. She gives me little pinches like this." She reaches over and pinches me, hard and fast, right on the thigh. "Ow!" I say, rubbing the spot. I scrunch my face up. "She does that to you? Why?" "She pinches me all the time when Daddy isn't looking. She's mean. Almost as mean as Mommy when she left." My heartbeat picks up, pounding against my chest. Your mother was mean? Isla nods, her expression hardening. They fought before she left. She said she didn't love me, and that was why she had to go. Daddy thinks I didn't hear her, but I did. I stop coloring and reach out a hand, touching her shoulder briefly. She looks up at me, her eyes troubled. I want to hug her, but I barely know her. I settle for squeezing her arm instead. I'm sorry you heard her say that. You are a very lovable girl. Isla's expression turned spiteful. You don't know anything about me, Ella. My daddy said so. I make a face. He might be right, but you know what I'm right about? I point at her, trying to ease the tension. You are a very likable and lovable person. Trust me, I have great taste in people. Yeah? She asks after a few seconds. I nod empathetically. Absolutely. Ask anybody. She screws up her mouth to the side. Daddy says that you're not a ballerina anymore. You used to be, but you hurt your leg. That's true. She looks down, clearly working through her own thoughts. When she speaks, her voice is very quiet. Does that mean that you'll stay for a while? It's the first time that she has shown me this side of herself, a vulnerable side, almost a scared little girl as opposed to a brash, bratty child she has shown me so far. I suck in a breath, unsure how to answer. I want to reassure her, but I don't want to lie to her. I'm not exactly sure, I say at last. She looks at me with eyes full of disappointment. Oh, hey, do you want to check on Lady? Isla's eyes go to the door. She shrugs, deflated. Okay. Putting my coloring book down, I stand up and offer her a hand. She curls her lip and gets up on her own instead. Brushing past me, she moves toward the dining room. I follow, feeling like my stomach has turned to lead.
Chapter 26. Natasha comes bursting through the door of my tiny office, out of breath. I cock a brow and look up, but I don't even get a word in before she hurriedly stage whispers to me. Your family is here. Fuck. I stand up, pushing my chair back and straightening my tie. Aren't they supposed to be in Dublin right now? That's what I have on my calendar. Yet here they are, waiting downstairs for you. Your mum doesn't look especially pleased either. Repressing a sigh, I make an angry sound. When is the last time you saw her and she looked happy? Natasha ducks her head as I brush past her, heading to the stairs. Good point. Where are Ella and Isla? They were already downstairs when your father opened the castle's front door and ushered your mother and your brother inside. Damn, I hoped to spare them the experience of dealing with my mother's questioning. I take the stairs at a trot, leaving her behind to follow as best she can. Smoothing my tie and shirt, I realise only as I'm on the last step that I don't have a suit jacket. Usually I put on my jacket as a sort of barrier, a uniform of modern plate armour, defending me against my mother's brutal recriminations. Without the complete suit, I can't help but feel a little unprepared. My stomach sinks, but I lift my chin, already defiant when I come around the corner. Ella and Isla stand near one wall, huddled, Ella's arm flung casually around Isla's small shoulders. Ella provides some shelter for my daughter, and her chin juts out as she stares at my mother, my father, and my brother, James. Henri stands as stiff as a suit of armour a dozen feet away, looking as though he hopes to fade into the stone wall behind him. I smile at him, giving my head a jerk to indicate that he can leave. He gives me a half bow and turns, rushing off towards the mostly unshed parlour. I clear my throat and regard my family. Mum, Dad, and James stand against the opposite wall from my daughter and Ella, my mother looking at them with stern frown, and my brother with his ever-present smug expression. My father pulls up his sleeve and looks at his watch, bored. I strolled the last few steps, opening my arms in a questioning gesture. I wasn't expecting guests. To what do I owe this surprise visit? Our plans changed, darling. Mum, dressed in a severe-looking dark grey sheath dress and pearls, gives me a tight-lipped smile. And we thought, why not visit our oldest child? Her gaze slides down to clock my outfit. A tiny frown appears on her face. I did not count on you being so indisposed, Kieran. I give her a cool smile, stepping in front of Ella and Isla. And yet, here you are. I kiss her on the cheek, even as my gaze roves over to my father and my brother. We came to see how you were making do with your staff shortage, James announces. He smirks. I assume you are still having trouble finding a permanent au pair. We're doing quite well. Isn't that right, ladies? I shake hands with my father briefly, then step back and touch the back of Isla's head. My eyes meet Ella's. She shoots me a look, then forces a smile to her lips. Quite all right, she murmurs. She drops her arm from around Isla's shoulders. She touches Isla's arm reassuringly for a brief moment, and then folds her arms across her chest. It all happens very quickly, but I don't miss it. And when I look back to my mother, I see that she caught it too. Mum purses her lips and gestures to the rest of the castle. Well, are you going to show us in? Or do you expect us to just stand here all day? The snobby way she says it, a demand as opposed to an actual request, brings heat to my cheeks. But I bury my reaction by moving forward, pushing Isla gently as I go. Of course. Come on. Henri should have the parlour ready soon. Ella follows me closely enough to step on my heels as we walk to the room. I step back, waving everyone through into the parlour. James sticks out his tongue as he passes me, looking every bit the prick as he heads over to one of the long, uncomfortable yellow couches. My father and mother sit on the other one, leaving the overstuffed red leather armchairs to be filled by Ella and Isla. I purse my lips and lean against the wall by the fireplace, my eyes roving over those assembled. Ella clears her throat, sitting stiffly in her chair. Mrs. Wolfe mentioned she needed Isla to help her earlier. Would now be a good time for that? Raising my eyebrows, I start to open my mouth. I don't remember the cook telling me anything about that. But Ella looks at me with a determined expression, and I realise that she's just making up an excuse to let my daughter escape the room. Yes, I reply. Isla, go find Mrs. Wolfe. Isla is on her feet in a second, racing out of the room. Mum looks less than impressed at Isla's hurried movement, but what else is new? Your daughter is unruly. Her lips tighten, and she brushes off an invisible fleck of dirt from her skirt. She's a free spirit, Ella responds. My head whips around to Ella, and I try not to look as surprised as I am that she jumped into a conversation with my mother, of all people. If she's a free spirit, I'm a three-ring circus, complete with trapeze artist, a dancing bear, and a sad clown. Mum folds her hands on her lap and narrows her gaze at Ella. You are supposed to be her au pair. How can you just let her run around here unchecked? She was wearing a grubby dress, and her hair was unbrushed, I'm certain of it. What do you have to say for yourself? Ella flushes, seeming a little uncomfortable, but I don't have to jump in and save her. Isla is figuring things out right now while she is out here in the middle of nowhere. The very last thing she needs is to feel like she's being judged by her own family. I'm sure you will want to support her as best you can while you are here. You're her grandmother, after all. Mum blinks, taken aback by Ella's firm yet gentle tone. I'm concerned about her spending so much time with you, frankly. It's all very well for Kieran to pay you to be Isla's nanny. According to James, that's not why he brought you here in the first place anyway. But I won't have you here, raising my grandchild to be a savage like you. James, my father, and I all give my mother a look of surprise. Ella blinks slowly, her fingers digging into the arms of her chair. I'm sorry, Ella says, giving my mother a quizzical glance. You're not referring to my skin tone, are you? A tiny flush appears high in my mother's cheeks. Of course not, she retorts. Don't be silly. My father steps in. I'm sure that Mora didn't mean the remark as it sounded, Ella. Of course not, Mum protests. I meant because you are American, not because you're different in other ways. Ella doesn't show any real emotion other than confusion. That's good, because I think we can all agree that referring to my skin colour as savage would be a horrible thing to say to anyone. Not to mention, it would clearly mark you as being quite racist. Not a good look for someone with your wealth and privilege. I can't help the small smile that appears on my face just then. Ella isn't a girl that needs saving, not from anybody. She's made that more than apparent right now. Mum looks practically apoplectic. Well, she shoots to her feet, her entire face glowing red. Kieran, I think I might need a little lie down. I'm quite tired from all the travelling I've done in the last days. I wave a hand to the doorway. Henri can take you to a bedroom. Right, Henri? The butler pokes his head in and nods, but my mother sniffs at him. No, I want my son to accompany me. James starts to stand up, but my mother waves him off. My older son, she corrects him. James sinks back down to the couch, firing a glare my way. I stand and walk to my mother, sticking an elbow out. She takes it, and I walk her out, eyeing Ella as I go. In the few seconds I can still see her, Ella straightens her dress and tries but fails not to look miserable. Holding my breath until I pass out of the room, I wince at my mother's fingernails digging into my arm. Stop overreacting, I say. She glares at me, pulling me to a stop. The fact that you have that girl around Isla is unacceptable. I demand that you call the service and have a proper au pair sent out here. Or better yet, you let me choose a boarding school for my granddaughter. Isla already acts uncivilized. She doesn't need any more heedless influences around her, not considering that she is already taking after her mother. I stiffen. It is one thing for my mother to criticize me or my parenting. Another entirely for her to talk about Isla when she's probably not going to hear it. But to compare Isla to her mother, who cares more for drugs and partying than being a good mom or wife, it's utterly unfair. I shake off my mother's grip. She must see the fury in my eyes because she rushes to speak. Don't get angry, Kieran. Remember, you owe everything you have to your father and I. We didn't have to give you the business when you failed at being a political candidate. We did it out of the goodness of our hearts. You did it because Grandad Harrison wanted you to. He knew that Dad didn't have the guts to run a news conglomerate. And by the way, it's been my hard work and my blood, sweat and tears that have added nearly 500,000 consumers to our paying subscribers. You handed me a success. I turned it into a cash cow. My mother folds her arms across her chest and sniffs. You have been very distant lately. If you want to continue to be a part of this family, you need to conform to my expectations. Don't think I won't call Grandad Harrison and tell him that you have lost your way. He's still my father, and I still have him wrapped around my little finger. I stare at her, trying to figure out if she means what she says. But before I figure anything out, Henri walks down the hall. Mum grabs him by the arm, points him toward the stairwell, and starts talking about how we live in such a damaged, ruined castle. They head down the hallway. I watch them for a second, then turn and walk back into the parlour, steadying myself for yet more of my toxic family.
Chapter 27. At the end of dinner, I put my fork and knife on my plate and fold my napkin next to it. The conversation swirls around me, mostly James and Beau talking in excited tones about the political landscape here in the UK. I try to lean backward to make eye contact with Keir, but he is so absorbed in the conversation, adding a comment every now and then. I clear my throat and look to Maura, but she has averted her gaze, looking determinedly down at her half-empty plate with an unblinking gaze. Her lips twitch, and she wrinkles her nose like she just smelled something decaying. Yeah, no. If I want conversation, I am definitely not going to get it out of her. That leaves Natasha, who is sitting across from me and pushing peas around her plate with her fork. I sit up a little straighter and clear my throat. She looks up at me, puzzled. So, how is work? I ask. Natasha looks like I'm speaking in tongues. I'm sorry. I try again. How are things at work? I don't think I've ever found out exactly what it is that you do. All I know is that you assist in something, some kind of way. Her lips thin. I always endeavor to make Lord Greyrose's life easier in whatever manner possible. A frown. Why is she talking so formally all of a sudden? But 2 seconds later, she licks her lips and edges her gaze over to peek at Kier's mother, and it all clicks. She's performing the role of the prim, proper, dutiful assistant for Mora. I'm not sure why exactly, but she clearly wants Mora to see that Natasha colors inside the lines and is exceedingly helpful. "And how have things been at work?" I prompt, asking my question again. She clears her throat and sneaks a peek at James. Could she be holding out hope that in time she can work for the family? It's the only thing that makes any sort of sense. "Fine." Natasha gives me a cool smile. "Lord Grey Rose has tripled our sales volume each year, and every year that he has been in charge of News Corp, and I'm glad to say that I've been a key part in his success." I tilt my head. She sounds like she's claiming part of Kier's winning strategy involved her. But that can't be true, can it? "You started 3 years ago, right?" Her cheeks flush scarlet. She nods slowly. "Yes, that's correct. Lord Grey Rose and I make an excellent team. I'm his biggest supporter." My attempt to keep the smirk off my face is mostly successful. "I'm sure. He also has Isla in his corner." Natasha rolls her eyes. "Yes, though I do think that Lady Grey Rose has quite the idea. Sending Isla to boarding school will be great for her. She'll learn quickly that her tantrums and screaming fits do not fly when she's not with her own family." I squint at her, not sure I heard her correctly. Mora's ears prick up, though, and she quickly turns to Natasha. "I keep telling Kieran that same thing. Our darling Saffron went to the Sacred Hearts Preparatory College when she was only 8, and look how wonderfully she turned out." "Oh, I didn't realize Saffron went to boarding school," I offer. Mora looks down her nose at me. "Of course she did. Every one of my children went to boarding school. I spared absolutely no expense or fanfare for any of my children." She smirks at me. It's hard to maintain my composure, but I do. "And where is Saffron right now?" Natasha asks. Lady Grey Rose looks a bit taken aback. "I believe she's at university." "She finished taking her exams last week, I think," I comment. Screwing up my face, I pretend to think about it. I could be wrong, but I think she mentioned that she would be moving into an apartment near her school for the summer. I just toss it off casually, thinking that my knowing more than she did about her own daughter would make Lady Grey Rose grumpy. But instead, all the color drains from her face. "She what?" Her raised voice draws the attention of the men. Everyone looks at her and the other conversation dies off. Lady Grey Rose leans over, gripping my wrist and digging her fingernails into my skin painfully. "Saffron told you that she intends to get an apartment by herself this summer? This is the first I'm hearing of it." Her eyes blaze bright blue, pinning me in place. I start to realize that I don't know what kind of minefield I'm stepping into. Is it too late to backpedal? "I think so, but maybe I misheard her," I say. Lady Grey Rose pushes her chair back and stands up, releasing my arm. "I have to go call my daughter and find out why she told someone who's essentially the hired help that she's renting an apartment in London. If you all will excuse me." I can feel the sting of her words as she lashes them at me. She hurries out of the dining room, and I sink back in my chair. Essentially the hired help? That's how she sees me. Natasha grins at me, her eyes mocking. She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't have to. Everyone in here knows just what Lady Grey Rose meant. After Lady Grey Rose's departure, dinner breaks up. I stand up and start moving away from the table with the rest of the dinner party. Lord Grey Rose looks at me, picking up a plate and offering it to me. I stare at it for a second before I realize that he thinks that I'm going to gather the plates and take them into the kitchen. No thanks, I say, giving him a puzzled look. I'm not here to clear plates. His answering frown tells me what he thinks about that answer. He puts down his plate and moves away without another word. Jesus, is everybody in Kier's family the absolute worst? I'm fuming. I need to go somewhere private to let my emotions out, or I'm going to fly off the handle at the very next stuck-up rich person that so much as looks in my direction. Excusing myself from the dining room, I quickly walk through the hallways and toward the castle's rear exit. I stop at a closed door just before the exit, a little mudroom. Inside, Lady is laying in an oversized bed, her puppies black and gray squirming balls of fur just beside her. She sits up and growls at me, letting me know that I'm invading her space. I close the door behind me, put my hands over my mouth, and let out the scream that's been building inside my chest since this morning. Putting my butt against the door, I lean down and let my feelings out. My hands muffle the sound a little as I feel tears welling up in my eyes. Blinking back my tears, I have this distinct memory as clear as day. I was probably only 6 or 7, ending my first day of school. My father came to pick me up, and he found me crying. He picked me up, his tailored suit crushed under my weight. I cried into the shoulder of his jacket. I will always remember the feeling of scratchy navy wool against my face, tender from crying. Between hiccups and tears, I finally managed to tell my dad that somebody had bullied me all day. He walked me out of school, around the corner, and then put me down. He knelt and looked at me with a very serious expression, his brown eyes grave. You can't let the person that hurt you see that they've made you upset, honey. That tells them that they have won. Not only that, but it tells them that they can make you react. That's giving them power over you. Don't ever give them the satisfaction of knowing that they can get to you, baby girl. I think about that as I vent my frustration and anger here, in an ancient, God-forsaken broom closet. Sure, I'm on the other side of the world where my daddy gave me that advice, but that doesn't detract me from the lesson my father taught me. Not in the least. I scream into my hands one more time, then straighten myself. Wiping at my eyes, I allow myself one curse. Fuck! Lady looks at me, growling again. I nod and wipe my eyes again, using my dress to dry my tears. Putting my hands up in the air, I quickly grab the plastic bowl of shredded chicken. Hey, lady, I say softly. I uncover the plastic wrap. The scent of the meat wafts out, smelling strongly even to my weak human nose. You want some? She licks her chops, her eyes fixing on the bowl. Standing up, she gives a soft whine. I fish a couple of pieces out of the bowl, feeding them to her slowly. Sinking down to sit on the floor beside Lady, I reach out my hand to her, letting her sniff and lick my fingers. When the door swings open, I freeze. Lady growls at Kier as he pokes his head in. What the fuck is going on in here? I shrug, looking at Lady. I just wanted to be with somebody that wouldn't judge me for a while. He slides in the room, giving Lady a distrustful look. So you choose the half-feral dog? I frown. She's not half-feral. She's just skittish, and yes, she seemed like my best option at the moment. Kier gives me a rueful glance. Mom was pretty hard on you. I'm sorry about her. She is really... I bite my lip, refusing to let Kier see me upset. She's something else. Yes.
My family causes problems everywhere they go. It's not just my mother either. My father and James are just as bad. I let out a dry laugh. No kidding. Lord Greyrose tried to give me his plate at the end of dinner, like he wasn't sure if I was going to clear the table for him. It was really confusing. Kier squints. How embarrassing. Again, I can only apologize. That's nothing. James actually cornered me and tried to kiss me in the kitchen earlier. He did what? Kier peers at me, his eyes going wild. Don't worry, Mrs. Wolf chased him off. He did it right in front of her, almost like she wasn't there. I'm very glad that your brother is blind to staff, I guess. Plowing his hands through his hair, he makes a frustrated sound. Fuck, Ella, I'm sorry. You keep saying that. Well, I am. My family has misbehaved abominably. I can't apologize enough. At his pronunciation of abominably, I smirk. He slurs it just a little, sounding so very British that I can't stand it. You've been drinking. I admit it. It's hard to make it through dinner without drinking the whole bottle of whiskey. He looks down at me, amusement in his eyes. Did you come in here to hide from me then? I tilt my head to the side. I came in here to hide, not from you in particular. Kier's gaze spears me in place. He takes a couple of steps towards me and sinks down against the wall, leaning his head back and looking at me. Something in the air pulses between us. I bite my lip, trying not to smile. You want to know a secret? I whisper. What's that? Natasha likes you. Oh. He rolls his eyes. She does not. She does. She's totally in love with you. I point my finger at him, jabbing him in the chest. Maybe you should go charm her instead of me. He leans closer. I can smell the faint scent of aftershave coming from his neck, where he has unbuttoned the top button of his collared shirt. He arches a brow, smirking. Is that what I'm doing? Charming you? I shimmy closer, breathing him in. Looking up, I'm caught in his beautiful blue gaze. I shiver. Why is my body so attracted to your body? I find you personally so repugnant, but... Shh. He reaches out and brushes a knuckle over my exposed collarbone. Enough talking. Chapter 28. You are a terrible influence on me, Kier teases, running his hands through my hair. But you know that, don't you? I press up onto my toes and kiss him, not interested in continuing the conversation. He smirks and opens his mouth to speak, but I cut him off, putting a finger to my lips to silence him. All these emotions are flying around in the air surrounding me. I look up at him, my hand raising to caress his cheekbone. His gaze locks on mine. I speak softly as I angle his head to just where I want it. I want you, Kier. I want to feel your cock stretching out my pussy. His hands flex against my skin. Your wish is my command. I press my lips to Kier's and his hand find my waist, roughly pushing me onto my back. I gasp and he plows one hand into my hair, pulling my head back. His burning kisses scald the exposed curve of my neck as he moves down my body, ripping at my dress. He pulls it over my head and exposes the truth. I'm not wearing anything beneath. My nipples pebble against the cool air as he shapes my breasts with both hands. He presses them together, sucking and biting them, pulling sounds straight from the core of me. I can't get enough of him.
of his hot hands, of his wet tongue. I want him everywhere at once, my body overheating with pure need. I drive my hands through his dark, silky hair, pulling him closer. My mouth opens and I let out a moan as he swipes both of my nipples with his tongue. Then he moves back, and I'm left aching, wanting more. Fuck, Ella. You've got me all worked up now. I want you naked and writhing before me, begging for my cock. Kier tosses my dress aside. I want you too, Kier. I'm starving for your touch. Admitting that much even makes me turn red. I watch him strip off his shirt and undo the buckle of his belt. I reach for him, but Kier pushes me back against the wall, his eyes dark and excited. No. I want you to touch your tits, play with them, pinch your nipples. Kier, I start to whine. He grabs my thigh and gives it a hard squeeze. Do what I say, sweetheart. Men are visual, and I need to see you do it. I need to burn it in my brain so that I never forget how hot this is. My heart starts pounding. I bring my hands up to cup my breasts, covering them and then pushing them together. His hand slips down to shape his cock in his slacks. I swallow and watch as he starts unzipping his pants. Are you going to touch yourself? I ask. Fuck yes. Do you have any idea what you're doing to me, sweetheart? I fan my face. Hearing Kier's gravelly voice being so explicit with his need for me is intoxicating. At this point, I would probably walk over a bed of broken glass as long as his rough voice was there, coaxing me. Sucking in my lower lip, I close my eyes halfway and do as he suggests, imagining Kier's hand in the place of mine. I pinch my nipples and gasp as the sensation sends ripples down my core. What must be going on in that head of yours? He husks. I open my eyes in time to see him slipping his hand inside his slacks and fisting the length of his cock. Tell me that you're getting as hot as I am. Tell me that I'm making you wet. I am. I purr. I'm so fucking hot for you, Kier. I press my thighs together and nod. I need you to touch me. Please. I can't bring myself to say what I want, but Kier seems to know exactly what I'm trying to say. He flashes me a dark smirk. Spread your legs, he says. Put your pussy on display for me. I'm salivating just thinking about how good you are going to taste. I eye him critically. I'm hearing a lot of talk, but I'm still fucking horny over here. Kier's eyes glitter at me. He grabs my thighs and shoves them apart. You have no idea what you signed the fuck up for, sweetheart. I try to close my legs, but he moves so he is kneeling in between them. His body blocks my knees from moving. His hands force my thighs open once more. I shiver at his little display of strength. Part of me knows without a doubt that Kier has all the power here, that he could overcome my objections with ease, silence my voice. But he chooses not to. He likes when I talk dirty and argue with him. That's why I can feel my pussy getting wetter. I throw my head back, looking up at him haughtily. Before I even think about it, I open my mouth and issue Kier a challenge. I'm tired of waiting, Kier. Put your money where your mouth is. He grabs his hands hard, his expression fiery. Then he forces my hands down between my legs. Touch yourself. Show me how you play with your clit. If you resist, I'll turn you over and spank you. I know I'm playing with fire, and Kier is hot enough to combust at any moment. But I don't care. I welcome the burn. You wouldn't ever even dare to do something like that, I hiss, intentionally baiting him. In the span of a second, Keir snatches my arms and yanks me up, contorting my body until he has me face down over his lap, with my ass sticking up in the air. The first smack takes me entirely by surprise. I cry out when I feel his stinging handprint on the side of my ass. I think I expect him to pull his punches and not really spank me, but this hurts. I open my mouth to protest when Keir delivers the second blow to my other ass cheek. Ow! I squeal. That's right, he growls. Be still while I spank you or I'll do it harder. I squirm, trying to move away even though he just told me not to. The third spank stuns me and brings tears to my eyes. I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't know that it would be so brutal. Still, feeling the sting of his palm makes my pussy clench. Keir clamps his arm down across my lower back, and I can feel his hand skimming over the imprints that he's made on my ass. I squeak, but he holds me in place as his hand delves down between my ass cheeks and explores the folds of my pussy. I let out a strangled, "Oh." "Relax," Keir tells me. His fingers probe my pussy and then slide up to find my clit. "Do what I tell you. Be still, and let me explore your pussy, Ella." All I can feel right now is my reddened ass and his clever fingers swirling around my clit. I'm keyed up and squirming, nearly panting. Within seconds, a strangled groan slips out of my throat. Keir's fingers move in quick circles and ripples of sensation spill out of my aching, throbbing clit. It's as if the spanking amplified the pleasure that Keir is making me feel now. "Ah!" I cry. "I want to hear it, Ella. Tell me." "Tell you what?" I grit out. "Tell me exactly how bad you want my cock. That you want to feel me stretching you out and ruining you for other men. Tell me that you want me to make you come in the way only I can do." I give a pleasured hiss. "I want it, Keir." "Yeah." He slips a finger into my swollen core. "Do you?" I shudder at the sensation of his finger slowly working in and out of my pussy. "Keir," I beg. "Please." "Please what?" he whispers. "Tell me explicitly. Tell me just what I need to do to you that will make you come like never before." His fingers circle my clit again. I gasp, strangled. I need more from him. "Please," I say, desperation in my tone. "Keir, if you don't fuck me." He shoves me off his lap and spreads my legs wide. I manage to get my knees beneath me as he pushes his slacks down his legs. I'm not fully ready for the brutal way he grips my hips and enters me with a sharp thrust. I make an inarticulate sound of discomfort as I adjust to his sheer size. Before I can even think about how his cock is too big, he starts moving, thrusting. "Rub your clit," he commands me. Then he starts moving faster, as quick and as hard as a jackhammer. My eyes roll back in my head until I close them. I reach down between my thighs and touch my throbbing clit. His rough thrusts, the way he grips my hips, knowing that his hands will leave marks on my delicate skin, and the sound of his voice as he growls orders at me. Keir is saying all the right things, touching every part of me, filling me up with every stroke. "I can feel your pussy milking my cock. God damn, you are so tight, so fucking hot." He thrusts a few more times, his voice gone to gravel when he purrs.
Come for me, sweetheart. Come on my cock. I can feel the orgasm ripping through my body, starting at my clit and spreading out like wildfire. I clench my eyes, my body spasming as I try to ride out the wave. For several seconds, I am somewhere beyond thought. Fuck, Ella, Keir calls out. He moves with lightning speed, his voice wavering. Then he stops thrusting, his body seizing. I can feel several hot lashes of his seed land as his cock twitches deep inside my pussy. Fuck, he mutters, his grip on my hips easing. He runs his hands up the bare skin of my back for a few seconds before he withdraws. Jesus Christ, Ella. I push myself up onto all fours, just getting up as he tucks his cock back in his pants. He kisses me, slow and hard. Fleetingly, I wonder what it would be like just once to spoon afterward and to feel like, well, that we're not just fucking.
Chapter 29. Fuck, I muttered to myself. This is not what I needed today. Looking down at my phone, I try to absorb the information that is splashed across the screen. It's another email from my private investigator addressing that nosy journalist, Wendy Allen. I've looked under every rock and inside every crevice, searching for dirt on the journalist. I have checked for the most common things, like forged college transcripts and IRS liens. I've called all her former bosses, looking for any hint that she might have a history of filing stories with dubious sources. So far, I've found nothing of substance. I will continue to look, but it might be advisable to consider alternative strategies. Ms. Allen has several large student loans. Maybe offering her a job that will take her far away is a viable plan. I close the email, frowning as I glance out the window of the chauffeured SUV. Ella is sitting next to me, staring blankly out her window, her eyes unfocused. I glance back to see Natasha and Isla in the third row, both absorbed in their tablets. Turning back to my own window, I glance out and sigh. Reaching in my collared shirt, I fish out my necklace. The rings on the end of it make soft sounds as they clack together. Once, the rings were proof of a vow before God. Now they serve as a reminder of a time when I saw things with rose-tinted glasses. I was a romantic before I married Kingsley. Now my whole perspective is tainted by that aberration of a marriage. Picking up the rings, I place them against my bottom lip as I consider what to do about Wendy. Ella sighs and shifts in her seat beside me. I'm distracted by a brief flash of sexy mahogany skin as she uncrosses and then recrosses her legs. She's wearing a short pink skirt and a silky black top. The skirt is pleated, and in my mind, pretty suggestive of all the things I could be doing to her while she wears it. I could slide my hand up her thigh, find out what kind of panties she's wearing. Fuck, I bet she's wearing a lacy little thong. Imagining how it looks on her has my cock hard, but it's fantasizing about how a little touching might make a wet spot appear on the front of her thong. That has me fully ready to fuck. I glance at her, edging my hand closer to the bare skin of her thigh. If we were alone in this car, I would tug her onto my lap right now and make her moan my name. I shift in my seat, my raging erection doing me no favours. Scenes of last night flash over and over in my head. Her whispered pleas for more. My mind plays them like a filthy movie, always on in my head. Gritting my teeth, I force myself to look at the passing buildings. As the driver steers us into the downtown arts district, I find blessed distraction in the cityscape as it changes and glides by the window. Still, by the time the SUV pulls up to the curb in front of the News Corps building, I jump out before the chauffeur even makes it around to open my door. While the women pile out of the SUV, I sprint ahead to the main entrance. I can feel my blood simmering when I glance at the physical embodiment of my work. Being here is exciting, after so much bad news in my personal life. Here, at least, I am the master of every single thing I see. I can control things at News Corps, unlike the real world. Yanking the doors open, I strut inside, my arms wide. but I only make it 10 paces before I collide with a young man. He turns around, a full to-go coffee in one hand and his eyes on his phone. He doesn't even look up before he dumps his entire coffee down the front of my white dress shirt and dark grey suit and slacks. What the fuck? I say, raising my arms and staring down at myself. I'm dripping with hot coffee, and I pluck at my shirt, hoping to avoid a burn. The young man looks at me, angry. Watch where you're going. I look at him, my anger bubbling up and boiling over. I reach out and grab this young goon by the collar, giving him a shake. My voice rises with every sentence. This is the lobby of the building that I own. This is my fucking company. You don't get to drench me with hot coffee and then lecture me about not fucking watching where I'm going. By the last word, I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. There were a few people going about their normal business in the lobby, but they have stopped, looking at me with a mild terror. The young man's eyes go wide and he tries to shove my hand away. I give the young man a final vicious shake and then push him backward. He keeps his balance, but only just, pushing his hand through his hair. Sorry, sir. I didn't realise who you were. It shouldn't matter, I hiss. You had better not count on having a job here any time soon, you incompetent idiot. Ella surprises me by grabbing my wrist. Her touch catches me by surprise. When I look at her, sort of baffled, she tugs me toward the back hallway. Let's get you cleaned up, she suggests, her voice quiet. Do you think that someone here has a spare shirt that you can change into? I give the young man one more glare before I allow myself to be pulled further into the lobby. Fucking idiot kids. Ella snaps her fingers in my face. Shirt? She prompts. Yeah. Natasha keeps backups of all my clothing upstairs. She squints at me, but says nothing. She just marches me to the elevator bank and pushes the button to summon an elevator. I cock an eyebrow and walk over to the executive elevator, reaching in my pocket. I've got that for you, a man tells me. He swipes his keycard, pressing a button. Michael Gerard. I work in the top-level administrative staff. We're going to the same floor, he jokes nervously. I give him a short look. You can take the next one, then. His cheeks flush, but he bows flawlessly, nevertheless. Of course, sir. Ella turns, motioning for Natasha to hurry and bring Isla. I'd sort of forgotten about them, if I'm perfectly honest. As the door opens, I hurry all the women inside the elevator, and I can't miss Ella glaring at me as I push the button, closing the elevator doors. What? I ask. She gives her head the tiniest shake and looks away. I notice that her hand is on Isla's shoulder, rubbing gently, comforting my daughter. But why should Isla need comfort? It's me that's still dripping with sticky coffee mess. We make it upstairs without further incident. Natasha heads off to find a change of clothes for me. Ella puts Isla in the glass-encased conference room, watching something on her tablet. And then Ella walks with me to my office, a very cross look on her face when she closes the door. My office boasts a floor-to-ceiling window as one wall and a desk that is made out of recycled fighter jet parts. But Ella doesn't even look at that. No, she crosses her arms and pins me in place with her beautiful brown eyes. What in the hell do you think you're doing? Getting coffee dumped on me by a moron, apparently. She points a finger at me. You scared the bejesus out of Isla, Kier. You nearly made 2 men cry. How on earth do you think that is how a CEO of a major company should act? I blink slowly. I'm sorry. Are you telling me that I'm in the wrong here? Yes, she cries, exasperated. You cannot go around humiliating people like that, Kier. It's unprofessional. But worse than that, it sets a bad example for your daughter. It's no wonder that she lashes out at her teachers and fellow students. Look at what you're implicitly telling her is acceptable behavior. Heat flushes my cheeks. I don't see how that's any business of yours. Ella folds her arms across her chest. If you don't see how this behavior affects me, then you are painfully short-sighted. With that, she whirls around and pulls my door open. Natasha is there, a smirk on her face. Ella glances at me, huffs, and elbows her way through the door. Natasha comes in carrying 3 suits and 3 different options for button-ups. She hangs them on my desk chair, unwrapping them all from swaths of dry-cleaning plastic. I thought you were perfectly within your rights to give that young man what for, she says. Which suit do you prefer? I give her a look over. Natasha is dressed as she usually is, in skin-tight black leather pants, a black cotton t-shirt, and a black blazer with the sleeves rolled up. She is extremely thin, and her oversized reddish-brown mane of tight curls frames her head and body like a lion's mane. She's attractive. I know that she is. And yet, I don't feel anything when I picture Natasha naked. With Ella, I can't even stop my overheated brain from wondering when the next time I get to strip her down and... "Lord Greyrose," Natasha prompts. I give myself a shake, trying to focus. "What?" "I said I like the dark blue suit and the pale blue tie," she says. My mouth puckers up. That's a terrible combination. "I'll take the black suit, the dark grey tie and a fresh shirt." "Sure. Why don't I just help you out of your jacket?" Natasha comes over and awkwardly begins to try to take my jacket off. After a second, I step back, a puzzled expression on my face. "It's fine, you can leave me." She pokes her tongue out, swiping it across her lips. "I don't have to, though. I can be here for whatever you want. Anything you desire. Say the word." "Thank you, Natasha," I interject, cutting her off. "That will be all for now. Can you go check on Isla, please?" She half curtsies, but I'm not sure whether it is supposed to be a joke or not. I squint at her as she backs out of the room. She turns, finally, reaching the door to close it. "Natasha," I call out. She looks back, her face brightening. "Yes?" "Would you send Ella back in?" A thundercloud rolls over her expression, leaving it dark and flat. "Of course, Lord Greyrose." She shuts the door much harder than is necessary, making me wonder about the interaction. Was Ella right about Natasha? Could she have developed feelings for me? Unsettled by that idea, I pace toward the window, looking out as I begin peeling off my jacket.
Chapter 30. It's 10 in the morning, and the entire castle is entirely still and silent. Mrs. Wolfe took her son to visit family in Manchester. Henri is also absent, although it has always seemed to me that he waits for Keir to need him and magically appears. I swear the man moves so silently that I'm going to have to put a bell around his neck, like people often do to outdoor cats to keep them from killing birds. Keir is in his office, in a tizzy over some kind of unexpected budget shortfall. At least, that's what I heard when he was storming upstairs and yelling at no one in particular. The slamming of his office door made me jump. It also told me everything I need to know about Keir's black mood. I'm sitting out back on the broad slate patio, spread out on the ground. Isla is at her first day of science camp. Since I have the whole day to myself, I figured I would break out my tights and leotard and try to do some basic stretching and ballet combinations. At the moment, I have worked my way into the splits and I'm hugging my left leg, even though it is mildly painful. My quads are screaming at me, begging me to stop stretching. It's been far too long since I forced myself to feel this specific kind of pain. I close my eyes and breathe deeply, trying to picture myself on a tropical beach. The smell of the salt air, the feel of the hot sand between my toes, the heat of the relentless sun beating down on me as I sunbathe in my itty-bitty black bikini. "Ella!" Keir's yell pierces right through me like the wind on an icy cold day. My eyes snap open. I straighten my back and look behind me to the house. "I'm out back." My heart pounds. Keir sounds angry, but I didn't do anything wrong. If anything, I've been avoiding him since we got back from Glasgow a few days ago. He stalks out the door, his face contorted in a grimace, his fists clenched. He spots me sitting on the ground, my legs all akimbo, and that gives him pause. "What are you doing?" he demands to know. "Stretching." I sit up with a slight huff. "What are you so upset about?" Keir points a finger toward the door. "Those idiots at Isla's summer camp have asked me to come get her." "What? Already? I blink, trying to absorb that information. I flush slightly, realizing that this is right in line with what I expected from Isla. She was a little bratty about leaving for camp this morning. Kier folds his arms across his chest. Come on. We have to go retrieve my daughter from yet another program taught by an absolute bunch of clowns. I stand up, brushing myself off. Kier turns and heads through the castle, leaving the door wide open. This seems eerily familiar to the last time Isla was asked to leave a place of learning. If Kier just wants me to come along to be an audience while he screams at some hapless teacher or administrator, I don't want to feed into his energy. But by the time I catch up to him, he's already sitting in the driver's seat of his SUV, gripping the wheel tightly. Hurry up, he shouts. His order makes me freeze. I look at him, opening the door to the passenger side of the vehicle, but not getting in. Kier? He glances at me, his face red with anger. What? I'm not your staff. I'm not your employee. I don't have to jump just because you snap your fingers. I know that, he snarls. Well, act like it. You have done nothing but order me around since I've arrived here. My suggestion to you would be to ask me to accompany you. I cross my arms. Nicely. He looks at me, a fire crackling in his eyes. Will you just get in the car? I don't know. Can you say please? I tilt my head. Using my name wouldn't hurt either. He looks away for a second, his throat working. Please, Ella. Those are the magic words, I announce. Climbing into the truck, I slam the door closed. Kier wastes no time in starting the engine and pulling off, grumbling under his breath as we head down the steep driveway. I buckle my seatbelt and look at Kier, nakedly trying to guess at his emotions. Why are you so angry? He flashes me an impatient look. The people at this camp are supposed to be qualified. They are supposed to be top-notch educators, yet they call me not 2 hours in, telling me that I need to come collect my daughter. They're obviously idiots. I narrow my eyes on his face. Because they refuse to put up with Isla's bad behavior? Her behavior isn't the problem, he growls. No? He stares straight ahead, his posture stiff. Isla's mother abandoned her, okay? Kingsley left, and Isla started acting out a little. She just needs time. Nothing more than that. I shouldn't have to explain to the people in charge of the camp that Isla might act out on occasion. It just seems like they can't handle even the most basic things. He hits the steering wheel a few times, punctuating his point. I try to formulate a response, watching his face carefully. If everyone around you says that Isla's lashing out is unacceptable to them, to the point of kicking her out of school and camp, then maybe there is something to it. It's fine. They are all just overreacting. There is nothing wrong with my little girl, and there's nothing wrong with the way I've raised her. He glances at me, his expression begging me to understand. She doesn't have a mother. How can she be expected to be normal? I'm doing the best that I can for her. I glance out of my window, trying not to let my complete shock show on my face. So that's what this is about. Feeling like Isla is in need of protection from all the naysayers of the world. No doubt some of Kier's family said negative things when Kier and Kingsley split. Kier pulls down a rutted road. The summer camp is housed in a collection of little white cottages next to a very pretty lake. There are a number of kids outside assembling pieces of a telescope in the grass when Kier stops the SUV. I glance at them as Kier storms past, on a collision course with the administrator's cottage. As a teacher looks on, a boy fits a black plastic scope onto one side. 2 girls work together to fit the telescope on a tripod. These are Isla's peers, especially if they are as interested in exploring the galaxies as she seems to be. So what exactly happened? Rushing to catch up with Keir, I catch the door just as he barrels through it. A woman sits at her desk, several framed certificates on the wall next to a giant poster of outer space. It's a gorgeous, full-colored image with small white labels pointing to each cluster of stars. "Where is my daughter?" he roars at the woman. She smiles coolly at him. "Mr. Greyrose." "It's a Lord Greyrose," he snarls. She inclines her head. "Apologies, Lord Greyrose. I'm Dr. Summers, the head of this summer program. Would you mind if we all took a seat?" She beckons to me, pointing at the seats in front of her desk. I can see Keir opening his mouth to protest. To forestall him, I shut the door behind me and speak up. "Keir, let's do as she suggested," I say softly. "We are all civilized here, right?" He shoots me a glare, but he does lurch over to one of the chairs and sit down, silently seething. Dr. Summers sits down behind her desk and folds her hands. Moving quickly, I pull my seat close to Keir's and perch on the corner. "Well," he spits, "what is it that Isla has supposedly done?" "Thank you for coming down. I realize that Isla has only been with us for a few hours, and I also can tell that she is bright and that she has a ton of potential." She pauses, her lips pursing. "However, Isla has already exhibited some bullying behavior. As head of this program, I feel it is in everyone's best interest to deal with it now. Nip it in the bud, as they say." Keir makes a sound that's akin to a soft growl. I put my hand on his arm, seeking to keep him from going on the attack. "How do you suggest that Lord Greyrose ought to deal with it?" I ask. "I'm prepared to pull her out and sue the whole damn camp," Keir sputters. I give him a look, tightening my grip on his arm. He glowers at me. "I don't think that will help matters. If anything, it will reinforce the behavior," Dr. Summers says, not unkindly. "I think that instead, I should have her brought in here, and then you two, as her parents, can explain to her that the taunting comments and bullying behavior will not be tolerated here." Parent? No way. My heart practically jumps out of my chest. My eyes go wide and I stumble as I try to explain to Dr. Summers that I'm definitely not Isla's parent. "Oh, we're not," I start. "She's not Isla's mother," Keir asserts, jabbing his finger onto Dr. Summers' desk. "This is her au pair." I slice a look at Keir, but he's too wrapped up in the moment to notice. Dr. Summers looks surprised. "Oh, sorry, I assumed. My point still stands, though. Every child here wants to learn about the sky and the stars. Nothing more, nothing less. It might help, Isla, if you two were to promise a reward for good behavior." Keir looks a little surprised. I could try that, yes." Standing up, I clear my throat. "It sounds like you all have it covered. Why don't I wait in the car?" I don't need to be any more involved than I already am. If Dr. Summers mistook me for Isla's mom, that clearly is a sign that I've definitely stayed in Scotland for a little too long. Keir's brows lower, and he gives me a gruff nod. "Fine." I can't get out of the cottage fast enough. Climbing into the SUV, I stare out the window. This morning, I got up and had breakfast with Isla. The thought that I need to return to Atlanta never even crossed my mind once as I chatted with the excited, nervous child about her upcoming day. Now I'm stewing about the fact that it's been nearly a month without any concrete movement on the whole Wendy issue. This whole thing started because some journalist supposedly taped Keir and I fucking. It's definitely time to get to the bottom of things, and for me to be done with all things Scottish.
Chapter 31. Just as a reminder, you don't have to speak loudly or do anything special to be heard. Just talk in your regular voice, the pretty PA tells me, smiling shyly at me. She adjusts the mic pack that I'm wearing and then steps back, a flush in her cheeks. Can I get you guys to both do a mic check for me, please? James is looking at his phone, his legs crossed and the top button of his dark shirt unbuttoned. We're in our parents' living room, preparing for a televised interview. But he's hardly paying attention, his eyes fastened on his screen. I lean over to the floral chair he's slumped in, giving his shoulder a hard flick. He looks up, scowls at me, sitting across from him, and stands up. What? The fucking interviewer isn't even here yet. The PA glances at him with a gulp. I give her a reassuring smile. We're fine. Give us a minute, will you? My brother, while uncouth, does have a good point. Can you please make sure we are not recorded until the interview begins? Nothing that we say is on the record until the interviewer arrives. Of course, Lord Greyrose. The PA bows her head, backing out of the room. I cut my brother with my eyes as I straighten my tie and adjust my seat. We are posed with our backs to the brick facade of the fireplace. For once, my mother isn't nattering around us, issuing us last-minute instructions. Instead, she and our dad are off somewhere that the TV crew can't possibly hear, having what I imagine is a very lively and long-winded argument. James gives me a tiny glare. Don't start. I didn't say a word. He rolls his eyes. You were insufferable. And yet, Dad asked me to babysit you during this interview, probably because he knows he can't just leave you to your own devices. He glowers at me. I will have you know that there has been a lot of back and forth between Mum and Dad, talking about what they're going to do about your situation. How are things with that sweet little au pair of yours, Keir? My temple aches and I rub it, glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. You are tiresome, I say. Is that what your gorgeous little piece of tail has to say about you? His expression is perfectly innocent. Much as I am loath to admit it, James actually does have the lying and backstabbing part of being a politician down to an art. Just remember, you need me to whip the media storm in your favour. Without that piece, Dad and Mum wouldn't even be trying to put you up for political office. You have a horrible personality. At least I can find people to fuck outside my child's nursery, comes his quick retort. Been saving that one for a while, have you? Hello. Anna Armand breezes in the room, a bright smile on her face. She is fully made up, looking pretty in her bright pink skirted suit and impossibly whitened teeth. She tosses her long lacquered hair back and looks between James and me. Anna, thank you for doing this, I say, offering her a handshake. She accepts, clenching my hand briefly. Her smile widens. Actually, I was hoping to add a second interviewer. You know, make it more of a group dynamic, like you would see on Good Morning Britain. Does that sound okay with both of you? Sure, I frown, checking with James. He shrugs, checking his phone. We're back on the record as of now. Why not? I thought you would feel that way. Allow me to introduce Wendy Allen. She works for the New York division of News Corps. It takes every bit of control I've got in order for me to keep my face utterly blank when Wendy walks in the room. Her eyes go directly to mine, and she smiles at me, carefully showing each and every one of her teeth. What in the fuck is she doing here? She bows her head at both James and me, then brushes her hand over her skirt as she sits. James tilts his head in a way that I know means that he is speculating just how long it would take to get her out of her blue chiffon shift dress. He doesn't seem to know that anything is amiss. I stare Wendy down, not quite believing she's here. Anna sits down beside her. I have to wonder whether she, too, knows what Wendy knows. I squint at both of them. My guess is no, that Wendy wouldn't tell anybody the whole story. She wants to expose me herself, the plucky reporter and the greedy billionaire. A David and Goliath story, if ever I heard one. At least, what her version of it seems to be. We didn't agree to 2 interviewers, I say. There was a contract drawn up between us before we ever set foot in this studio, and it was extremely clear on that point. Anna is supposed to interview both of us, and a good portion of the questions have already been agreed upon. Anna and Wendy smile reassuringly at me. Wendy reaches over and pats my arm. I stiff and jerk away, glaring at her. The studio checked the contract thoroughly before they gave me the green light to invite Wendy to join. Anna flutters her eyelashes at me. You're blowing this out of proportion, James adds, slapping me on the back. Just relax. Everyone is here to talk about my campaign. He seems so sure of himself. I slide him a look, wondering if he is somehow in on this whole conspiracy. It's unlikely, but not impossible. I stand up, plucking the mic wire from my collar. No way, I'm not doing this. Mum rushes into the room, looking severe. What's the issue? Is there something I don't know about? I squint at her, my face heating up. The lie comes easily to my lips. No. The studio is trying to change the terms of the interview, I bite out. I am not going to be questioned by someone I'm not familiar with and have that interview recorded for national broadcast. That's insane. They must think I'm an idiot. Mum looks around me, eyeing the 2 journalists. She quirks a brow. Ladies, who has the list of questions? There must be one written down somewhere. Anna and Wendy look at each other. There is a moment of communication between them, and then Anna stands up, brandishing her note cards at my mother. My mother grabs them, pulls on her reading glasses, and does a quick inspection. When she looks back up, she passes the cards to me. It looks like there isn't a single question about your daily life here. It's mostly about your brother. There are a few questions that call for past anecdotes, but I don't see a real problem here. I lower my voice, turning to my mother and whispering in her ear. I'm not worried about Anna. It's the other woman I don't like. Besides, they wouldn't have written down any questions that are incriminating. She gives me a quelling glare. The news studio only agreed to do this interview if you were a part as well. But we have made it perfectly clear that your past is strictly off limits. Now, please, do the damned interview. We have got to get your brother out there and mark his face in the collective memory of the voters. She grips my wrist, staring directly into my eyes. She so rarely asks me for anything that I find her plight compelling. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let my guard down either. Fine, I whisper. But if they ask me even one question about Kingsley, or try to trap me in a confession about anything, I'm leaving. Mum smiles at me. Agreed. She spins me around, patting me on the arm. Handing the cards back to Anna, she announces my decision. Stick to the cards. Anything else is off limits. We are allowed to ask a few other questions, Anna says, according to the contract. No personal questions about either of my sons that haven't been previously cleared through me. Okay, Mum says. Sure thing, Wendy answers, chipper as all get out. We are ready as soon as you are, Lord Greyrose. Steeling myself, I trudge back to my seat, my feet feeling like they are each filled with lead weights. Wendy smirks at me as the PA comes in and refits my mic. I do my best to remain expressionless and uninterested to her. Mum scoots out of the room but hovers in the doorway, her facial expression tense. I take a breath and try to tell the voice that is screaming at me inside to turn it down a notch. The cameraman says, and we're rolling in 3, 2, 1. He points at all of us. Anna beams at the camera. I'm Anna Armand, joined by veteran reporter Wendy Allen. We are here today for the up-and-coming candidate for Prime Minister, Lord James Greyrose. His brother, Lord Kieran Greyrose, is here as well. Kieran is the CEO of News Corps and a great philanthropist as well. Welcome, everyone. James instantly turns on the charm. Thank you, Anna. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. I quietly nod. Anna and Wendy have a few softball questions for us first. Where did you grow up? Anna asks, leaning in. Well, Anna, it's funny that you ask that, because we are here in front of one of my favourite spots in my parents' house. James shoots me a grin. We are next to the fireplace in our living room. Kieran and I spent many a night right here when we were younger, spread out across the floor, reading comic books. Isn't that right? I pick up the ball that he's rolled to my feet. That's right, James. When we were a bit older, we replaced those comic books with James Joyce novels and books about how black holes are formed. But we kept up the habit of reading in here, in our Glasgow home. You two don't sound Scottish to my ears, Wendy says, laughing at her own joke. We actually both went to boarding school in England and attended Oxford for university, I explain. We spent a lot of time travelling in our school years as well. My brother might not just come out and say it, but our father, Lord Beaumont Greyrose, was also Prime Minister of Scotland. We were essentially raised in the public eye, Wendy. Is that why you're running for Prime Minister? To continue that tradition? Yes, says James, smiling. That is certainly part of it. I also believe that healthcare and jobs need a massive reformation, and I'm here to tell you now that I am the man for the job. I am a dogged advocate for every man, woman and child here in the whole UK. And being from Scotland, I'm already used to having to convince people that I belong. I like to work toward people knowing I'm going to be right there, giving a megaphone to their voices and their interests. That's why I'll make the most successful Prime Minister, because I understand the issues our country faces, and I am willing to fight for what we all believe in. That sounds great. Honestly, I wish that everyone felt that kind of fire for politics. I can't even pretend to care when someone starts telling me anything to do with taxes, Anna jokes. Tell me about it. Thank God for accountants, honestly, Wendy chimes in. I know we have some great ones, James says. Both women nod, smiling. Wendy turns to me, and I shift, reminding myself to smile. You two have been on the campaign trail together for about a month, right? My sources say that you kicked off your tour in America, of all places. She clearly directed it at me, but James fields the question like a pro. I would say that we are announcing my run for Prime Minister right now, he says, easily avoiding the question. Thank you both for taking part in my announcement. Wendy doesn't even lose momentum. She just peers straight at me. I heard that you have hired an American au pair for your young daughter. How is that going? I imagine that you've been working really closely together with her. It's been fine. I raise my voice, giving her an even smile. Honestly, I've been so busy with running News Corps and working on my brother's campaign that I've barely had time to sleep. Her expression tightens. A source told me that your wife is actually in the Netherlands and has been there for quite some time. What can you tell me about that? Rage fills my veins. It takes everything in me not to rip the mic pack off and demand that Wendy get the fuck out of my mother's living room. Instead, I blink slowly, then give her a puzzled look. Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I frown at Anna, raising an eyebrow. Anna, do you know something I don't? Because this isn't making much sense to me. Anna swallows nervously, smiling at Wendy. No, I'm afraid I don't. Wendy looks at me. You and your au pair witnessed the death of my partner, Max Herschel. Okay, James tries to cut in, standing up. This interview has really gone off the rails. We are supposed to be talking about my ministerial run. Max must have uncovered something about you and your nanny, Wendy says, her face flushing. That's why you paid someone to run him down. That's why you're not answering me now. I huff a laugh, although inside a cold hand clenches in a fist around my heart. Standing up, I give Anna a skeptical look. I really thought you were more professional than this. You realize that I'm one of the most powerful men in the media industry, right? She stands up, her expression unreadable. If you'll just stay, I can ask the questions that you were expecting, she tries. I give her a cold glare. I'm done. I don't know what kind of planning went into this little scheme, but the two of you are done. This may not be a News Corps station, but I know your boss's boss, and so on, all the way up the food chain. If I were you, I would make sure my CV was nice and tight, because you're done in broadcast journalism. With that, I finally rip out my mic pack and stalk out of the room. James is right on my tail, following me like a lost puppy. What was that? He demands. What do I need to know about that woman accusing you of killing her husband? I stop for a second, causing him to run into me. My voice is hard and my fists are clenched. There is nothing to know. They are just journalists salivating over a fake news story. Is it fake? James asks, because Wendy seemed to know an awful lot about your life. She even asked about Kingsley's whereabouts. It was just fishing for information. They left with nothing. And now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to get the fuck away from this house and pretend like I didn't just almost ruin my life to do you a favour. With that, I marched down the stairs, making a beeline for my SUV. Chapter 32. This is unbelievably dull even for Scotland. Ella smirks and covers her hand with her mouth. Shh. She nods toward the female docent, who is talking in front of a small crowd of onlookers. My gaze drops to Ella's tits. She has small, firm breasts that I want to press my face between. I want to tongue her puffy nipples, just the same rich colour as deep earth. This painting of a Vestal Virgin dates back to 1847, to the very beginnings of the Scottish realism movement. We know the date of the painting for 3 reasons. 1, because of the types of fruit depicted here in the corner. My attention wavers, my gaze drifting away from the woman talking. I look around the tiny museum we're in, eyeing the place. The walls are a dark grey, the colour purposely chosen to contrast with the sparse paintings hanging 2 or 3 to a wall. Isla is standing off to the side, a notebook in her hands. She's listening carefully to what the museum docent is saying and taking careful notes. She reminds me a bit of my brother James when he was young. He went through a long phase of journaling his inner thoughts. As the older sibling, I was someone who found that numbers made perfect sense where words could be easily mistaken. So I felt no little joy in ribbing James all through his teenage years, shouting into the void of endless notebooks. Isla glances up as the woman begins walking backward, heading into the next room. She gives me a ghost of a smile and follows her. But when I see Ella about to follow suit, I grab her wrist. She flushes and gives me a hard look. She pulls free from my grasp and puts a finger to her lips. It's been a while since I last touched Ella's silky skin and felt its heat under my hands. I dreamt about her all last night, and now my hands itch to touch her. I have been watching her walk around in her short little white cotton dress, probably not even realising that she is a walking prick tease. After half a minute, the group has moved on to the next room. I turn to her, jerking my head toward the exit. She raises her brows, but follows, quietly sneaking under my arm when I hold the door open. Once we are outside, I heave a big sigh. That museum is a little, Ella says, then pauses, moving away from the doors. She continues, dropping her voice, on the boring side. I thought for a moment that I had died and gone to hell. I'm not afraid of going to hell if it's all fire and brimstone. I'm only worried if the whole place is stodgy and tedious. Ha! She rolls her eyes. I get the feeling that your parents didn't put the fear of the devil in you like my parents did. Oh? It occurs to me that I don't know a fucking thing about her parents. I sit down on the wide stone balustrades of the broad sweep of limestone steps that lead up to the museum. You're from Atlanta. That's the southern part of the country, right? Her lips twitch, and she gives me an amused gaze. It's in the southeast, but everyone calls it the south where I'm from. And your family is some denomination of Christian, I'm guessing? Southern Baptist. She pauses. My mother is Latina, and she was raised to be a good Catholic girl. But when she met my father, she converted to his denomination. And for most of my young life, we went to a church 2 or 3 times a week. My head rocks back. 2 or 3 times a week? What, were they giving away free money or something? You're hilarious. No, they were giving away salvation. She shrugs. The people at my parents' church were nice, but they were so damned nosy. Just everybody and everybody's business. I was always looking for a reason not to go, and then I found ballet. She smiles as if she's reminiscing. I tilt my head, imagining a young version of Ella trading going to church for dancing. I can see it. Honestly, all the ballerinas I have ever known were so dogged and spent so much time practicing that they could call it a religion of sorts. Well, my family was not very interested. Sure, we attended on holidays. I think Mum and Dad still do. And James probably does too, now that there are voters to be swayed by a pious enough politician. Tell me how you really feel, Keir. Ella gives a surprised laugh. So I suppose that neither of us is particularly devout. No. I glance down at my hands, smirking. I think after I told my parents that I was going to divorce Kingsley, they sort of gave up on me. One day, I was the future Prime Minister. The next, I was a divorcee. No longer the presumptive heir, as it were. She looks up, her brow knitting. Oh? I nod, squinting off into the distance. All of a sudden, things just mattered less, because no one was going to count how many times I missed services. My parents decided that James had a much better shot at being elected, although he was not married, and I was sort of shoved aside. I screw my face up. Luckily, my grandfather, that is, my mother's father, passed News Corps on to me. I glanced down at my hands again, nodding slightly. It sounds like a lot of changes in a very short time. Glancing up at Ella, I find her expression kind, but otherwise unreadable. Yeah, I feel a tremendous responsibility to my grandfather. When I took the reins of the media empire, I worked like a dog to ensure that the companies made at least what they made when he ran things. Everybody in the company makes their money from the board of directors or company stock, so there were a lot of voices, a lot of very wealthy people to please. Ella tilts her head. It sounds like you have grown the company, though, right? I give a low chuckle. Aye. But it took a lot of blood and sweat and long nights. The first 3 years I had the reins, I worked all fucking day and most nights. I'm having trouble imagining the alternate reality. You know, the one where your brother ran the family business and you ran for office instead. I shrug. I didn't have much of a choice either way. But I think I'm more content with things as they are. Plus, I don't know if Grandad would have passed the family business down if James was in charge. I heave a sigh. There was talk of it being passed to my friend Deacon instead. Wait, what now? I nod. Deacon Masters. He's running a multinational law firm now based out of Los Angeles. But when I was a boy, his family was best friends with mine. We were childhood best friends. I smile. He's a fucking workaholic. And a player, too. He must be something for you to talk about him like he's a god or something. I roll my eyes. Deacon is really something, all right. She scrunches up half her face, looking thoughtful. Can I ask you a question? Isn't that what we're doing right now? She sticks her tongue out at me. I'm serious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but do you think that James will make a good Prime Minister? He's kind of, I guess, childish sometimes. A guffaw escapes my throat, and I don't even try to disguise it. Fuck, I say, laughing. That's awfully blunt. But my answer is yes and no. Yes, he is amazingly good at being engaging and disarming, and even deceptive when he wants to be. But no, I don't think that he's ready at all. I straighten my tie, my lips curling. My opinions on the matter are not welcome. My parents keep explaining my objections away as me being jealous. Ella chews her bottom lip, those brown eyes burning into my soul. What if you didn't back him? That's not even a real possibility, for a variety of reasons. To start with, it would give my mum an apoplectic fit, and my dad would probably have a stroke from the stress. So, I gesture, sweeping my hand. It's not really worth considering. She rolls a shoulder, a half shrug. It was just a question. She stands up, brushing off the back of her dress. My eyes catch on what I'm sure is the hint of a thong as she lifts and plucks at the back of her short cotton skirt. Suddenly, my brain switches modes. I'm hungry for touch. Specifically for her touch, for the inhale of her breath, for the feeling of her small body pressed against mine. Luckily, an idea pops into my head. Come on. I shade my eyes as I head around the building. Where are we going? Ella asks. I'm not looking at her, but I can hear the frown in her voice. I've been to this museum 6 times already. The next room takes about 20 minutes, and then they head into a projection room where a film reel is shown for another 30. We've still got time. I come around the building to a small courtyard with a small hedge maze. At the centre of a couple of rows of tall greenery, there is a statue of a mostly nude man. Beside the statue is a bench that I sat on during a previous visit. Mostly, I enjoyed that the statue is completely private, and the bench was vacant both times I've sought it out. And voila, I say, waving as we step into the small sanctuary. Privacy. Ella puts her hands behind her back and walks around the statue. How do you know this is here again? I shrug, taking a seat on the bench. Boredom, mainly. I hate that museum. Not that I would ever tell Isla. My lips twitch, and I look down at her toned legs again. Why don't you come sit down? She purses her lips and arches an eyebrow. You're awfully nice to me all of the sudden. I smirk. Well, that's what I was going to talk to you about. Yesterday, I was interviewed for an Irish morning programme. Wendy showed up unexpectedly, and if she had our tape, I think she would have played that card when she had me trapped. Ella squints and comes to sit down next to me, crossing her arms. So, what? You think that whoever has access to our videotape is staying quiet for some reason? I shake my head. I don't know. But my feeling is that the danger of the tape leaking has passed. I want you to stay until the end of the month, just in case. It's only the 5th, she says, a little outraged. Again, I remind you that I'll pay you for your time. The money is much better than anything else you would normally be doing. I can assure you of that. She sucks in a sharp breath. It isn't about the money. Never has been. I move a little bit closer, brushing the back of my knuckles over her bare shoulder. Goosebumps form where my skin touches hers. I hear her breath catch. What are you in such a hurry to get back to? The way her cheeks flush, the way her breathing grows ragged, the way her dark lashes flutter over those gorgeous tawny eyes. I had a life in New York, she says, her voice dropping to a whisper. I still have friends there. Kaya says she will get me a job with Callum's company. There are people waiting for me, Keir. So, if they have waited this long, they'll wait a few more weeks. She swallows hard, some foreign emotion flitting across her face. I miss my little sister. I miss Kaya. I feel like I'm missing a pretty important time in both of their lives. And if I was giving that experience up for something real, it would be one thing. But that's not what this is. She reaches out, gingerly touching my collar, smoothing it down where it touches my neck. I can't help but close my eyes. It's so nice to be touched, especially by someone that looks like her. I think I had genuinely forgotten how good it feels to share these little moments of intimacy with another person. But none of that changes who I am. I might feel a sort of sadness at the very idea that one day soon Ella will leave. It can't undo all of my past damage, though. I'm still broken. I still don't trust women. A month with Ella can't change that, even if we both wanted it. My eyes snap open. I'm not relationship material, Ella. I think you know that. She starts, then pulls her hand away. I didn't mean to say otherwise. I was just saying, if things were different, if we were different people, then maybe it could be something real. I pick up Ella's hand, kissing her wrist. Locking gazes with her, I give her delicate flesh a sharp nip. She gasps and tugs at her hand, but I don't let go. My heart is non-fucking functional. I think we both know that. But I love your body, Ella. I love fucking you, and watching you come, and hearing you call out my motherfucking name. She looks down, smiling shyly. I like it too, she admits. Give me the rest of the month. I'll make sure that you leave here with enough money to live comfortably on for the rest of the year. And to sweeten the deal, I'll take you to Rome with me. We'll stay in my penthouse, right by the fucking Parthenon. How does that sound? Ella looks up, her nose wrinkling. Pretty nice. Putting my arm around her waist, I draw her in. Her chin rises, and I cup her face, tracing my thumb along the jagged line of her lips. Should we? I silence her with a kiss. She leans close, her breathing erratic. Yes, more of this. So much more. As much as I can get in the next 3 weeks.
Chapter 33. I sleep fitfully, dreaming of people and events that aren't quite reality, but do have the ring of truth. In my dream, I am a beautiful, perfectly groomed doll in a pretty blue dress sitting on Isla's shelf. Isla is nowhere to be seen, so I just sit up on the ledge, high above everything else in her childlike room. I long to play with her, but it has been ages since anyone has entered the room. Isla! I try calling, The teddy bears glare at me from their jumbled pile in the corner. Like me, I get the feeling that they are alive and unable to do anything but wait to be useful. After what feels like eons by myself, I decide that I'm going to climb down from the shelf. I don't know what's below, but it has to be better than just sitting here gathering dust. Shaking out my long, raven locks, I pick up the skirt of my dress and begin to climb down. I can feel my painted-on smile. I was made to please, never to cause anyone anything but joy. I am so sick of needing to please everyone. What about what I want out of life? I climb down, hanging onto the ledge by my fingertips. The effort to hold on is enormous, but my fear of falling is intense. Beads of plastic sweat form on my forehead, falling down and bouncing off my dress. They skitter away as I gather the nerve to look down. Just then, someone bursts in Isla's bedroom. I know it's Kier somehow, even though I can't see behind me. The energy of the room changes, and Isla's bedroom vanishes with a swirl. Kier grabs me as the shelf I'm holding onto vanishes. He turns me around, smirking at how tiny I am. "Where are you going?" he asks. I tilt my chin up at him, frowning. Can I speak? I'm not sure. "I'm a real girl," I tell him. My voice sounds like the tinkle of a music box, sweet and angelic, as one would expect from a doll. He throws his head back with a laugh that chills me to the bone. "You'll do exactly what I want, when I want it. And if not..." He points to the darkened corner. In it churns something dark and poisonous, waiting for its opportunity to swallow me up. Ice freezes all the blood in my veins and the breath in my lungs. "Not there," I murmur. "Please, anywhere but there." "You can go right back in the box, my pretty little doll. Or you can..." My eyes snap awake in the next second. For a second, I'm disoriented. I sit up, trying to see exactly what woke me up. There is a dark figure standing in the doorway, his face in shadow. I shriek and he enters my room. A stripe of light that is thrown from the window and it illuminates him. It's Kier. I put my hand over my pounding heart, my mouth in an O of shock. "Oh, thank God. It's just you," I whisper. "Ella, Ella, Ella," he tisks. "How lovely you look in that bed, sweetheart." "It's the middle of the night," I protest. "Yes, but I had a couple fingers of whiskey, and I couldn't stop thinking about you, about how good you make me feel when you come." He approaches my bed silently, the outline of his cock easily apparent in his black slacks. I clear my throat, trying to gather my composure. "Kier," I murmur, looking down toward the floor. He spears his hand in my hair, tilting my head back. The fingers of his free hand trace the burning line across my lips, up the path of my jaw, and skim down the column of my throat. He pins me with that icy blue gaze of his eyes dark with excitement and lust. "I want to make you feel good, Ella," he whispers in my ear. His breath tickles me, causing a shiver to slide down my spine. "Don't deny me." He drops his lips to my throat, searing me with a hard kiss. I let out a breathy moan, my eyes closing halfway. Kier somehow always does this to me. It's like he gets me so wrapped up in being a perfect plaything for him. I should know better. There should be words of protest on my lips. But damn if my body doesn't want him all the same. His hand releases my hair and skims down my body, touching my breasts, my navel, and then continuing down to tease along the line of my panties. My breath halts as he lifts up the thin cotton of my nightshirt and finds that the only thing standing between him and my bare skin is my skimpy thong. "You don't need this," he whispers. Displaying an impressive amount of strength, he rips the thong off my body. I lean my head back, panting, already hot for him. It doesn't take much, and after my dream, I just want to bury my hands in his hair and ride his cock until I'm too sore to move. He parts my thighs just enough to slip his fingers through my slit, finding my needy, aching clit. I make a soft sound, pleading and filled with want. When Kier smirks at me, I know that I'm about to get fucked. But part of me also knows that I'll come like I've never come before. I'm not going to lie. I want him badly. He whips the white cotton shirt up my body, stripping me naked. My arms come up to cover my breasts, but Kier grabs me roughly, turning me around and pressing my face down into the mattress. He pulls my arms back behind me and presses my face into the mattress, rendering me all but helpless. That alone makes me hyperventilate with need, not knowing when or where to expect his touch next. His big hands land on my ass with a stinging slap. I let out a surprised yelp, but welcome the bite of pain. I can feel my pussy getting wet. I can feel the tension mounting with every breath I drag into my lungs. He disappears for a moment. I hear his clothes hitting the floor. He returns, kneeling behind me, and presses his thick erection against my delicate inner thighs. My mouth starts watering. I groan and arch my back, spreading my knees a little more. "Oh, little girl," he says, giving me a breathless laugh. "Do you even know how goddamn hot you are? Ass up in the air, pussy wet, waiting for me." He kisses my ass cheek, which makes me release a startled, strangled sound. "Kier!" His hand ducks between my open thighs, his fingers finding my clit once more. I moan and push back into him. I'm needy, wordless. "Fuck." His fingers swirl around my clit. "Your pussy looks so damn good, Ella. Hot, tight, ready to be fucking ruined by my big cock." Between his words and the feel of his fingers on my clit, I can't breathe. I close my eyes, clenching my innermost muscles, following the quick rhythm he sets up. I groan again, pushing back against his touch. He chuckles and drops a burning kiss onto my lower back. "Maybe if I just..." He buries his face in my ass, kissing the balloon knot lightly. I convulse, shocked, my mouth opening to let out a deep moan. When he runs his tongue around my ass, though, my eyes roll up in my head. I come with a shout, twitching and spasming, the wave of pleasure that slams into my body, engulfing me and practically dragging me under. When I resurface, he kisses my lower back again, his fingers still on my incredibly sensitive clit. He swirls them in a very slow circle, but it is sweet torment. "Kier," I cry, moving my hips away. Still, he keeps touching my clit. "Shh, Ella, relax." I squirm, feeling overstimulated times 1,000,000. "Kier, please." He doesn't stop, though. He keeps going for another full minute, a minute of near torture. And then suddenly, it's not torture at all. It's like somebody flipped a switch, and just like that, I feel desire slowly growing and spreading through my clit and pussy again. My clit aches sweetly, hinting that another orgasm is right around the corner if I just work for it. I let out a moan, pushing back against his hand again. He slows his touch. "Does that feel good, little Ella?" I swear, I can actually hear him grinning. "Yes," I say. My voice sounds hushed, intense. "Please, Kier, please." "That's all you had to say, Ella." His hand disappears, and moments later, he presses the thick, hot head of his cock flush against my slick pussy. When he drives inside, filling me entirely, we both shudder and cry out. Kier grabs my hips, thrusting hard, diving himself home over and over again, pushing me closer to the edge of ecstasy once more. My head is thrown back, sucking in air and moaning out each time he drives home, his big cock filling up every inch of my pussy. My innermost muscles clench in rhythm again until he fucks me so hard and so fast that I can't keep up. My eyes clench and my mouth opens a second before I fall over the edge of a very high peak, spasming, my pussy milking his fucking cock. I can't focus, can't think, can't do anything but ride the wave as it bears down on me. "Fuck, Ella," Kier groans. He comes with a series of short thrusts, his cock twitching deep inside me, filling my pussy with hot lashes of his cum. Kier stops, his breathing ragged, and rests for half a minute. I'm too shell-shocked to move, so even though it's uncomfortable, I just stay exactly where I am. Then he steps back, pulling his cock out of my body and leaving a curiously empty space where his body just was. I realize only then that he had the foresight to put on a condom. He peels it off, hissing at the sensitivity of his own cock. I expect him to get rid of it and then return to my bed, but he just closes his fist and leans down. He gathers his clothes and kisses me once, ever so briefly. "Good night, Ella." "You're not staying with me?" "No." He exits the room with another word said, leaving me slightly puzzled. Chapter 34. I'm sitting in the dining room, stirring a cold cup of tea, making a journal entry. Until I broke my leg, I journaled every day. Then months went by. I still had my journal, but nothing seemed important enough to write down. Now, Isla really inspired me to start journaling again. Nothing big, just the day's event and any kind of random thoughts and feelings I'm dealing with. It feels weird and formal at first, but soon I slip into the habit like a comfortable old coat. When I finish, I pull my bookmark out. It's a faded picture of my mom, my dad, me as a toddler, and a newborn baby Joy. Brushing my fingers over it, I admire the colors. The azure blue sky, my mom's yellow peach dress, the bright red high tops I'd insisted on wearing, and Joy's onyx hair, already exuberantly kinky from birth. As an adult, I look at this picture and I wonder why my dad looks so miserable. In his navy slacks and white polo, leaning against his shiny white Mercedes. His wife and daughters very well turned out too. You would think he'd be on top of the world. But apparently he didn't think so. A wrinkle develops between my eyebrows, and it's not until I close my journal that I feel it easing away. When Natasha strides into the room, I startle. She gives me a funny look, tosses her mane of curls, and stalks straight over to me. I cross my arms, already on the defensive. What did I do now? Natasha drops an iPad down in front of me. She leans against the dining room table, smirking. Go on. She gestures to the tablet. Have a look. A sigh on my lips, I turn on the screen. To my surprise, I am looking at a handsome young guy, maybe 22 or 3 years old, wearing a baggy black t-shirt and a pair of red basketball shorts. Who is this? I ask, looking back up at Natasha. She keeps smirking. Swipe right. I tap the screen, and like magic, there is a dark-skinned young guy in a tight, dark blue button-up and tight pants. He's posing at some sort of club, and he's really good-looking, as evidenced by the 5 women surrounding him, eyeballing him jealously. Natasha makes a gesture that I should continue swiping. I flick the screen a couple more times. Each time I am presented with a new guy. Every type of hobby is represented, every ethnicity, and all of the guys are hot as hell. Eventually, I look up at her. What am I looking at, Natasha? I want you to see the 10 hottest men that you see there. I'm setting you up. No more wasting away out here in the middle of nowhere. I frown at her, skeptical. I'm flattered that you care about my social life. I was under the impression that you don't really give a flying fuck about me. It's nice to know I'm wrong, I guess. But at the same time, I'll pass. She leans forward, her smile turning forceful. I think you should consider it. I've seen the way you look at Lord Greyrose. Like he is the ice cream van driver, and you're chasing after him, waving your hands in the air, a pathetic little girl who wants what she can't have. It's disgusting behavior for one of his employees. If I rolled my eyes any harder, I would probably go blind. Pushing myself to my feet, I start to gather my notebook and my cup. There is no reasoning with this girl, even though my hands shake as I pick up the cup. She called me names. As my mother would say, there's no use haggling with the devil if the devil is going to spew hatred and bile. Well, Natasha demands, aren't you going to say anything? Why should I? You've clearly made up your mind about the issue. You just called me disgusting. Anything I say after that is just going to wind you up more. She bangs her fist on the table. You'd better listen to me, Ella. What? Do you think I have missed how you walk around here in those short little dresses? Lord Greyrose is a red-blooded man, and he notices you're wearing next to nothing. He is easily misled and doesn't know what he needs. But you do, I ask. Skirting past the table, I toss my hair and head to the door. I know him better than anyone. I know what's good for him. I pause at the door, looking back over my shoulder. You really think that one day he's going to realize that he's been in love with you all this time? Natasha brushes her hair back from her face and then crosses her arms. What do you care? You'll be gone by then anyway. Shaking my head, I call out as I leave the room. I'm here for the rest of the month. Then we'll see. What? She cries, following me out the door. I don't turn around, pretending she's not there. I walk down the hallway and to the front stairway. Then I skid to a halt. Most of the stairwell is stone, with the exception of a small strip of wood running down the middle of the ceiling, all the way up to the top floor. I've gotten used to how everything is a little shabby around here. I even got used to the way that there is a huge hole burned in one end of the castle that nobody ever talks about. But now the small wooden track has come loose in splintered bits, some sagging on the stairs, some fallen to the ground. When I glance up the stairs, I can see that it has fallen or come loose pretty much as far up the stairs as I can see. It's impossible to walk around the splintered wood without brushing against it, or even making it break more. What the hell? I say. That's the moment that the front door swings open and Saffron comes in, hauling her own heavy luggage. She looks at me, sees the damaged wood behind me, and her eyes widen. "Oh my God, are you okay?" she asks me. She drops her bag and rushes over to me with the rustle of her long pink silk skirt. I give her a quick hug. "Totally fine. I just walked around the corner and saw that the ceiling fell down. Natasha..." I turn to indicate her, but the hallway is empty. I roll my eyes. "Sorry, Natasha chased me out of the dining room. And then I came here and found this mess." She looks up the stairwell, dropping her bag to the floor. "Well, this is bad." "Yeah," I eye her. "It's been a while since I've seen you. I'm totally sorry for telling your parents that you had an apartment, by the way. It just sort of slipped out without me even really thinking about it. I mean, I didn't tell you not to tell anybody. It literally never occurred to me that you might accidentally tell my parents. That's my fault." She shakes her head. "You aren't mad?" "Nah, how can I blame you?" Saffron wrinkles her nose. "My parents did absolutely shit a brick when they found out, though. Mom threw the biggest fit I've ever seen until I resigned the apartment." "You mean you gave it up?" My eyes widen. She gives me a sneaky smile. "That's Mom for you. She thinks that everyone has to listen to her all the damn time." She grins. "Just think how mad they're going to be when they find out that I'm taking next semester off." Pretty mad, I'm guessing." "It's going to drive her insane," Saffron says, looking cheerful. "I'm thinking about going to America. I'll be way out of my mom's sphere of influence. That'll teach my parents to try to control every single move I make." "Whoa," I say. "And I thought my dad was controlling. Your mom puts him to shame." She rolls a shoulder at that and leans against the stairwell, turning her gaze back to the problem at hand. "They both can be awful. It is certainly not a competition." I turn to the stairs, wrinkling my nose at the mess. "Yeah. What do we do about this?" "Get Henri, I guess. He can make the decision about whether to call someone in to fix it or not." "What needs to be repaired?" As if saying his name summoned him, Henri appears down the hallway. He rushes towards us and comes around the stairs. His face flushes red, and he looks genuinely distressed. "Mon Dieu," he cries. He looks at me, a hand flying to his heart. "Are you okay, mademoiselle?" "I'm fine. I just found it like this." "This is terrible," Henri says, his eyes wide as he scopes out the damage. "If you don't mind, ladies." He shoos us along into the hallway. Saffron drags her bag out of the foyer and leaves it in the hall with a shrug. "Where should we hang out?" "Let's go into the sitting room. Henri cleaned it after your parents were here, and I think no one has ever stepped in there since." "Sounds like a plan. I'll follow you," Saffron says. "Why is it so quiet in here today?" I open the door into the living room, holding it for Saffron. She barrels through it and lands on one of the yellow couches with a whiff. "Isla is at camp, Kier is working, and Natasha is lurking around, being a freaking bridge troll." She laughs at my tone. "What do you mean by that?" "Natasha is seriously unstable. I don't understand why your brother employs her. I wonder if she already knew about the ceiling." I take a seat on the couch and cross my arms. Saffron takes a huge breath. "It's hard to say, but she's been nasty to me in the past too. Kier blew me off, claiming I had misunderstood the entire interaction." She sticks out her tongue and makes a face. "Really? Really? She called me childish for saying I was too tired from studying to come down to dinner. She really has zero boundaries with anyone except Kier." I screw up my face. She seems to believe that Kier will look up one day and realize that he is in love with her. Oh, gross. He'd better not. I used to say that the only person who could ever date again was Kingsley. She was really toxic for Kier. But no, I'm amending my statement. He can't date Natasha either. She gives me a shy look. He can date anybody else in the world. You, for instance. Funny you should mention that. Natasha finds me competition, apparently, so she has a bunch of pictures of hot guys my age for me to look at. She said she wanted to plan some dates for me because I was acting like a hoe. Saffron squints. That sounds like a distinctly American term. What does it mean? In her words, she's been watching me parade around the castle wearing short skirts. And she's doing Kier a favor by protecting him from my feminine wiles. She's crazy. You're preaching to the choir, Ella. I've been trying to get Kier to fire her for months. I snort. He doesn't believe me when I tell him that Natasha is in love with him. It's creepy, like fatal attraction-y. I pull a face and Saffron gives me a whoop of laughter. The way that you describe things is delightful. I flush and grin. Thanks. Seriously? I will back you up if you decide to talk to Kier again. The very idea of him dating her is like, blech. Can you imagine what sharing holidays with Natasha is like? I giggle. No. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that she's a terrible gift giver, though. Saffron bursts out laughing at the very idea. I wiggle my eyebrows and giggle too. We pass away the afternoon like that, laughing and sharing stories. It's the first time I really have felt at home here, and I must admit, I love it. Chapter 35. Ella! Isla yells. My antennae go up. My attention is drawn away from my phone, where I'm texting with Joy about her summer dance class. Isla? I shout. What is it? Sorry, gotta run. Talk to you soon? Joy is quick to respond. Later. I set my phone down and listen for Isla. It's getting late, and I thought she had already gone to bed. Cupping my hands around my mouth, I try again. Do you need me? I'm in the big empty room I found on the second floor, splayed out on the dusty stone. I went for a hike with Isla yesterday and thought I was fine. But today my right leg is stiff and beyond sore. So I found a cool, quiet place to stretch it out. I'll be honest, if Isla needs me to move anywhere right now, it's going to be tough. Ella, where are you? She shouts. I want to show you something before I go to bed. Up here, I call back. Can you find me? A few seconds later, Isla comes barreling through the doorway. She stops short, looking around at the large room, empty except for a large number of dust bunnies. Whoa! Was this room always here? She wonders aloud. I give her a wry grin. I'm pretty sure. Kier appears in the doorway, filling it up with his tallness. He looks quite casual at the moment, dark hair mussed and wearing his running clothes. He folds his arms and watches Isla. What did you come all the way up here to show me? I ask. Folding my legs, I try not to grimace. Look what I drew. She shows me a piece of construction paper with a sort of creature scrawled on it. It's not a person and probably a bird, I think. It's also orange and green, which is throwing me off a little. Is it a parrot? I guess. She grins, hopping from one foot to the other. It's a pterodactyl. I learned all about flying predators at camp today. Oh, wow. Is this what they looked like? Yes. Mrs. Fish told us that they ate meat, mainly fish, and there were about hundreds of different kinds. That is so cool. Are you going to hang your drawing in your room? I made it just for you. She offers it to me. For me? I take it from her, squeezing her shoulder softly. My heart swells in my chest. Thank you so much, Isla. It's okay. She bounces off, heading out of the room. Kier steps back and watches her go. Brush your teeth and get ready for bed. I'll come down and see you off to sleep in a bit. He squints after her for a few seconds, then shrugs. No idea whether she's actually going to follow through with that or not. The corner of my lips lift. It's impossible to say. He walks in the room, his eyes sparkling with some sort of dark humor. Why are you up here? He asks. I pull a face. You have to promise not to laugh. Kier lifts 3 fingers. I swear. Looking at him coyly, I shrug a shoulder. Isla took me for a brief hike yesterday, and now my body really aches. There is no decent place to stretch anywhere, no smooth surfaces, everything is stone. This is the most level surface I've found. He doesn't laugh. Instead, his brows knit. You're hurting. Kind of. I'm not used to working those muscles, apparently. I can feel my cheeks turning red, so I look down, resting my hand on my right leg. Why didn't you say anything? I would have had a masseuse or a physical therapist brought in. While you're here, I feel like it's my duty to see your physical health. I roll my eyes. It's not a big deal. Kier folds his arms across his chest and glares at me. It sounds like a big deal. Can I have a look? My face is on fire. I swallow and nod, embarrassed that he should see me this way. I'm vulnerable to him in this moment, especially if I let him examine my leg. He kneels down beside me. This one. He points to my right knee. I nod again, suddenly tongue-tied. He runs his hand up my leg, stopping at the kneecap when I wince. He just barely skimming over my surgical scars, but I almost writhe. His clever fingers trace where I fractured my knee and the plates and the screws just under the new scar tissue there. This must have really hurt, he rumbles. I nod, heaving a sigh when his touch moves upward. Kier probes the ligaments above my knee, then runs his touch up my quad muscle. My breath catches and I pull away. It hurts here? He asks it lightly, but his gaze is direct and intense. Yes, I say, my teeth clenched. Can I try something? I want to massage it for a minute. I shake my head. You're busy. Isla is waiting. Shh. He starts rubbing my quad in small, tight circles. It honestly feels like he's jabbing me with sharp, hot knives instead of just his hands. Ah, I gasp. Kier. If it doesn't help after a minute, I'll stop. He presses harder, moving his hands faster. My other leg muscles lock up because it feels like he's rubbing sharp shards of glass into my knee. Just as I'm about to push him off, something shifts. My quad muscle contracts one final time, then the tension lessens. I widen my eyes and look at Kier's hand massaging my flesh. Incrementally, the muscle grows warmer and loses tone. I let out a sigh of relief. The muscle is no longer locked up so tightly. It still hurts, but I can at least bend my knee with ease now. Wow, it feels better. His massage style changes to long, smoothing strokes, and his lips twitch. That's good. I used to get these intense muscle aches when I was running a marathon. My masseuse told me to try that on myself. It definitely helped. At least,
It made it possible to walk after a particularly intense day of training. His hands keep kneading my flesh. On impulse, I lean close and kiss him, my mouth brushing over his. He seems taken aback by it at first, as though he wasn't sure how to be kissed as opposed to kissing someone. But Kier eventually allows me to kiss him. Only for half a minute, though. Then he pulls back, patting my thigh awkwardly. I should go, I promised Isla. I arch a brow. Have I embarrassed him? The thought makes me grin. Should I come to your room later? I suggest. He blinks. That would be welcome. Thanks for the massage. He turns away, waving the words back toward me as he heads out the door. It's funny, but I've never seen Kier without a barb or a quip prepared. My phone chirps. I pick it up, expecting a text from Kaya or Joy, but instead, I find a text from a weird international number. Hey, it's Saffron. Got a minute to video chat? I call the number, insanely curious how she got my number. She picks up, beaming from ear to ear. Hello, I hope I'm not interrupting your bedtime. I know people have rituals to follow before they go to sleep. No, you're not cutting into anything. I'm still up stretching. I haven't even wrapped my hair yet. Okay, great, because I have some serious gossip to tell you. No, actually even gossip, verifiable facts. I squint at her. All right, lay it on me. I dug into our friend Natasha's past. She narrows her eyes, her lips curving. Natasha, Simon? She doesn't exist. I tilt my head, trying to puzzle it out. Are you sure? Maybe Natasha used to go by another name, like she used to be married or something. Saffron lifts a finger, tapping her own nose. So, Natasha Simon, like I said before, she doesn't exist. No record of her more than 3 years old. No history of any Natasha Simons that are where from she claims to be from, and are also around her age. I checked the entire country, but there are plenty of records for 2 related names, Natasha Smith and Ellen Simon. I scrunch up my face. Those could be totally different people. They're not. Look. She holds up her phone's video camera to her tablet screen. I see the name Natasha Smith, followed by a work ID that is clearly Natasha. My eyebrows rise. That's her. I agree. Look at the other one. Saffron swipes her finger across her tablet. Again, I'm faced with the work ID, but this time, there is a matching driver's license. The picture in both shows a young Natasha, her hair cropped in bleach blonde. But the kicker has to be the name. Ellen Simon. That's her too, I say. Where did you find all of that out? Saffron looks at the camera again, shrugging. It was actually really easy. I hired a private investigator. Within 30 minutes, he found a lot of dirt. My eyes widen. Like what? I mean, the fake names thing is weird, but it could be for a reason. She shakes her head solemnly. So, Natasha's alter egos. They were also personal assistants to 2 CEOs. Both of them had torrid affairs with men that they worked for. Both of them later sued and settled, leaving behind broken families and CEOs that had to leave their companies. My jaw drops. What the fuck? Natasha is a gold digger and a life ruiner? She definitely is. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And Karen is an easy target. He's the frontman for a very public company. He's undergone a private divorce. Our family stands to lose a lot if Kier's supposed affair or sexual harassment were thrown into the spotlight. I don't even know what to say.
What a sneaky bitch. I put a hand to my forehead. God, I have to tell Kier. Whoa, whoa, not so fast. Saffron frowns. Listen to me. As Kieran's sister, I need you to be aware of something. He has a tendency to react to bad news, well, badly. I put my hands out. What do you mean? Kieran takes it personally. Like, he had a guy that worked as his personal accountant for years. His name was Mike. Kieran liked him a lot. He even invited Mike to join his yacht club, which is sort of a big deal. Anyway, long story short, Mike was embezzling money from Kieran, like hundreds of thousands of pounds. And when my dad told Kieran, she shakes her head. I crane my neck, impatient. What? Kieran didn't believe him. He almost split our family apart because he spent a small fortune dragging bankers and forensic accountants and private investigators through all our family accounts. It was ridiculous. All because Kieran said that Mike claimed he was innocent. She rolled her eyes and shakes her head emphatically. Like the accountant would tell him the truth after he stole so much from Kieran's accounts. She scoffs. I try to figure out what Saffron is saying in her roundabout way. So, you think we should just let Kier be blindsided by Natasha? I ask, my brow furrows. That doesn't sound great. No. I think that there is definitely a way to make Kieran think that he just accidentally stumbled across it. You mean lie? Saffron pulls a face. Not lie, just arrange the truth in a different way so that my brother believes that he found out this information on his own. I bite my lip. I don't know. That sounds pretty extreme. She looks thoughtful. Okay, I'll make a deal with you. You sit on the information for a few days. In the meantime, I will figure out how to slip Natasha's record into a stack of papers that he's sure to come across. Or maybe her old documents will get forwarded to Kieran from an unknown source. Either way, our hands would stay perfectly clean. Pursing my lips, I give Saffron a hard look. I really don't want to lie to Kier. On my honour, I swear you won't. You will just sit back and let me present the evidence in the best way possible. It's for his own good. Releasing a breath, I shrug. You've known him for your whole life. He's your big brother. If you say that it's handled, then I guess I can keep my lips zipped for a week. A male voice says something in the background on Saffron's end. She rolls her eyes and nods to whoever is talking. I'll have to go, but I'm glad we talked. I'm going to dig into all of this in the morning. I give her a weak smile. Talk soon. Saffron ends the call. I'm left sitting on the floor full of misgivings. How am I supposed to lie to Kier? Blowing out a breath, I push the entire situation out of my mind and focus on stretching my leg.
Chapter 36. When I step off my private plane in Rome, I shade my eyes against the flare of the setting sun. The air is stifling here, and my shirt immediately begins to stick to my back. I'm really on vacation now. That fact makes the corners of my mouth curl up. Lord Greyrose? Natasha asks, dragging a large handbag down the steps. I'm not sure where the limousine is. It's supposed to be here already. Just like that, my excitement begins to fade. I'm not actually on vacation. I just shoehorned a little sightseeing into what will otherwise be another very boring business trip. At least I don't have to worry about a particular nosy journalist poking her nose in my affairs. But that knowledge doesn't stop my shoulders from drooping just a hair. Behind us, Ella helps Isla down the stairs. They are chatting about what they are experiencing, all but ignoring me. Fair, since I spent most of the plane ride under a mountain of work. Wow, Isla says, halfway shrieking. It's so hot. Did you bring your bathing suit? I definitely packed bathing suits for both of us. Ella shields her eyes. Are you going to swim in the ocean? Yes, Isla says, looking happier than she has for a long time. It's nice to be somewhere else. The idea strikes me suddenly that maybe staying at Ruined Castle isn't really in Isla's best interest. Why that hasn't ever occurred to me, I'm not sure. But watching her with Ella, skipping around this tarmac outside Rome, it's pretty fucking obvious. I stop on the tarmac, sliding my sleeve up to check my watch. A prickle of anger arises, and I glance at Natasha. Where is our SUV? She opens her mouth to answer it, but just then a yellow taxi drives onto the tarmac. Squinting at it, I feel my blood pressure rising as it draws closer. Natasha presses her knuckles to her lips. Those idiots at the car rental desk must have screwed it up, she blurts out. They hardly spoke any English when I was making the reservations. I arch a brow. How did they mistake an SUV for a yellow taxi? I don't know. Natasha flushes and sneaks a look at Ella. You and I should get the first taxi, and then I can call for a second taxi when we arrive at the penthouse. I promised myself I wouldn't get angry, but this bullshit is throwing a kink in those plans. I tilt my head. Eyeing Natasha skeptically, I shake my head. That's a terrible idea. You and Ella can go ahead. I'll call for another taxi. Oh, I thought that you would want to work. I cut her off. No. Natasha's brows rise. Oh, let me see if there is still an SUV available. Rolling my eyes, I turn to Ella and Isla. Isla is currently running in circles around our little group, arms out wide. Ella jerks her head towards her. She's an airplane. Ah, of course. I watch Isla for a minute, shaking my head. I guess at least she's going to crash and burn and sleep like a rock tonight. Before Ella can answer, Natasha waves her phone around and announces that the SUV should be here in less than a minute. I glare at her, but I focus on being able to get all of our little party into said SUV, along with the luggage. When I'm safely seated in the SUV, I pull out my phone and browse through the new emails that have popped up in my inbox. Ella and Isla sit in the row behind me, their faces pressed against the window. Out of one ear, I hear them point out things as they see them. All the buildings here are old and dusty, Isla says, her voice disapproving. It's gross. Ella laughs. Remember what we talked about? No. You should be open to new experiences, Ella gently chides her. I know you can't fully appreciate this, but just getting to visit Rome is amazing. Most kids don't get to take these kinds of international trips on their summer break. Isla is quiet for a minute. Where do other people go on their breaks? Well, where I'm from, most people never leave the city at all, so no fancy private planes, no cushy SUVs like the one we're in. My parents don't just own their own penthouse in basically any city they want to visit. Are your parents poor? Ella gives a surprised laugh. Not at all. Your dad just happens to be a very lucky man. I turn around, looking back at my daughter. That was a rude question. My phone chirps in my hand. I look down to find a message from my private investigatory team titled Wendy Allen. Whitening my eyes a little, I quickly scroll through the email. A slow smile spreads across my face as I read the information presented. My PI team finally found concrete proof of some information that Wendy won't want anyone talking about. I look back at Ella, satisfaction sparkling in my eyes. She glances up at me, sees that I'm excited about something. She mouths, "What?" to me. But I just shake my head. Now is not the time, nor the place. As we drive through the tourist-packed streets of Rome, I find myself in a good mood. The ancient white stone that makes up most of the buildings here is unique and eye-catching. The SUV drives down into a more densely populated district. At one point, we pull up at a stoplight, and right there before us is the oldest part of Rome, spilled out like ink etched into an ancient map. The slightly darker roofs are all the same material, but all different shapes. Domes, steeples, cupolas. Looking out over the city takes my breath away just a little, even though I've seen it before dozens of times. When we finally climb out of the SUV, I can't look away from the Pantheon. It stands to our left, its neat triangular roof and classic Roman columns the very definition of impressive. It is sucking up all of the air in the broad plaza. My eyes go to Ella. She's staring at the building like it is the only one of its kind, though we are surrounded by ancient architecture on all sides. I brush her hand with mine. She startles and looks at me with something akin to shell shock. My lips twitch, and she wrinkles her nose at me. Natasha walks right between us, lugging a heavy bag toward the sidewalk. She seems huffy, although that could be leftover irritation from her screw-up at the airport. I watch her go, shaking my head. When I glance back to Ella, she has a small smile on her face. "This is my first time in Rome," she reminds me in a soft tone. "Most of us haven't had the lavish lifestyle you've been afforded." I didn't say a word. I shrug a shoulder and clap Isla on the shoulder, ruffling her hair. "Come on, let's go inside and put our bags down. Then we can regroup." Taking Isla by the hand, I head away from the Parthenon and towards a large marble building on the very opposite end of the large plaza. It's a large stone building of only 5 stories, but it is the better half of a city block in size. Small groups of tourists flit back and forth before me, too busy looking at their maps to notice the small entourage that trails me, bringing the luggage along. When I walk up to the building, massive glass doors open. A small bald-headed man in a pristine blue uniform bows, greeting me. "Lord Greyrose, welcome to Rome. I hope your flight was a pleasant one. I am Lorenzo, your concierge for the day. Please step inside La Rosa." Isla moves a little closer to me, her eyes narrowing on the stranger. I embrace her, smiling at the concierge, and walk through the oversized doorway. A hush falls all around me. Here, just steps away from the hustle and bustle outside, is News Corps' suite of offices in Rome. The lobby is sleek and tastefully designed, the colours of off-white marble and darker earthy grey from outside replicated to full effect here. Dark grey benches and couches create a frame for off-white draperies and larger light fixtures. Lorenzo sweeps us past all of it, striding purposefully to a dark grey marble bank of elevators. He swipes a keycard and presses a button. An elevator door opens and he escorts us inside, riding up to the 5th floor with us. I step out into a hallway. To the left, there are a number of News Corps suites kept empty for visiting dignitaries and News Corps executives. Lorenzo gives a slight bow and ushers us right, down a hallway that leads to my private residence. With another swipe of his keycard, Lorenzo opens the door into a faintly fragrant, air-conditioned blast of air. I sweep into the living room area of the Greyroses' residence. Ella stops and looks around, goggling. Straight ahead is a bank of floor-to-ceiling windows that look out over the Pantheon. Between her and those windows is a sumptuous off-white set of couches and a lounge area. Several wine glasses sit on a low table, some expensive wine in an ice bucket just beside them. "Where may I place your bags, Lord Greyrose?" Lorenzo asks. I sweep my gaze around the place, smirking. "My things go in the master bedroom." Natasha jumps in, dictating to Lorenzo. "I think it would be best for me to have the bedroom just next to his, and then you can put the rest of the bags wherever." I glance at my assistant, squinting. At this point, I'm not sure why she is purposely trying to put distance between my daughter, Ella, and me. But I'm getting sick of it. "No. Please put my daughter's things in the bedroom next to mine. Put Ella's in whatever bedroom she fancies. And then, if you would be so kind, take Natasha's belongings across the hall. I want her to have a private suite to herself." "I want to see my room," Isla shouts. "If it has a big bed, I want to jump on it." "Far be it from me to stop her," I say, a tiny headache gathering right between my eyes. Rubbing the bridge of my nose, I sigh. "Can you have a dinner reservation made for us tonight? Somewhere that my daughter will be welcome." "Yes, of course," Lorenzo says. Natasha tilts her head at me, her cheeks flushing as she raises a brow. But she doesn't say anything. Lorenzo bows. "Of course. Consider it done." "We should go check in downstairs," Natasha suggests. "If we dive into work first thing, we can be done more quickly." My gaze slides to Ella, who is peeking her head inside a bedroom. "Set all my meetings for tomorrow morning. I want to take some time for myself." Natasha looks surprised. "But you like to work." My head whips around and I give her a tiny glare. I think you mistook what I just said I wanted for a request. It's not. It's an order. Natasha flushes and bows her head. Sir, I'm going to reschedule those meetings right now. My lips twitch as I watch her scurry out into the hall. Turning around, I open my arms. Ella looks at me, her expression questioning. Ready to explore Rome? I ask. She grins and nods. Definitely.
Chapter 37. Edging open Isla's bedroom door, I check on her. The lights are off, the room lit only by the window, throwing an octagon of milky moonlight over her small body in her oversized bed. She moved around all day, bouncing around and tapping her foot, impressing me with her energy. So now, when she's dead asleep, I'm glad to see her resting. I pull the door closed, startling when I turn around. Kier is perched on the back of a sofa, arms folded, his lips curved up in a sphinx-like smile. Is she asleep? I nod, moving away from Isla's door. When I am far enough away, I release a pent-up breath. Yeah, that kid is like a wind-up toy. She goes and goes and goes, and then she's out like a light the second her head hits the pillow. His eyes narrow on my face, then drop down to the rest of my body. Let's go out for a night, cop. I make a face. Are you sure? Shouldn't you be heading to bed? Natasha was sure to mention that she wanted you fully rested for the morning. Kier ambles over to me, his eyes dark and hungry. He stops and puts his hand on my hip, making eye contact with me the entire time. He slowly draws my body to his, pressing our hips together. I can feel his erection as his lips brush over the most sensitive spot on my neck. Heat warms my veins. Goosebumps break out over my body and I shiver. He lifts my chin with a finger, gazing deep into my eyes. I want you, Ella. Come with me. Have a glass of champagne. Enjoy everything that Rome has to offer. Kier is so fucking hot right now. His eyes on mine, his arm around my waist, his cock pressed between us like a silent offer. How could I possibly say no to that? Under his gaze, I nod. His lips twitch. Good girl. He takes my hand and leads me to the elevator, selecting the button to the first floor. As the doors close, I feel the impulse to kiss him. Quickly pressing up on my tiptoes, I turn his face to me and brush my lips over his. He kisses me back, his hand grabbing my ass. He growls. Ella, sweetheart, you're killing me. I'm trying to be a gentleman here by taking you out for a quick drink before I fuck you senseless. Kier's words light a fire in me. I kiss him again, more boldly this time. Neither of us is fully aware of the moment the elevator doors open. We are too wrapped up in each other to notice. Well, isn't this a coincidence? I freeze, trying to place that voice. When I do, I push Kier away, flushing scarlet. Kier wipes at his mouth, his expression souring. Wendy. The journalist stands just on the other side of the elevator doors, holding them open. She has the most smug smirk on her face. A week ago, I would have killed to have proof that you two were an item. She brushes off her gray business skirt suit. But now I have something so much better. I swallow, my heart beating faster. Panicked, I look to Kier. But Kier doesn't even look fazed by Wendy. In fact, he smiles at her coolly. I think the three of us should take a stroll around the block. Wendy's brows jump up. I am a little shocked, too. I glance at him, but his smile doesn't provide me a single clue. What does Keir know that I don't? Wendy walks backward, crossing her arms. I think we should all talk right here. Maybe some News Corp executives will come in late and overhear us. A little smile flickers over his mouth. His eyes have a cruel glint in them. He walks off the elevator, his gaze pinning Wendy in place. I've talked to a lot of your peers, Wendy, fellow journalists. Does the name Sandy Mayweather ring a bell? Wendy shakes her head, swallowing. No, never heard of her. And how about Natalie Ayer? Wendy stops, cocking a hip. She seems a lot less sure of herself than she did just a moment ago. She looks around, darting her tongue out to wet her lips, then jerks her head toward the exit. Fine, let's go. Are you sure? Keir spreads his hands, gesturing to the lobby. A gaggle of people enter the building, and he points to them. They might be interested to know about Sandy, Natalie, Brooke, all of your former friends. Every single one of them has a plagiarism story featuring you. My jaw drops. What? She stole someone else's stories? That is not what happened. Wendy pales, her hands clenching. She lowers her voice to a threatening whisper. Unless you want me to start screaming details from your little sex tape, I suggest we leave now. I flush. So Wendy knows everything now. Fuck me. I fan myself, wondering how screwed I am right now. If you say so. Keir shrugs, looking at me with an innocent expression. I wish you would take this seriously, I mutter to him. Wendy marches out of the building, down the street, and around the corner. Keir follows her lead, hands in his pockets, seeming utterly relaxed. In the meantime, I break into a sweat, lagging a bit behind them both. I stare at them and try to figure out how I got into this situation at all. Wendy spins on her heel, thrusting an accusing finger out at Keir and me. Max caught you fucking on tape. No. Anything he had, he obtained through setting up cameras in the hotel rooms. Any lawyer worth his salt would rip the owner of a sex tape apart in court. Max didn't set up any cameras. Someone already had you two dead to rights, and that person reached out to Max, offering him the tape for free. My heart stops. I open my mouth. Someone else made the tape? I gasp. Keir glares at me. He holds up a hand, demanding silence. I nod, understanding. What if Wendy is taping this whole thing right now? Even if you manage to force me off this case, you two are still screwed. Someone out there has your little fuck tape. Keir squints at her for half a minute, sizing her up. I won't confirm or deny anything. That's not why I'm here. Then why are you here, then? Wendy asks, exasperated. I have proof that you plagiarized at least 5 big stories while you worked for News Corp. I have the articles. I have the source material. I have 5 journalists with their own axes looking for somewhere to grind them. And if you don't do exactly what I say, they will go public. Wendy falls silent, turning over that information. You talked to Natalie? Yeah, and she is angry. She bites her lip, looking down at the floor. So, what? You will pay the complaining witness off for me if I don't air your own dirty laundry? My heart bangs against the cage of my ribs. I look to him, desperately licking my bone-dry lips. A bark of laughter escapes his chest. Fuck no.
I'm not paying anyone anything. I will do you the biggest favor ever by not firing you. And if you promise that I never have to see your rat face ever again, I'll assure you of a new job at News Corp's offices in Australia. She goes pale, opening her mouth in an O of shock. What? He reaches in his jacket, producing a card. He hands it to her. She reaches out to take it, looking like a bomb just went off in her whole life. The offer is good for 24 hours. If you decide to take me up on it, call that number. If not, I will find a reason to have you fucking fired. But, she tries, I've heard enough from you. Goodbye, Wendy. Kier slides his arm around my shoulders. I think I'm in a bit of shock because I'm cold, despite the heat of the night air against my skin. He rubs my back, pushing me in the direction of the hotel. I look up at him, staring. What was that? He looks smug, which is unbearable just now. I found out the stuff about her plagiarism today. I didn't think I would get a chance to use it so soon, but... I stop, smack his arm. You didn't think you should share it with me? Well, no. He looks a little taken aback. Quite frankly, I didn't really think about you at all. But it's handled now, so... Puffing out a breath of air, I push past him, heading back to the penthouse. Are you angry? He calls out. I flip him the bird and keep moving, so mad that I can't quite see straight.
Chapter 38. I'm taking today off, I tell Natasha. She eyes my running shorts and t-shirt with some interest, but gives her head a little shake. Kieran. I frown. Lord Greyrose. Can I come in? Talking out here in the hallway seems rather gauche. Giving her a hard look, I purse my lips. I intentionally fill up the whole doorway, leaning there so she doesn't get any ideas. I told you already, I'm taking the day off. There is really no discussion that needs to happen between us. Just cancel whatever you had planned for me. Take the day off, go sightseeing. She flushes, flustered. Lord Greyrose, you told me to set up meetings for this whole morning. I told the Italian executives that you needed to meet with them urgently. She glances around me, sensing activity. I stretch out my arm, grabbing the doorknob. I'll see you when I see you, Natasha. Ella, come on! We're going to be late! Isla shouts. Natasha opens her mouth to say something, but I firmly close the door in her face. I catch her angry look just before I close it. But honestly, I don't really care. Natasha could use a day off anyway. Or maybe a few months. She's been especially irritating on this trip, and I generally don't deal well with irritants. I turn to find Isla banging on Ella's door. Ella! Ella has been hiding in her room for most of the morning, still angry about last night, I guess. But for the life of me, I can't figure out why. Ella, I'm going to take a bath, and you had better be ready to go when I get out, she calls again. Ella's door opens and she sticks her head out. I'll be ready, Isla, I promise. She flicks her gaze at me, narrows her eyes, and disappears into her room once more. Isla nods to herself and heads into her room. Once Isla's door closes, I creep over to Ella's door. Knocking very lightly, I turn the knob and open the door. Ella glares at me, poised with a hairbrush in her hand. I could have been naked, she hisses. It wouldn't have been anything I haven't seen before, I quip. The glare that Ella gives me would have killed me if she had the power. I hold my hands up in surrender and close the door behind me part of the way. It was a bad joke. I love seeing you naked. She turns around and goes back to brushing her long raven hair. I'm still mad at you. You don't just get to come in here being sweet to me. Stepping closer to Isla, I catch her wrist and gently turn her around. Her expression is sullen, but I very slowly tug her toward my body. Why are you so angry with me? I ask. She rolls her eyes as I slide my hand around her waist and press her against me. You should have told me right away that you had dirt on Wendy, but you didn't. A sex tape leaking makes the man look like he made a bad decision, but the woman, she's usually branded as a trashy whore. Oh, I screw up my face. I never really thought about it that way. That's my point. You never thought about anyone other than yourself, even though the tape affected me as much as you. I'm sorry you felt that way. Ella raises a finger at me. That's not an apology. And you were dismissive about my concerns when I mentioned them last night. It's hard for me not to roll my eyes. Honestly, I haven't worried about anyone's tender little feelings in a long time. She goes rigid, moving to push me away. I catch her hands, holding her close. Wait, you didn't let me finish. Ella gives me a sour look. I don't have to. But you should. You should let me say that I am sorry. I am. I can't promise to be boyfriend material. Hell, I can't even swear that I'm a good guy. But I'll try to consider your tender little feelings in the future. I kiss her knuckles, locking gazes with her. She stares at me for a second. Then she softens. Okay, she says. Yes? She nods. Yeah, you're forgiven. Pulling her hips against mine, I kiss her on the lips. She tastes divine, like honeyed ambrosia. I growl against her lips, cupping her ass. If I thought that I could be fast, I would take you right here, right now. But I'm never fast with you. I'm too damned greedy. I want to taste every part of you, make you call out my name. The door swings open with a creak. I tense up, thinking immediately of Isla. But when I swing around, releasing Ella guiltily, it's only Natasha that stares at us aghast. I roll my eyes, my heart racing. Oh, Natasha, it's only you. She frowns. I came to ask you if I can go with you all today. I decided I want to sightsee. Isla mentioned that you all were going away to see some ruins. Stepping away from Isla, I clear my throat. We're doing whatever Isla wants. Great, Natasha replies. She's returned to her normal deadpan tone, so I can't really tell if she means it or not. I'll go grab my stuff. I turn and look at Ella, who is red as a beet right now. What? She bites her lip, hesitates for a second, then shakes her head. Nothing. I just kind of don't want her energy around me today. Isla appears in the doorway, ending the conversation. I'm ready, she yells. She does a half-turn, showing off her backpack. I brought sunblock. It's an awkward little group, that's for sure. Isla is literally just yammering on and on, fact after fact about the ruins. Did you know that men used to fight each other at the Colosseum? The men are called gladiators, and they fought in front of an audience of up to 8,000. I think the guidebook actually said 80,000, darling, I tell her. Oh yeah, 80,000, that's a lot. Isn't that a lot of people, Ella? Ella nods, but she doesn't take her eyes off of Natasha for a second. It is, Isla. Natasha has given Ella the occasional smirk, but otherwise says absolutely nothing. Isla prattles on, none the wiser. I'm honestly sort of relieved when we get to the Colosseum itself. It's gigantic, easily half a football field high and a full field wide. Its walls are visibly crumbled in some spots, these areas clearly marked with yellow caution tape. Isla is so excited about everything, especially the guide I booked to give us a private tour. He walks us around the site, trying to go through a rehearsed speech, but he is interrupted approximately every 2 minutes by the ever-inquisitive Isla. Meanwhile, I'm watching the simmering tension between Ella and Natasha. I'm not sure what's been said or done, but something is definitely going on with the pair of them. As the day wears on, the sun starts to get hot. When we climb to the top of the ruins, our tour guide suggests a break in the shade. I try to pull Ella aside, letting the others wander as they will, but Ella is quick to snap at me. You can't leave Isla alone in a place like this. She could get hurt, she says. But the second she says it, her gaze returns to Natasha. Is there something that you want to tell me about my assistant? Or do you just have the world's largest stick up your ass right now? Her face contorts. Ask Saffron about it. It's really not my story to tell. She walks away, standing right beside Isla, looking around like she expects danger to come at any moment. I whip out my phone and send Saffron a text. What do you know about Natasha? Why is Ella acting so strange about it? I slip my phone into my pocket as the guide leads right to the edge of the topmost tier of the ancient seats. The wall crumbles away, revealing a lovely view of Rome. Isla edges closer to the edge, in awe. Natasha follows her, Ella in lockstep. "Isla, come back," Ella says. "She's fine," Natasha says, glaring over her shoulder. "I'm not really comfortable with her being so close to the edge," Ella gripes. Our guide mumbles something, stepping away to take a phone call. I look down to check my phone, almost missing it. In a flash, Natasha steps closer to Isla, stomping on her foot. Isla rears back, her fiery temperament showing. She moves backwards, almost losing her balance. For a second, she teeters. She makes a simple noise of pure fear as she scrabbles for balance. I look up right as Ella grabs Isla, hauling her back onto sound footing. She gapes at Natasha, screaming in the other woman's face. "Are you insane? You nearly killed her!" Natasha's expression turns black. She shoves Ella and Isla, even as I lurch toward her. "No!" All I can hear are the twin screams as the girls tumble over the edge. This concludes The Single Dad by Vivian Wood. Narrated by Dave Gillis and Charlie L. Wood. Copyright 2022 by Vivian Wood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Vivian Wood, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.